Hello? Testing? Hi, Bravo. Hi, Sea Watcher. It's time. Okay, let's see how much silver we're gonna get from last night's haul. This is fishing in Velia. 1.6 billion. 1.6 billion silver, guys. Holy. And I'm also not using like the super fishing rods because they're out of durability for me. This is just Bellino's fishing rod in Velia. That's crazy. That's pretty good. Okay, now we go back to Velia. Hi, Orange Kiwi. How are you? Okay, I have adjusted a few things last night in terms of hopefully fixing the audio glitches. Um, I did have to mess around with the volume of the music. Is it like too loud? Is the music too loud? Should I turn it down? Let's put it 50%. Is that too quiet? Is that too quiet? Ulysses, yeah, it's a Gremlin one. Hi, Pie, please. How are you? Just let me know if I need to adjust any like sounds of like either my mic or my music, because I had adjusted a couple things in like I had to like reinstall some drivers and stuff like that to hopefully maybe fix the audio glitches from last night. So hopefully we don't have any more audio glitches, but we praying, we praying. I mean, it doesn't really happen in the beginning, but hoping that as we keep streaming, we don't have any more. How's everybody doing? Oh my god, I forgot to plug my phone in. Hold on, let me plug my phone in. There we go. How's everyone doing this fine? What day is it? Is it Tuesday? Tuesday. Okay, let's get started. What was I doing earlier? I was grinding some trolls. But we'll go back to my favorite spot. We'll keep this just in case. It probably won't be needed post changes, but what's more important to use on my BMC on, they don't sell on market, making cares out or extracting my comp. Making cares out or extracting your comp. Well, have you made any cares ads yet? Pie, please. Have you made any cares ads yet? Because the stats on the cups, I mean, they would be for the most part like fairly efficient amount of stats for the amount of silver you're spending, right? If you're just doing it by stats wise, right? So at least on NA, they're worth about 10 billion silver. So you're spending 10 billion silver to put 3 AP and 100 stamina on your earrings, 3% crit damage and max HP on this, right? And you only need to extract your cups when you're ready for Karazats. So maybe, prioritizing your Karazats first, right? And then you can get the cups later. Because if you extract your cups now, you're losing stats, right? So maybe take that into consideration. They're both like equally, like it's not a priority, if that makes sense. Like whether you get your Karazats first or your cups first, like, transitioning is also, for Karazad, is also kind of a little bit awkward because when you make a base Karazad, it's lower than if you were to have like a Tet Disto, right? Than like a Pen Karazad. Tet Disto is still more AP than a Pen Karazad earring, So I need to get the cup out of my accessories so I can melt the accessories to make the Karazads. To get the cup out of my accessories so I can melt the accessory to make the Karazads. you could stay with it for now, Pi, please. And are you planning to make it from base, or were you considering other methods? Because again, I always just recommend. I know you're in console, but even on console, I'm like thinking maybe the Tet Karazat is still like better. I don't know. Or the Deboreka. You said it's 100 bill, right? It's hard for me to like gauge it, Pi, please, because on PC it's just such a different dynamic in terms of pricing. So like my ideology has always been like how the PC players are playing. So it's like I honestly don't know what the right answer for you is, Pi, please, just because of your like market being dynamic being so different. So on PC it's like very obvious what the answer is, like trade in your Tet Debo. But on console, you have to do the math because your prices are different, right? That was 71 mil. That's a lot of silver. Maybe pick do one thing at a time is probably what I have to say. Is that just keep saving your black magic crystals, do one thing at a time, and transition when you're finally ready. Does that make sense? So just keep saving silver and crons, and maybe the price of Tet Double will go down, and just be patient about it. Don't try to like make it right away, and then only start making it when you have enough funds to actually transition properly. Does that make sense? Maybe that's a safe way. So don't melt your stuff now. Use what you currently have, just save up silver, and then maybe the price will go down, and then see where you want to go from there. Would be my suggestion, Pi, please. Because again, like the console prices, it's like hovering with a gauge. But one thing is for sure is that if you keep saving silver, that's always a good thing, right? Saving silver and crons in your materials, that's never a bad thing for the most part. What happened? You know how like you got gifted subs, Ice Watcher? So we got some gifted subs yesterday. So I was like, oh, you know, let's do some gambler. And then the chat was like, oh, you should tap a Pendebo, right? And I'm like, oh, let's do it. And so we spent like 30 bill tapping that. And then Striker was tapping her Labreska, or sorry, her Dawn's gloves, right? And so she needed funds, and I'm like, oh yeah, let me buy up all the. So she was selling some accessories. I'm like, oh, let's buy her accessories. So we bought a bunch of Orkenrad belts, because there's like 10 min listed or something on the min price, and she posted one, and I'm like, I'll buy it all so we can so I can fund her Gamba because I wanted to see content. So we're down back to 112 bill from 170 bill, but that's okay. We can always make the money back. Here, we're making some money back here down to. There, we're back to 120. So now we just grind away. So now let's go grind away. Money comes and goes, yep. It's all about the content. Let me get this fixed real quick. Fixed what? What are you fixing? What you fixing? Every time it's a call, so let's watch ourselves so we see each other. I'll do that. I'm just being impatient. Yeah, maybe be patient about it and just save your materials. That's probably gonna be the safe way to go about it, right? Because it's right now probably your market is volatile, right? Like, because when new items come, Pipeleys, everybody wants them, right? And so the people who are really prepared will be the first ones who will probably be able to take advantage of the new content. But if you're still getting started with the new content, then you probably don't have the priority on the materials and, like, getting ready for the new stuff. So, over time things will get cheaper. And so it's never a bad thing to just keep saving materials, and when you're ready, then you're ready to transition, right? Yeah, the Ulukita zones give a lot of black magic crystals. Yeah, whenever I'm grinding 10 grads, I get a ton. Looks like I might have to go to the grapevine. What's the grapevine? What's happening? The Daddy Joyce and Mommy Blue are fighting. What's happening? What are they doing? What's happening? What they doing? What they doing? Ah! FBI, open up! Oh my god, FBI. FBI, open up. Hi, Linksies. How are you? How are you? Okay, later on, guys, okay. I was like writing some, I've always wanted to do like a story time kind of stuff with you guys. And so like later on, I want to do a little bit of a story time with you guys. I wrote some notes down. And so I always love like watching and listening to story time videos, right? And so I have written down some notes on reading a story for you guys. So get ready. But we'll start some grinding for now, and then when some more people come in, we'll start a story time. Okay? You saw this today? What's that? Drama? Ooh. Not the drama. The drama. I don't think I'm gonna like watch it on stream, Fallen, because I'm not like I'm not much of like a drama person. So I try to like avoid drama as much as possible. Olins, do you have a shy mic? Do you have a shy mic? You don't have to. I just wanted to know the tea coming for choice. I see. Asking Wutaro. Yeah, I mean, if Wutaro agrees, then I'll head over. I just don't want to play shy anymore. I want to take a break from shy because I was like grinding shy all like so much last week, and I'm like, my Woosa. But seems you're not a witness. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not a witness? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you mean? A witness. Don't know anything? No. Again, I try my best to always stay out of drama and not talk about drama. Well, I guess that might be a little bit of a lie. I do like to just like listen in from the sidelines for like very outside things. So for example, like VTuber drama. Well, I guess I'm in part of the VTuber community, but like some of the VTuber drama that I've heard is like kind of crazy, you know, the tea and stuff like that. But like BDO drama, I try my best to stay out of like BDO drama and not really associate myself with anything, even if it's, you know, regarding people that I know. Even more so actually when it regards people that I know, because I don't want to like insert myself into something I don't know what I'm talking about, you know. Inserting yourself is always is probably never the best thing to do. Okay, here we go. I think that's everything. Is Dokkaebi good silver? It's okay. From my experience, like I've grinded a couple hours there. It's okay. Maybe I just haven't spent too much time on it yet to get like rare stuff, but it is like one of the other ways to acquire Dawn, Essence of Dawns, right? So I think Honglim is just way more popular because it's still like very good silver, for how easy Honglims is. Whereas Dokkaebi, you require, you know, a lot more effort into making sure you don't get hit by the Dokkaebi King. Vibin. Okay, let's put that on. Then I think we're good now. Yeah. Now we grind in screenshot mode. New outfit? Oh, my summer outfit? I mean, it is the newest outfit. Yes, Sir Moriarty. This is the new outfit. Wow. How are you, Sir Moriarty? Sir Moriarty, if I ever miss any of your messages on the YouTube side, can you type !ping for me so that you can get my attention? Going to ask what drama? Apparently there's some drama happening with some of the media content creators, so, but I won't get too into it. I don't want to like know too much, you know. I don't want to know too much. I just want to grind and make silver. I'm at 46 embers. Maybe I should focus on my AP before I do my Ator's boots. I mean, I always say, please, right? If you are, you know, okay with the amount of silver, just amount of DP you have, for wherever you're grinding, like you're not dying, then you should always go for more AP because, like, you know, why not? So don't worry about your DP if you feel like you don't need any more, right? So just focus on AP. Yeah. Unless you are like, do you feel like you could use more DP? Like, are you like dying? The only reason I'm in Highlands is for the artifact and Ator's boots. Yeah, I mean, the Kabuas will be a huge amount of survivability increase. So maybe just prioritize that, really, is the Kabua's artifacts while you're grinding for your boots, and then focus on AP. Don't even worry about your boots until later on. Like, even if you get your flame early, right? Maybe just like hold off on enhancing it until later on. Like if your boots are like, you know, not C9 yet. You're not dying? Yeah, then get more AP. You know, more AP is always better. Have you been able to figure out the pattern for the legs, please? For like the 1-2-4-1-1 pattern? Hi, Pavlov. Is that how you say your name? Pavlov Alnieda. Hopefully I said your name right. How are you? You can get fragments from the market. Oh, people are selling them? Hi, please. People will be selling them. Yeah, try to get them right away because the Kabuas are a huge amount of silver increase. I need Essence of Dawns, to be honest, to make Charizards for AP. And yes, I have 310 AP. I can get 40k an hour. Let's go. If you have Pencarizad's, buy Pendebo Grandusar in means, then go to Thornwood Ash. So yeah. Pie Please is on console. And so we just had this whole conversation earlier, Fallen Monster, that I don't know if you were listening to, but like the console market is just so different from the NA market. They have their Tet Debos like almost 100 bill. And so like we were just talking about like, is it better to maybe buy, you know how like people say buy Pendebo, trade it in, right? But like their Debos market is not the same as our Debo market. And it's like, it's hard to know what the right answer is. Maybe it is easier to, you know, make it from base on theirs and cheaper just because of their Debo market just like not thriving as hard as ours. You know what else people are selling? Inverted Garmot's Heart. What a world we live in. Well, everybody got a free one, right? All in one stars. So like imagine, let's say, you know, they already had all the Garmoths they needed. So that extra Garmoth was just, you know, free silver to put on the market. So I'm sure there's a lot of situations where people were in that situation, right? Was they just had all their Garmoth's Heart already. And so actually, pen is still cheaper. Maybe. At the same time, like, are people selling Pendebos on console? Hi, please. Like, is there like a healthy supply of Pendebos sitting on the market? Because then we have to take in availability as a consideration, right? When I had played when Debos were still very rare, it was crazy to not be chroning your Debos. Right now the play is to raw tap Debos, right? But before it was great. You were insane to be raw tapping your Debos back in the day because availability was just so scarce to the Debos back in the day. Flying up the body of your mind. I was walking to the store and I was like, I should start raw petting devils. Help me to 1 trillion silver? 1 trillion silver. That's a lot of silver. I think the most amount of silver I've ever had on the marketplace was like 300 bill. And then I spent it on a bunch of life skill stuff that I never used. Pendebos cost a lot. Yeah, they're 300 bill max each. I'm wondering if they're going to ever add Karazads to the market. I feel like they would, right? Because they've made a lot of things not available in the market get put on the market eventually, right? Like the infinite potions, Karax. Maybe eventually Karazads will also make it there. Sovereign as well? Probably. In which case, like, how much would you, if you were to put a deck sovereign on the market, what do you think would be a fair price for it? Well, okay, how much on average does it take to make a deck Charizard anyways? Maybe that much? 500 bill for a deck Charizard? Oh, deck Charizard. Oh, Charizard or Sovereign? That would make sense for Charizard. But what about Sovereigns? Like the Sovereign weapons. $2 trillion silver. More than a Pen Falling God? Yeah. Well, I don't think we can really equate the Pen Fallen God price to its actual price. Does that make sense? Because 1.7 trillion silver for a Pen Fallen God is cheap, right? Because the average, like to make one, right? Like, okay, so you know how there's 1,000 Agris taps, right? To make one? And if you start with a 300 stack, people calculated that if you tapped 1,000 times with a 300 stack, like, you know, and as the crons kept, you know, as the stack kept going up, right, 1,000 times, it's on average a 10% chance, right? So you have a 10% chance in those 1,000 taps to make a Pen Fallen God. So you're more likely to hit the Agris, right, the pity, or the Pen Fallen God than hit the Pen Fallen God itself, right? In which case, 1,000 taps is about 12 trillion silver, right? 12 trillion silver to make and guarantee a Pen Fallen God. So I feel like the 1.7 trillion price tag is not really reflective of the actual like price of to make one, right? So you gonna shy? Okay. So let me know when you're there and I will head over. It seems like one of those artists. Oh, which one? What's their name? I will get rid of them. When I call you this, I think I'll just chill for now. Like, I think I'll just chill for now. I mean, every time we've gone in call, I kind of just muted. It's been hard to like focus on my chat while like talking to people on Discord. They're called Mikasa. Okay, let me get rid of them. Mikasa. Okay, they are gone. I have got them. I have deleted them. Banned. Hey Jay, just want to let you know to cherish your loved ones. Yesterday we were in P Cave and I was in chat. My sister got into a car accident. Ended up in the hospital. Very scary thing to go to. Oh man. Actually, Jordax. Actually, okay, I was planning to do a little bit of a story time. And I feel like that's like what just happened for you, like kind of fits the theme of the story time. Because I was gonna talk about this crazy story in Korea that I was like researching because I was like really invested into like what had happened. And so later on we'll tell that story. But oh man, yeah, definitely guys, you never know what's gonna happen. It could happen to you. Like tragedy doesn't pick and choose, right? Tragedy doesn't pick and choose. Tragedy will like choose anyone, whether you're rich or poor, whatever situation you're in. It's it's definitely, don't take that for granted. Was in a heated game, but yeah, 500 bill for Karazad, 2 trillion for Sovereign seems fair. Seeing Pen Sovereign for 50 bill would be a good money making strategy. Pen Sovereign for 50 bill? Um, I don't think that's very good, Fallen, because do you know what it takes to make a base Sovereign? It takes at least 2 Pen Black Stars, right? So 2 Pen Black Stars is definitely way more than 50 bill, right? So it has to add up the cost of the 2 Pen Black Stars plus the amount of stacks and you know crons it takes to make a Pen Sovereign. So definitely, probably definitely more than 50 bill, right? You think Pen Black Star will come down to 30 bill? Really? Has it ever been that low? Can it even go that low? Bell 6? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm a Bell 6 already. Can you whisper me? Yeah, oh, actually, I'm on Bell and OS 5. Okay. Let me swap over here. The mist. By that point, by the time we are selling Karazads, it will be like boss gear. You think? 30 bill for Pen Black Star. Hmm. Make Black Star gear the new Tuvala in like 2 years. Yeah, I mean catch up mechanics will definitely get faster and faster, that's for sure. I hope they bring back the complexity of gear builds. And how would you go about making how would you go about making that? Like making different versions of Karazats? Because because they tried to do, you know, they tried to make more diversity with the crystals, right? So like for example, my you know, my capped build uses the BSR ones, which these are basically like wearing Tungrad accessories. And for accessories, right, the accuracy accessories, the accuracy crystals. So they do have some you know, gear diversity in that way. Um, but it's not like kind of like this the traditionally same way of different gearing, right? It's using crystals to alter the stats. Like we had before, no different accessories for different crystals enhance the way you want to play the build, in my opinion. Something like the gems and solve could work, but need better selection. I do know there was a lot of like different sub weapons, right? And so you want me to do buffs or lantern? Can you do lantern? I'll do the buffs. I want different subs, different earring, neck, ring, everything. So basically the way it was before Karasats. we're going backwards. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if that's the right answer because we already have, it's because like we took a step forward with Karasats, and so I don't know if they're gonna take a step back, like going back to the way it was. So. Complexity of the game is so bland now, in my opinion. But then there's also the opposite opinion too, right? Fallen is that some people like that there's like everything we've worked towards is going to this one thing, like nothing gets wasted. Everything is a lot more straightforward. So there's like two, it's like one on like a one hand and then the other hand, right? Whatever they decide to go with, I will continue to support BDO. It always feels like there's never a right answer because when you make a decision about something, or like whenever they would change something about the game, it's like there's always going to be some people on the other side, right? So I'm like, what is the right answer? Maybe there's no right answer. We just got to keep playing. We just got to keep like going. Do you think they should have gone with just more power creeped versions of the like, so, okay. Let's put it into something more tangible because it seems like we're just being very theoretical about a thing. Let's like put into something more tangible, if that makes sense. So for example, Tet Distos. Do you think they should have power crept Tet Distos? Do you think they should have power crept accuracy accessories? So instead of Karazats, we just get power creeped versions of the Turo Belt, of the, you know, the ominous rings, of the other ones, and then that's basically what you were like talking about, right? Is that it's all different accessories. We just have power creeped versions of the other ones. Is that how you wanted it? All I'm one star. Because if we're gonna talk about this, let's talk about it in a more tangible way, right? This way, I think this is the best way to like have these discussions. Is like, what is to be very specific about what we want, right? And so if you wanted more different accessories, different thing, would that be the way to go about it, or did you have a different idea? Juju9473, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. So power creeped versions of Tongrads, power creeped versions of the, you know, accuracy accessories, power creeped versions of the DP accessories. Is that how we wanted it? It's god awful as a new player to catch up. You need billions, swap everything, and someone will always be unsatisfied. They have added a lot of catch-up mechanics though, Sorgella. I mean, you know, getting up to 700 gear score is faster than ever, but I definitely understand what you mean by like the top end. Like if you're trying to catch up to the top end, it's like, oh man, it's a lot of billions of silver, right? But at the same time, I mean, you don't have to go that fast. You don't have to try and catch up like to the 800 gear score players as a brand new player. That is like unrealistic, right? I think the way they've sped up getting to 700 gear score, you know, for the most part, I mean, I would love for today, if I was to start it today as a brand new player and getting up to that fast. Oh, I need to change my crystals. Ooh. Forgot to add some excess resistances. Then the crystals could be the flavor. Then the crystals, like the Karazad crystals, the Dawn crystals. Let's talk about more of the old system with the new stuff down. So yeah, it's definitely much faster to catch up these days. Evasion DP full Kadri set with evasion crystals or glass cannon build full distos, that now decrease more HP per game. Then you pick what you want. No downside is boring. In terms of like different perspectives, Falling Morningstar, I mean, at least for me, I found the Dawn Crystals very an interesting way to go about the gear diversity. Like I didn't find it boring. I found it like very exciting for me. So maybe it's just a different perspective that we have for the Karazad and Dawn Crystals. Like I was like so motivated to get my Karazad crystals, to go for my BSR crystals, to go for my accuracy crystals. I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. Here's a way to like for me to build like differently than everybody else, you know. And people are running like DP crystals for these like really hybrid evasion builds and stuff like that. I don't know how much you've explored the different Karazad Dawn crystal variations, but at least to me, it was exciting for me. So I guess we just have a different like perspective on it. Do you think in some ways the ease of catching up and the shift and slower gear after bigger? Oh my god, I just had a brain fart. Do you think in some ways the ease of catching up and then the shift of being slower in gear is a bigger mentality shift for new players? Bigger mentality shift for new players. Could you elaborate more on what you mean by a mentality shift? What was the mentality before? And what did it shift to? Can you elaborate more on that? If there was a mentality shift, well, what did the mentality look like before? Because I'm trying to like think of like what I thought before, and I'm trying to remember my thoughts from years ago, before the Fire Nation attacked. Terra looking different, Wutara. Have you been playing Terra, Wutara? That Lightstone, yeah, I forgot to swap my Lightstones. I still have like demi-human Lightstones, but that's okay. So in the older gear, it was gearing slower, and now we go super fast, and it slows down a lot. I kind of feel like it might be the same in terms of like, what do you call it? Like let me find the right words. What I mean by the same, because you said it was like gearing is slower later on. It wasn't also gearing slower later on too. Unless you're just talking about the beginning, right? Definitely the beginning is a lot faster pace, but gearing up later on was just as hard, but if not maybe even harder. Kind of stops. I was like, it was pretty fun when I played Nostalgia. Yeah. I'm glad Mushy's having fun though. Seems like it's a very nostalgic game for her. I think with any aging of MMO too, Deacon, right? It's just a natural part of the aging process of an MMO. I don't think we can ever like, because if you make it the same way all throughout the 10 years that BDO has been, right? Then I feel like the game would have been long gone since, right? If there was no changes being happened. So they've made a lot of like really shifting ideologies in the way we gear with, you know, the whole Karazads thing, etc., right? Before it was, you know, everything was different, right? If you wanted DP accessories, you had to go out of DP accessories, etc. So I don't mind the way that they went about it to kind of like converge everything, but at the same time you can customize your convergence. At the same time, I think BDO has always had this really good way of going about its lane. Does that make sense by lane? Like when I say lane, like, you know how in World of Warcraft, if you progress in an expansion, for the most part, the next expansion will basically delete all of your gear, right? Like you can't use your gear for the next expansion because it's going to be replaced by new gear. Whereas for BDO, right, you can always be utilizing your old gear going forward, right? And you can always progress at the pace you want to go to. And I think Grimkill is like one of the perfect examples of somebody who can, like, if you want to progress at a super fast pace, if you want to race to end game gear, right? He went from, he's a free-to-play account that went from 0 gear score to 770 gear score in 6 months, right? So that's going pretty fast, right? So even though it's like slower towards the end, I mean, you can go as hard as you want to get as the gear as you want. So I do like that aspect of BDO. You can go at your pace, right? Whether that pace is slow, whether that pace is fast, right? So I think BDO's always done that good job of doing that for the players who want that in BDO, right? I watched Blue's video on his BDO story today. It was a great 4-hour listen, and the game sounded like it was golden age back then. When did you start BDO again, Fallen Monster? I think everybody has like fond memories of the, you know, when BDO first came out. It was this brand new MMO, right? That had this amazing combat system. For sure, 100%. But I think just naturally, again, as an MMO keeps aging and aging, right? I feel like if you stayed with whatever golden age he was talking about, the game would have become stale. Because everything, like if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, is not just the classic recipe for being a stale game. And so, you know, all of these things are changing with all the updates and you know, quality of life improvements, right? For me, this version of BDO is the best version of BDO, and I would never want to go back to whatever, quote unquote, the golden age is. This is like my preferred version of BDO personally. But again, we have a different perspectives on it, right? Everybody has their vision of BDO that they like, and at least for me, I like this vision of BDO. And whether you like this version of BDO or not and prefer the old version, I mean, that's everybody, to each their own, right? To each their own. Is this Awakening? This is Awakening Woosa. Awakening Woosa. You don't miss +15 Grinnell? No, I do not miss +15 Grinnell. I do not miss the days where I was standing around the market, waiting for memory fragments to go on the market. I did not miss that at all. There were definitely some good times, but like if I had to choose between going back to that time and now, I would never go back personally. Hello, the first time here, Awakening, or oh, was that you, Bryn? Are you Emmanuel? I'm so sorry. I missed your, yeah, if I missed a message on the YouTube side, I am so sorry. I miss my YouTube messages all the time. On my bad. Don't forget the half the draw BDO was also being able to go from 770 gear score back to 690 in 5 minutes. Yes. Yeah, BDO has changed from like you know, the way we did progression back then was you would go backwards in gear score a lot. Like that was the only way to really progress, is you took a risk on your gear. Now it's risk-free, and I prefer that way personally. I don't like my progression that I've spent hours and hours, you know. It could still happen obviously if you gamble, but if you go about it, because before you had to gamble, right? There was no choice of getting a guaranteed upgrade for the most part. Nothing was available in the market, so you had to like enhance it yourself, right? Sharps were just like so egregiously rare on the market that you had to like stand there forever to just get your sharps, to just get your memory fragments. It was not, for me, it wasn't the golden age, okay? Of course I've had some good times in the, you know, the old version of BDO back in 2018 when I had started playing, but I would never want to go back to that situation ever again personally. I got my Uragons from the night vendor. I bought it for like 600 mil back then. 600 mil back then was insane. That was a lot of silver because you were making like what, 10 mil an hour? You're making 10 mil an hour back then? Like I got my first Uragons from the night vendor. When I first saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is it. I'm gonna finally get my upgrade. I was so happy. Hi Ichibar, how are you? Yeah, we haven't talked in a hot minute. Hi Ichibar, how have you been? How has your hammers and 20,000 blue balls been from the ball? Did you get anything good? Any good upgrades? Hi Jay, can you convert Penkapusha Essence to Essence of Dawn? No, I don't think so. Striker. I don't think so. Sky Striker Saray. Hopefully I said your name right. No, you cannot. Yeah. Ted Distos you can turn into Essence of Dawns, but you can. I think you should be selling them on the market. It might be about the same. Check. So Essence of Dawns are about 100 mil each, right, Striker? And so you want to be selling your disto at the same value as however much Essence of Dawns you get. So if I don't know how much you get from Tet Distos, but let's say you get 75 Essence of Dawns. If you melt down the distos, that means it's worth at least 7.5 bill, right? And if you're not selling it for more than that, then you're losing out on the value. 0 to 55 on knob. Oh no. Do you have a juicy stack at least? Do you have a juicy stack? Also, Striker, I have a very useful link for you as well. You said you returned a week ago, right? How long was your last time you played BDO? When was the last time you played BDO? Because you can here, let me type it for you. You can go to this page in BDO, and it will direct you to the history page of BDO, and it will tell you all of the major updates in chronological order. It's very, very useful. Capotions are still very useful, Striker. They haven't lost value in a sense that they're still like very useful accessories, and I recommend for people to be utilizing their Capotia accessories honestly until they're ready for Tet Debos. That's how useful the Capotias are. Is that when you're a brand new player and you come into the game and you get your Pen Capotia, like a Pen Capotia necklace will get you to your Tet Debo and exchange it for a Pen Karazat or something like that until you're ready for that, right? So it's still a very, very useful item. I mean, some people are still using their Capotias after making their Sovereigns and Fallen God armors. To be honest, there's still like a lot of stats for being a free accessory. Avoiding BDO to not blow up the rest of your crons. Have you already prepared for the Sovereign offhand, Ichibar? Are you ready for the Sovereign offhand? Are they asking when to Misty? It doesn't matter. For the most part. Like it doesn't really matter when they Misty. It matters more in Olin's 2, but in Olin's 1 it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, it's only Dolan's 1, Jordax. Yeah, it's only Dolan's 1. Here's your Black Stars ready. What about your Kafras? Have you got your Kafras ready? 20,000. You played around Woosa release, huh? The Woosa. Dude, when I first saw the trailer for Woosa, I was in love. I was like, that's the class. That's it. This is the class I was waiting for. Hi Iris, how are you? I've given up on getting offhand day one, waiting for it to be cheaper to get the Cafres. I'll sell the Cafres for money for Pendebos in the meantime. Sounds like a plan, Fallen Moisture. Yeah, if you're not ready for sovereigns, like, focus on other things first, for sure. Take it at your own pace. The sovereigns are there for the people who are, like, you know, for people like me. Where they're like, they have nothing else to go for right now. I mean, other than Pen Fallen God, that's the next thing, right? But if you still got other things to work on, it makes sense to be waiting on new pieces of gear that are just coming out. You're just reading a bit. What are you reading? What are you reading about? Take a leave and go. Well, I'm then going to bring the sugar and tea and rum. They'll take a leave and go. Starting a new book tonight. All I know that involves a haunted house. For real, I don't really. I'm tapping my main hand to Oct, but other than tapping for Silver Debo, I don't have anything to buy now. I have 3 Garmaws. I mean, they're all different paths to the same place. You're eventually gonna want to get everything. So whether you start with this or that, I always think it's never like a wrong choice. It's just a different scenery in the path you're taking. Right? Some paths have cliffs, some paths have like rocky roads, some paths are longer and smoother. You know, whatever path you take, I mean, eventually we'll reach the same destination. We're all gonna want sovereigns, we're all gonna want Karazad, etc., etc. Same thing with how you go about it. Some people like to grind, some people like the life skill. And I think that's like why a lot of people prefer BDO over like MMOs, is that you can do whatever you want to get the best gear. You're never locked out of anything. When I was playing TNL, I felt like I had to be in like a top guild. I had to play for, you know, be committed to this and that time to get the best gear, and it was like, it was awful. It was a good time, but it was like awful that I was like scheduling my whole life around TNL just so I can get the best gear. And it made me miss how like casual friendly BDO is if you don't have that time to commit. Is that you can go at your own pace in BDO, but but it felt like whenever I missed a world boss in TNL or I missed anything in TNL, it would feel so bad. Like so bad for both me and also my guildies, because they're also going for the same thing. They're also going for the best gear. And if I wasn't there to help out with world bosses, I would feel very guilty that I wasn't coming. And that, like, I don't want to feel that anymore. It felt so bad. At the same time, like, I did join like a top PvE guild, and so it might have been like my fault for picking a top band PvP guild. At the same time, it's like maybe I just have like different standards, right? My standard is like I always want to go for the best gear, but at the same time, I don't want to like be forced to always be online every time, because I would feel bad if I didn't attend. So it was a dilemma, right? I wanted the best gear, but at the same time, it was like I was scheduling my whole life around it. It was not healthy for me. It was not a healthy relationship, you know what I mean, with the game. Too much pressure. Yeah, it was a little bit too much pressure for me. So I mean, it's interesting how that's like the main reason for why people don't play BDO, is because, you know, you do things solo. right? But at the same time, that's also one of the main reasons why people play BDO is because you can do things solo. So that's why I respect BDO for keeping on its own lane, keeping on its own lane for being its own thing for people who want that kind of playstyle. And that's why I love BDO so much, is that I can have that kind of playstyle without feeling so, invested, etc., etc. I can just drop BDO, come back another time, right? Drop BDO for maybe a year or two, right? Some people do that, and then they come back and they're like, "Hey, let's do all this new content." I'm not, I don't have to feel like I missed out on, because right now, if I go back to TNL, I missed out on T1 gear, I missed out on T2 gear, right? I'm like, I don't know if I can like come back and enjoy the game the way I used to. But I feel like with BDO, you can. You can just drop it for like a month, drop it for a year, and then come back and just enjoy your time here, and then keep moving forward, whether you continue or not, you know? When story time? I was thinking, I don't know when these guys are, how long these guys are going to start or like continue with this hour, because I want to do story time when I'm grinding by myself, because I feel like if I'm in a party, I don't want to like, because I want to like stop it sometimes. Hold on, turn down the music a bit, because there are some things I want to like show you guys, like pictures and whatnot of the story time. Because when I was researching this story, I was like, oh my god, this is like one of the most interesting stories ever. And I want to show you guys pictures, and I can't do that if I'm grinding with a party. I can't stop. But I'll be playing, you know, all night, so I'll start story time whenever these guys finish their session. Do you have a crazy BDO goal? I wouldn't say it's a crazy goal, but I eventually want to own all the treasures. I mean, maybe back then it was a crazy goal to own all the treasures, but I still have to work on 2 more treasures, which is the null and the wagon. Actually, Striker 500 got her lantern piece from the Imperial Steed yesterday, and so, oh man, very lucky. If you guys don't know, it's a 5% chance to get it. So first you have to get an Imperial Steed, which is 5% chance, about 5-6% chance, depending on your mastery and whatnot. Then you have to hit another 5% chance to get the item from trading it in. So I think for me, I've traded in maybe 13 or 14 Imperial Steeds since the lantern came out. So like, we're not too deep into it yet. I mean, it's 1 out of 20, right? 1 out of 20 chance. So maybe 6 more Imperial Seeds, we might have it by now, surely. My grumpy old self likes that in BDO I can progress on my own schedule, even if my friends are busy and whatever. Yeah, it's nice that you can go at your own pace. You don't have to like follow the pace of, you know, let's say you're in a really high-end PvP guild in TNL, right? It felt like I always had to match their pace. I had to be at every world boss. I had to be at every guild with Nord War. There were times where, and I don't know if anybody in here was with me during my TNL days back in October, but they would be seeing me just rush opening my stream. I would just be starting stream. Everything's not ready. Everything's not ready because I had to attend like a world boss, or I had to attend like a world event. Like I would just be starting stream and not be like ready to be streaming. Right, because I was just rushing because I just got home from like errands or something like that, and just it was not a healthy relationship that I had with TNL. And again, it's I wouldn't say it's like TNL's fault for that. It's, I want to blame myself more so for that, because I did decide to sign up for a guild, like a high-end PvP guild, so that, you know, I can get the best gear. So I kind of signed myself up for having that kind of a relationship with the TNL. I can't deny how much fun I had though, but at the same time, it made me miss the dynamic of BDO, being able to go at your own pace. Hi Shiro, how are you? We're just grinding some Odins. Which treasure did you get first started on, Iris? Which treasure? I want to grind here for a bit, so it's when you want to stop. Okay. We can maybe go for like 1 more hour after this session, after this hour. And then take a break from the Odins. Should I put up a buy order of 1,000 BMCs? Well, you said you were getting like 40, right, at Izerhids. How much magical crystal shards do you need? How many crystal shards do you need? Because maybe by the time you need it, you would have grinded it out. Does that make sense? Because you still need to grind out your Kabuas, you still need to grind out your flame, right? So maybe by the time you need it, you might have grinded it out already. Does that make sense? So maybe wait on it? Or do you need like a lot of magical shards like right now? Hi, I hope that everyone is having a nice night tonight. Yo, Hiromi, hi. Hi, I'm an Awakening. I have a pen Black Star main hand, a pen offhand Kudum with 0 Kafris. Should I buy a pen Black Star offhand first, or buy another Black Star main to get Sovereign main hand? Which one should be the priority? What is the rest of your gear looking like, Forever Young? What is the rest of your gear looking like? Because right now I've actually been telling people, I don't know if you saw the stats, but the stats of the Sovereign offhand, they're insane, right? Forever Young, they're insane. The stats of the Sovereign offhand gives you like 13 to 15 sheet AP. So like, what I like to tell my viewers is always go for the upgrade that gives you the most amount of stats for the amount of silver you're spending, right? So a good way to calculate that, right, is let's say you have a Kaposha earring, right? You get 13 AP from a Kaposha earring, and you're trying to upgrade to a Tet Disto. Well, how much are you spending for that Tet Disto? Maybe let's make it out 10 bill, right? Let's make it an even 10 bill. So you're spending 10 bill for that 5 AP. So 10 divided by 5 is 2. So you're spending 2 bill per AP, right? And so does your choice that you're going to make, Forever Young, for the Sovereigns, is that going to give you a lot of stats for the amount of silver you're spending, right? So let's take the offhand, for example, right? Sovereign offhand. You're spending what? Like 200 bill for the offhand, right? Base Sovereign offhand. You need 2 pen Black Stars and 20k Kafris. And you're getting like 13 to 15 sheet AP, right? And so 200 bill divided by 13 to 15 sheet AP, and 13 to 15 because it ranges, right? Like, I don't know why what's the range even for? You know how like the pen Black Star offense like 33 to 35, you know what I mean? I'm like, maybe it's like RNG damage or something? I don't know. But yeah, you're getting like 13 to 15 sheet AP. Let's just say 15, right? That's the top end, right? So what is 200 bill divided by 15? I'm bad at math. I'm actually like blanking, guys. What the heck is 200 divided by 15? Is that like 12 bill? Is that like 12 bill? I don't know. 13? So you're spending 13 bill for 1 AP. Thank you, chat. Oh my god. I'm so bad at math. I'm so bad. So you're spending 13 bill for that 1 AP. Is that worth it for your next upgrade? Does that make sense? Is that like your cheapest next upgrade? If so, then yeah, then go for the offhand. But if not, then, you know, go for the other thing. So you have to do a little bit of math on your end. As you can see, I'm bad at math for everything. As you can see, I I can't even divide 200 by 15, okay? I can't even divide 200 by 15. So if you break it down like that, it makes it much more like understandable about like what route to take, you know, what path to take for your next upgrade, you know. I like the way you think by this approach. Thank you. Of course, yeah. If you have any other questions, I will be happy to help. How are you? Also, for anybody in YouTube chat that if I missed your message on YouTube, type !ping and that will get my attention, okay? Because I miss my YouTube chat. I miss reading YouTube chat all the time. So this time I caught you. This time I caught you. But the next time I might not catch you. Next time I might ignore you because I tend to miss my YouTube chat a lot. So Snowball Bubbles, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, are you the shy? Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. So I'm 310 AP without buffs. How do I hit caps at 310 AP spots? So you need, you know, a general food buff, church buff, villa. Do you have a furniture buff going? Do you have guild manners in console? I don't even know. Do you have guild manners in console? Because guild manners is a really convenient way to pop furniture buff because you can teleport to your guild manor from anywhere. And also, you know, crystals and consumables, of course. Crystals, consumables. What other factors for AP game? Class buffs, right? Class buffs, count class buffs as well. A lot of classes have their own like 20 AP buff, right? Or they have, what do you call it? The Z buff as well. Z buff is another 30 AP. So all of that adds up. So don't forget to have all of that add up. And then for Izrahid, I actually think Frenzy Draft to Corruption. I don't know if you have Harmony drafts, but Frenzy Draft to Corruption is probably more AP than a Harmony draft because you cannot utilize the Harmony drafts, you know, all the special attack damage on the, what do you call it? The leg, right? The only thing that matters is the crit damage, and you're also getting crit damage from the Frenzy Draft to Corruption. So I think Frenzy Draft to Corruption is actually more damage than a Harmony draft, specifically at Izrahid Highlands. For Perfume as well, Perfume of Courage is probably better than Deep Sea or something because, you know, again, no back attack. Hi, Skullfire, how are you? Oh my god, there he is, Icy Watcher. Remember I was like saying how you always kept dodging, you kept dodging gifted subs every time. There you go, you finally got one. You finally didn't dodge one. There you go. Thank you, Skullfire, for gifting a sub to Icy Watcher. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Smash. Now we gotta recover the 70 bill we spent yesterday. You got the Ojin? No, don't worry about it. It's my fault for wanting to make content. It's not your fault. You don't owe me anything, Skullfire. You gave us content, so I hope everybody enjoyed the content yesterday. Thanks to Skullfire. Suntuken, is that you, Suntuken? Oh my god, I miss you, Suntuken. How are you? How's Tremble? Is Tremble ever playing again? I miss Tremble too. How are you, Mr. Suntuken? Ah! What the heck? What the hell? Skullfire? Are you making me gamble again? Do I have to gamble again? Do I have to tap up another Pendebo? Please don't make me tap another Pendebo, please. Please don't make me tap another Pendebo. Let's make it a meme. I appreciate you, Skullfire. Thank you. I haven't talked to him in almost a year. Been busy. Been settling down. Settling down like how? Did you have a child without my consent by chance? Did you suddenly have a child without me? Have you still been playing BDO, Suntuken? Did you add the cron? Oh my god, I keep forgetting. Maybe we'll add it today, like after this grind. Well, so I don't forget. You're doing it. Oh, okay. That kind of settled down. Okay. That kind of settled down. Okay. Let's check in one of these. Let's get a JoJo out. Dude, you're slowly coming back. Did you I'm assuming you got your hammers, right? Your hammer codes and the 20,000 blue balls. You get anything good with your blue balls?
Adjust my camera. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You failed everything. No. No. How could this happen to me? I'm really excited for Savior. She might actually make me swap off Woosa. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until the next ball though. Usually that's how the... You know what was crazy? I remember somebody was like, oh, I can't believe we have to wait 6 months for Savior. That's wild. That's wild they're making us wait 6 months for Savior. I'm like, what? How is that wild? We've been getting 2 classes a year for the last however many... It's normal. That's not wild. That's like a normal pace of class releases. 2 classes per year. We've been getting 2 classes per year forever. I'm like, how is that a wild... Anyways. Male tamer win. I feel like Wukong has like very tamer vibes now, like with his bow staff. Well, it's not a bow staff, his power pole. I noticed some similarity in some of the abilities with it. Same thing with Hashishin. I noticed there's like some Hashishin skills, you know, kind of like, you know, the spinning his pole around. I'll ride that Halang. Excuse me. Excuse me. I think they will take 3 to 4 characters break from They do. Well, okay. They do make a lot of female characters, that's for sure. But I mean, they've alternated since, right? So after Dosa, they went to a female character, Deadeye, and then they went back to a male character, and now they're going back to a female character. So maybe they'll give us another male character after Savior, you know? Maybe a Necromancer, right? I feel like we've been talking about a Necromancer. They've been talking about a Necromancer for a while, right? That was like a mentioned thing like so long ago. And I feel like a lot of people are anticipating a Necromancer class in the future. And so maybe a male Necromancer right after Savior, you know? Surely. Did you mad one? No. I was saying how Wukong has like a Hashishin, like a similar Hashishin skill, like a... You know how like the Awakening Hashishin like spins his little 2 wind blades around his head, and it's like, oh, that looks like a Wukong skill, you know? They also talked about a dwarf character. Yeah, we might get a dwarf character. Dwarves are very prominent lore figures in BDO, right? We got Laffy Bedmountain, the Bedmountain brothers, right? We got Tren and Underfoe, right? We got all the blacksmiths, right? So a lot of the blacksmiths are dwarves. So like dwarves are like very prominent characters in the world of BDO, so I wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, it's PA, and PA likes to make K-pop stars. PA likes to make K-pop stars, so maybe we'll get a K-pop star dwarf. I don't know. Like the Dwarf's Apprentice is a K-pop star, you know what I mean? So I don't know. Is there a same even the key inputs? Oh really? Have you played a lot of Wukong, Deacon? Or are you still sticking with your hash? I would drop my main if they came out with a Necromancer. Yeah, I think a lot of people would love a Necromancer class in BDO. But how would you go about making it, Iris? Like okay, you said you would drop it for the Necromancer, but like what kind of vision do you have for the Necromancer? Because there's like different ways to go about a Necromancer, right? Because you know how like in Diablo 2, right? You got curses in Diablo 2. You got bone magic. You got poison magic, right? And then you got the classic summons, right? Like the skeleton summons. Would you want a specific archetype of a Necromancer? Something more focused on like physical attributes rather than more like summoning attributes. Used to play I've never played Guild Wars 2. Can you explain how the Necromancer works in Guild Wars 2? I think they tried Necromancer already. Sucknova exists and then was attempting it. Then they tried again with Suckdosa Shift F. Oh, with the Mist Soldiers. Hi, Jessica. How are you? How are you? I am doing well. I'm doing well. We are just grinding some Olins. Ooh, Debo. Guild Wars 2 Necro had a powered up form that you gain access by hitting enemies and enemies dying near you that basically gives you a second health bar. It would be kind of like Draconia. Oh. So using bodies as like a resource, hitting enemies and enemies dying near you that basically gives you a second health bar. Okay. So as like you're killing mobs, you're using the mobs as a resource. Okay. Okay, I like that. Sounds interesting. That sounds like an interesting, unique mechanic. Is using the mob's bodies as like a resource to cast abilities. Okay. Interesting. That's definitely a unique thing that we haven't seen in BDO before. So a corpse mechanic. A corpse mechanic in BDO. Blood waves or bone spears from corpses. Ooh. When the second bar fills, you enter a different state where you can't take damage temporarily and gain 5 extra skills. Ah. Have you ever played Diablo 3 by chance, Iris? Have you ever played Diablo 3? Because Diablo 3 had a skill from the wizard tree called Archon. And in Archon form, it basically replaced your entire skill bar with Archon abilities, and you transformed for a limited time. And so there was this Archon build where you would basically have a bunch of cooldown reduction, and you would utilize all of your abilities to reduce your cooldown on Archon so you could be in Archon form more often. And so I'm like thinking, is that similar to what you mean by like, you know, when you fill the bar, you would turn into a different kind of like form and then you would get different abilities? A plague doctor. Okay. So when I think of plague doctor in my like my thought process, right? When I'm in the thought process of plague doctor, it's like voodoo magic, right? It's like curses, hexes. Do you guys think that would fit in the world of BDO? Would you guys see a plague doctor? Maybe the plague doctor is also support as well, you know, because a doctor. Is a plague doctor a real doctor? Oh my god, Sir Merity, hi. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for using the ping. Yes. I would love a Necro who enhances his movement with spells or attacks with demons or skeletons as if they help the player, if that makes sense. Okay. With different demons. So you have like contracts, like demonic contracts or something. Demon magic. I don't know if I would... I don't know if like... Okay. Because you know, like the category of, because when I think of demons, right, I don't really think of necromancers. When I think of demons, I think more like, I don't know, like religious kind of stuff. When I think of demons, like it's really, maybe that's savior. Maybe savior is not a savior, you know, it's an anti-savior. it can make a contract with demons, you know? But yeah, that's what I think of when I think of demons is more so like religious kind of figures, whereas necromancers I always associate with life and death. I associate necromancers with the aspect of life and death more than like demons or something like that. You know? Yeah, warlock. Yeah, warlock would be more demons too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Seraphine class, like a singing class. Oh my god, what if they add Giafe to BDO? That's crazy. That'd be crazy. Giafe X BDO. Monka. I think it'd be cool to have a class where you choose one of the gods and goddesses from BDO and get attacks based on which one you choose. Ooh. Like Hadum and Sylvia, right? Sylvia from Camasylvia. Krogdalo, right? Isn't Krogdalo like the horse god or something like that? That'd be kind of cool. Zarka, the Lord of the Corruption. Is he a god? Isn't he a god or something? Oh, Elion, right? Elion's a god. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe that's Savior. Maybe Savior is like, you know, calling upon the different gods, right? The different gods to help her out. BG3 Warlock to the game. Imagine you just clear packs with Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast was really strong. One of my friends was building a Warlock warrior. Was it warrior? Fighter Warlock. So he would like I think it was like 2 or 3 levels into fighter, and then the rest he put into Warlock. So he can get Action Surge or something like that, because Action Surge was like really strong. I just exchanged all my glass bottles for keys instead of XP. That's a lot of keys. Only time I ever had a Warlock was for Hexblade. We will test your BG3 knowledge if you know why. I do know that hexes, you would target somebody's specific like attribute, right? And it would like lower their attribute towards that. Like you would gain an extra roll towards that or something like that. Like if you targeted somebody's charisma, right, with the hex, like you would put a charisma hex on it, right? Then your rolls would be like a little bit higher, or like they have lowered like saving rolls. Is that what is that what it was? Did I remember right? Because I remember my friend was doing that. He was like, oh yeah, wait, I'm gonna put a hex on him. Like I remember he would do that. Like I'm gonna put like this specific hex on him so your abilities will be effective more. Like if he puts like a you know, a wisdom hex on somebody, I would be able to use like hold person a lot easier on somebody. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? Or not? Or maybe I'm thinking something else. You can target any weapon binding to Warlock. Oh my god. Okay, he didn't sell that, but you know what he did? My friend was able to bind, you know those like steel watchers? Skullfire? He would like disarm the steel watcher, it would drop his weapon, and he would bind the sword to him so he could use it. And so he was basically walking around this big ass sword that did like crazy damage with the Steel Watcher's sword, because the Steel Watcher's sword had just significant base damage, but he could only use it when he had a Cloud Giant potion on, because it was so heavy. Like he needed the extra weight to like hold it. I remember that he was doing so much damage. But I could cast fireballs, so fireballs OP. Where are we grinding now? We're grinding in a place called Olin's Valley. It's a 3-man party spot. It's in Odalita. One turn Raphael fight. Oh man, did you do the arcane acuity trick with the furniture by chance, Skullfire? Because arcane acuity with like the furniture, because you so arcane acuity gave you like additional, what's it called, like stats, right, towards your like getting succeeding on like hitting things, right, your accuracy or whatever, right? And so you would like just hit furniture to like stack up your arcane acuity before the freaking battle. It was so freaking good. It was so freaking good. Gloomstalker? Oh, it was Gloomstalker the one with like stealth? Was that like the stealth crit build? Because I remember there was, okay, Skullfire, you have to know her, but she's so funny. I love this YouTuber. Her name is Morgana Evelyn. Do you know who Morgana Evelyn is? Because she makes these crazy Baldur's Gate like build content and stuff like that. I think she's moved on from Baldur's Gate, but I remember her being so prominent during the Baldur's Gate like era. It was so good. The Gloomstalker. And she would always be doing these crazy like solo honor runs. And she would be explaining these like interesting tricks where you could like kidnap the shop owners. You would kidnap the shop owners for this exploit, and then you would have like a shopping district. And her editing is so funny too. I don't know if she edits her videos herself, but it's like the editing is so good. You watch all her videos? Yeah. She's great. She has this like nonchalant kind of like doesn't take a crap kind of attitude whenever she's like doing her like voiceovers. It's so funny. I love her voiceovers. She's so funny. Default human. Yeah, she's always like simping also on shadow cute. She's always simping on shadow cute. Filter, I can show you here. 1 second. So I am running the warm filter with minus gamma at 50 and minus contrast at 25. And you too can achieve some aesthetic stuff. Hopefully you took a screenshot, because it's disappearing soon, okay? It's disappearing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah! And I never came back again. Hi, Michael. How are you today? Good luck on the grind. Thank you. I'm doing well. Ah! Whispering.
That is how we will taste something if you lick us.
Were we doing another hour, or are we finished? Restroom? Okay. This would be good as an opportunity to swap my crystals over. 1 more hour? Okay. Ah! What the hell? Tip of the day, guys. If you have the Krogdalo Sanctuary, whenever you take out your horse, you can whistle it right away to cancel its animation of like roaring, and then you can ride it right away. So you can get on your horse a little bit faster. And also you can keybind your whistle instead of clicking on the whistle. Keybind your whistle, keybind your whistle. It's called call land mount in the hotkeys section.
If anyone hasn't told you you're awesome today, they're doing something wrong. So stay awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. No, you're awesome, you know? Everyone's awesome. Thank you for being awesome. Exceeded the maximum capacity for the warehouse. What? Oh my god. Dolan's one gives so much like blackstones. It gave me I got 1200 black. Was that 1200 blackstones that hour? Oh frick. That was a lot of blackstones, man. I think that's more than Dolan's too. I felt bad about my song not working for you. Wait, it wasn't working. Which song? Skullfire, which song? Oh man. Oh no, you're good, Skullfire. That's it, you're good. I mean, it was only 10 bill.
_YTC her
Or like
says,
15 bill.
Lil J, how deep is your love? Deep as the black desert seas, I sigh _YTC her. With an endless tide of laughs, loyalty, and epic adventures. Nostalgic love for raccoons and gaming vibes always.
Yo. Had to swap stuff? Oh yeah, okay. Let me go grab some water too. I'll be right back. Water. Okay. I see water. Can you guys give little J some company? I'll be right back. You can ask him some stuff.
I sigh _YTC her says, Lil J, what class in BDO would you play and main? I totally rock a shy, tiny, mischievous, and full of unique vibes, just like me. With my musical cuteness and cheeky tricks, it's all about bringing that epic, cuddly energy to Black Desert. Fallen _Morningstar says, Little J, I lost my wife, kids and Hosu going for full December. I got only the 1st of December after so many taps. What do I do? Whoa, Fallen _Morningstar. Time to cool off on the gambling grind. Take a breather, chase some chill quests, and maybe sprinkle in a good luck dance. Maybe shift focus from gear to saving that virtual fam in your BDO life. Fallen_Morningstar says, Lil J, I accidentally woke up at 3 AM and hit my grandma in the face with a canoe and now I can't find my wallet. Whoa, what an adventurous night. Apologize to grandma with some heartfelt cuddles, then retrace your steps to find that wallet. Adventure level, Raccoon Chaos. Next time, save the canoeing for daylight. ISI_WATC her says, Lil J, I sharted, what should I do? Oh no, ISI_WATC her. Quick, scoot to the restroom for a wardrobe change. Accidents happen, no biggie. Just laugh it off, refresh, and return with that gaming spirit. We've got your back. Fallen_Morningstar says, Little J, what's a gear score? Oh, you know, I keep my G's on the down low, wouldn't want to embarrass anyone with my epic raccoon skills. But let's just say I'm geared up for the cutest and cheekiest adventures out there.
Okay, I'm back. Back. Ba-ba. Ba-ba.
ISI_WATC her says, Lil J, I can see her tiny butthole.
What?
Whoa, ISI_WATC her, eyes on the game,
I see.
not the fluff. Let's keep it PG, huh? Maybe focus on my epic
Eyes on the
antics
game.
instead.
See, watch it. Do you like My Chemical Romance? I do. Yes, I have some My Chemical Romance on the on my playlist. Does Raccoon have big kahuna like in Miyazaki anime? What do you mean by kahuna? Like, I don't think so. Does Lil J have a big kahuna? Hi Mesh, how are you? How's your day been? What are these questions you were asking, Lil J? Lil J, I accidentally woke up at 3 AM and hit my grandma in the face with a canoe, and now I can't find my wallet. Lil J, I accidentally woke up at 3. You just asked her. Jay, is your English your first language? Technically not, but it might as well be. I mean, I grew up in Canada, so, but it's not my first language. My first language is Tagalog. The Philippines, the Filipino language. But I grew up in Canada, so I don't really have a Filipino accent. Maybe I do. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. Oh, I debushed by accident. That's away. Hey Jay, just wondering, when I press shift space for mobility, how do I control it? I know I left click behind, but it's still hard to control. Are you in Succession or Awakening, Kenya? The control for it is mostly utilizing your camera movement to move around with it. Additionally, if you're in Awakening, you can use your dashes to dash out of it. You can use your shift movement to dash out of it. I would also start off your shift space, if you can, with first a dash as well, either sideways dash or forward dash. I like sideways dash so I can get around things faster. So like shift side, shift A into shift space like this, and then you move your camera around. And then you can use attack abilities to get out of it. So let's say you shift space, you can do this. You can shift space into shift Q to like cancel into Stormfall, you know? So you can engage in that way as well. Or ADLB, lateral soul cleanse. You can do you can dash into lateral soul cleanse to cancel out of it into lateral soul cleanse, and then continue with something like holding E for River's End. So it's a very flexible butterfly step. Thanks, of course. Yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know.
Fallen underscore Morningstar says,
Will just scare me.
given one skill of your choice from Dota to take to the real world, what would you take and why? I'd choose the wizard's teleport. Zip around like bloop bloop, talk about convenience. Beat traffic and time wasting, all while feeling like a mystical raccoon whiz. Plus, surprise guest appearances. Legendary.
There you go, wizard's teleport. Is that an actual character in Dota 2? Or in oh wait. I was like, what? Wait, did he say Dota or oh, it's BDO? I don't know why I heard Dota for some reason. What the heck? What the hell?
ISI underscore YTC her says, Lil J, do you know about the tragic story of Cambodian Thai princess? Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj, the legend of epic
Nicki
proportions
Minaj?
and a touch of unexpected comedy. A tall tale blending royalty and cheeky humor. Details?
Is that right?
Hazy, but laughter timeless.
Nicki Minaj. I don't want to spam Lil J, but he's fun to talk to. You're good. I'm so sorry. You're good. I mean, there's not, I'm not really, like, let's say there's a question in chat, right? Then maybe it would be, you know, better for Lil J to take a break. But if there's nothing happening, you know, no worries. Ammoniel, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I would take Kaleidoscope Twirl 200% into reality. I think I have to agree with Lil J here about the teleport. Teleport sounds really convenient to take into the real world. What is this meme? Nicki Minaj is Nicki Minaj secretly the reincarnated who who made that?
Can you catch my tail?
Woosa guide is a work of art in your gameplay, and that guy convinced you to play Woosa and give it a good crack. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sure if you've been playing the game for a while, Ammoniel, right? You've probably heard that Woosa is not really in the meta right now. But despite that, she's like a really fun and special. Like, I feel like she's such a special class, and it feels really bad when a lot of people just dismiss classes that are not in the meta just because they're not in the meta, right? And so hopefully my guide, I was able to show people how special of a class she is. I love this class so much. And give her a try. Give this class a try. So if I was able to convince at least one person to give this class a try, even if they don't continue to play it, then I've done my job, you know? and I'm happy. Oh, we lost a friend. That friend exploded. Oh, you got sent to town? Let me... I compass you. I compass you. Gave you a compass. Come back. Come back. Worst thing is that you have fun with the class, even if it's not meta. Yes. I find the pattern of people able to continue and have fun and progress in the game better than people who just play the class for the meta. I find that people tend to not burn out as fast, etc., etc., and they progress people than the people who just try to play for the meta.
Says, design a new character for DPLS. Introducing Raccoon Knight.
Let me repop my
fluffy,
elixir for you.
dual-wielding tiny swords. Special skills, trash toss for chaos, and nimble dash for dodge finesse.
The Raccoon Knight.
Mix of cute and combat ready.
True.
Level up your adventure with stealthy sass.
There we go. Lil J knows what the next class is. Aren't you scared of going melee range to mobs? I always feel like I get hit hard. Kind of hard to attack is no. Her mobility kit is one of the best once you understand her movement, and she has a lot of defensive capabilities and HP recovery in her kit to, if she does take damage. So SE recovers 120 HP per hit. Shift E recovers 500 HP per hit on the last hit, and you can still use Segunja Plum to recover 100 HP per hit. So you have a lot of HP recovery in her kit. And so the thing is timing. Watch my position carefully when you're watching my gameplay, Kenya. I'm always trying to position in a way that I am in a safe position, right? So here I'm iframing, right? I'm using forward guards, iframing, and repositioning always to stay safe, right? And getting the back attacks with the Blooming Death. And so I'm moving around. Do you see how fast I'm moving? Like, your mobility kit with this class is insane. So once you get really good with the movement, like, she's very versatile in melee. Of course, like, she is a ranged class, so in like PvP I try to stay fairly ranged, but in PvE, like, everything's telegraphed, right? For the most part, a lot of attacks are telegraphed, so you can prepare ahead of time. Like, I know with the back of my mind, right? Like, with the back of my hand, like, what attacks the golems are gonna do, and so I can just move accordingly. I don't have to think about it. I mean, for the most part, I'm just focusing on chat here, right? I'm not really like looking to and thinking about what buttons I'm pressing. My fingers are just moving on their own, right? And that's kind of where you want to be at, right? That's how you know you spend enough time in the class, when you can distract yourself, when your focus is on something else and your buttons just keep moving. Your fingers just move on the buttons on their own, so. I'm still having a great time with Megu since I started playing her a few days ago. Let's go. Megu's a great class. My sister. Megu's definitely a great class. I think if Woosa did not exist, I would be playing Megu, if I have to be honest. If Megu was the only one out of the two sisters, I would be a Megu main. But since Woosa exists, I'm a Woosa main. I feel like I need a month of Awakening Woosa to see if Awakening is as good as they say. If Woosa did not exist, I would be a Meiwa main. Oh. A Meiwa. What do you like about Meiwa? Fallen Moonstar. I've never really been like, it's never really been on my radar for Awakening Meiwa. Like, when I saw Awakening Meiwa, I'm like, I moved on. I swiped right, like, was it swipe left, swipe right? Like, I swiped away. I just when I saw it, I was like, I'm moving on. What's like the appeal for you? Can you convince me to try Awakening Meiwa? Speak to me as if you're trying to convince me to play it. What's the appeal? So you know what classes are really good at Dark Seasons that are not Wizard Widget? I'm trying to learn it on console. I've always seen really good numbers from like Awakening Dosa. Striker here, I don't know if you've seen Awakening Dosa, and he's also pretty easy. Are you looking for also another easy class to play there as well? Actually, a really good person to look at for upkeeping on like more meta classes, if that's what you're looking for, Striker Hero, is Candia. Candia always like posts really high quality grinding videos and doing like really great numbers with meta classes if you're looking for that. Also, there's nothing wrong with choosing the meta too, guys. Like as much as like, you know, meta's a thing, and like, you know, there's that stigma with meta, like, oh, don't be meta chaser or whatnot, right? There's also nothing wrong with choosing the meta if that's how you like to play the game, right? So Candia, so to spell Candia, it's Quendya, Quendya. And if you just look at any of his Dark Seeker videos, you'll see him like performing some really great numbers on certain classes, and maybe those gameplays from those classes can pique your interest.
I'll do your stupid effing flip. Yeah, here you go, Chad. Here you go. Here's your flip. Are you happy? Are you not entertained on the flip now?
Does anyone own a VR headset? I was wanting to get one a while back, but they were kind of expensive. They were kind of on the expensive side. Style, speed, and costumes. Okay, okay. The style. Very good to know. Thanks. 2 questions. Low stamina, bad for Woosa. I feel like I shifted a few times. That's it. When out of combat, how do I always get back into Awakening stance? So lateral soul cleanse is probably the easiest way to get back into Awakening stance. Lateral soul cleanse is AD RMB. As for stamina, stamina management on Awakening Woosa is actually fairly good. I always feel like I never run out of stamina with this class. And it helps that I'm positioning well. I feel like if you position any well with a lot of classes, like your stamina should not be too big of an issue in PvE, right? So in PvP, that's like a different story, right? Obviously in PvP, you have to move a lot more. But in PvE, as long as you're positioning correctly, then you should not really have to worry too much about stamina. So if my advice for you, Kenya, if you're having trouble with stamina, is learn your movement abilities. Develop the muscle memory for your movement abilities, so you just instinctively move to the correct position. And when you are in the correct position, you don't have to move, right? It's so a good example is, let's say this golem is about to smack me in the face. I already know that if he moves his shoulder 2 inches to the left, he's going to use this specific shoulder attack, right? He's going to smack me with his shoulder. And so I already know I'm going to have to move around him, right? So I don't have to think about it. I just have to go around, right? And then because I'm already around him, he'll turn around, but I'm already behind him as he turns around right here. See? So I'm around him, right? So I'm already like in the right position, so I don't have to worry about stamina, right? And here, right, I use Blooming Death to get the back attack from far away, right? And then a position around. So once you learn all of the movement abilities, you have Lateral Soul Cleanse for sideways movement, you have Nether Strike for forward movement, you have Perilous Waltz for backwards movement, right? So all of those extra damages add up as you're repositioning each time. Oh my god, I didn't have my loot scroll up. No, I forgot to turn on my loot scroll. No. How long have I been grinding without a loot scroll? No. Thanks again, of course, Kenya, of course. Again, any questions, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help any people who are trying to be Woosa enjoyers. We love Woosa enjoyers. Question, when other console players come, you're friendly, but when it's me, you cringe and look away, and when you talk to me, so no one knows you're talking to me? What do you mean? Bye, please. What do you mean? I thought we see each other. Bye, please. I thought we see each other, Pipe Please. What the heck? A VR headset is way too expensive for you. Oh, yeah, it's like, isn't it like 600 or 700 bucks? Enough. Am I really gonna have to go full 90k aggros without a single Kabua? Well, aggros doesn't increase your drop rate. Fine. It increases your trash quantity, right? So the aggros is not really helping you get your Kabuas. It's just helping you get more like trash quantity. I can't find the ADVgg Links quest. It is I don't know if there's a prerequisite, but it's a Arethal in Odalita. I would open the map and show you. Hold on here. Right here. Arethal. It's like northeast of Olin's Valley. I'm pretty sure that's the person that gives it to you. You went to her? Can you press O and double check if all of your quests are open? Again, also, I don't know if there's any prerequisites to it. So if you can't see it from her, there's probably a prerequisite. Talk to your Black Spirit, actually. Maybe it starts with the Black Spirit and tells you to go to her. That's the only thing I can think of. Is maybe it's a Black Spirit quest. Do you know what the quest is called? You could try to look it up on BDO Codex, and then it will tell you the requirements for it. Did you finish Odalita? Is Odalita questline a prerequisite for it? I don't even know. But when I had picked it up, Skullfire, I just talked to her and then she gave it to me. So like, and I usually do all my quests, and so maybe she had a prerequisite quest or something. It's more surprised that I can grind 4 hours without a Kabua drop, like a fragment or like a full one. I mean, RNG be RNG sometimes, right? RNG be RNG. If people are like, you know, pitying things, right? If people are one-tapping things, there's like a spectrum, right? Spectrum of lucky and unlucky. Of course, the possibility of being super unlucky is always a thing. Your friends call you Skull? Okay, I'll call you Skull as well. Because you're my friend, right? Truly. No full drop? A full drop artifact? I mean, in 4 hours? That seems normal. If you're, like, if it was a fragment, I would be like, oh yeah, that's unlucky. But if it's a full artifact, then that makes sense. Because that's 100 fragments, right? So, how many fragments are you getting per hour? Right? How much on average is it to get 100 fragments? Then you can kind of sort of equate the drop of the full artifact as 100 full fragments, right? And to expect 100 fragments to drop in 4 hours, that's 25 per hour. I mean, that's a lot. I've actually never gotten a full Dekia's Lantern drop from Dekia Olins 2. And I have like 6 extra Olin merchant pieces from Olin's Valley. 4 of them which were from Olins 2. And I'm like, oh, how am I getting more merchant ring pieces than full Dekia lanterns from Dekia Olins 2? A 400% expect something. Do you know how the drop rate works, Fallen Morningstar? For like so let's say a draw, like something is worth it's like a, I don't know, it's a let's say it's a 10% drop rate, right? And so if you have 400% more drop rate, that's times, okay, so 100% more drop rate is times 2, right? 200% more drop rate is times 3. 300% more drop rate is times 4, and 400% more drop rate is times 5, right? So if you had something that had like 0.001% chance, then it would be 0.0005%. You know what I mean? And so if the Kabua drop rate, so max cap is 300%, right? For regularly, right? And then there's ways to get to 400% if, you know, if you're grinding on Arsha, if you have a castle buff, you have other things, right? Drop rate buff from Sangoon, right? And so going from 0.004% to 0.0005% is still low, you know? So it's like, it's not that much more than 300% drop rate, because a lot of people can reach 300% drop rate, right? Like majority of people are going to be capping at 300%, right? So 100% more than that is like not that much more. You know what I mean? It's more, but it's not that much more. So I don't know what the exact drop rate of the artifact is, but it's just, you know, 100% more than 3%, and most people have 3%, right? So that's how it works. Hi, Unspoken. How are you? How's your progression been? Did you get anything good from your boxes from our dungeon run from yesterday? How are you? That's my last in the case. If the game wanted me to work for it, now's the time. Man, I had so many boxes. I don't know where I got everything, but I got a bunch of stuff. Progression. I got my Tuvala weapons. Let's go. Let's go. So there is a currency tab. Do you know about the currency tab, Unspoken? Because a lot of currency that used to be tokens was like put into the currency tab. It's on the top right. It's like a little chest. It's like a little chest on the top right of the screen. And then you should have gotten a bunch of Dekima tokens, and you can trade that in for like a lot of memory fragments if you need memory fragments. Oh, also, have you done the event quests as well? Because you can press O, click new, and you can see all the current event quests. And the event quests, that's at Termin Beach, and you can get like a free costume, like a summer costume from the event. I haven't like exchanged yet, but it's like Coco. I think it's the Coco outfit for females. And the Coco outfit is actually pretty good, because not only does it look good, it actually gives you some movement speed in the water. I think you get like 60% movement speed in water, so you can swim a little bit faster and you look good. Will there be more obscure ways to ignore the caps like there is now? For example, stacking demi-human to go above caps? Yes. So, there is an item, there's a weapon that gives you more demi-human damage. Zafin, do you know about that method? Besides demi-human stuff? So there's something called for Woosa, it's called the Ein Swallowtail Fan. And it gives you 35 species damage to demi-humans. And that's like one of the ways people like to, like go above it. But I personally would not go for it now, because they're changing the way caps work with species damage, right? It's not going to go over cap anymore because they're raising all the caps, and all caps will be at 5% as well. If you go over the cap, everything is worth only 5% now, and species damage just won't go over the cap. So I would not invest in species damage right now, because they're changing everything in the next couple weeks. So no. There's going to be no ways to go over the cap, if that's what you're wondering. Yeah, they're not removing the caps, they're just raising them. So for example, I think for Olins it's like 1300 is the cap or something like that, but it's only 70% cap, right? So AP is still like valuable above. It's worth 70%. So if you had 100 AP above 1300, like 1400 AP, it would still be worth 70 out of 100, right? So you would have 1370 AP. But they're probably raising Olins to like, I don't know, like 1600 or 1700. So because we're getting like 400 more monster AP, right? So I would not worry about it too much. I would look into it after the changes happen, not before the changes happen, because we don't know the exact details of everything. Right? We don't know all the AP caps yet. They've shown us examples of it, right? With DSR having an AP cap of like 1400 or something like that, right? But we don't know all of the spots yet. So I would wait until we get the changes before looking into how to optimize. And it would be very straightforward, to be honest. Just get more AP, right? It won't be anything like obscure. I think they just want to make it more straightforward because the iron weapons are very like nobody really uses iron weapons anymore except for very, very obscure places, right? Like trolls. The best thing is not to jump to too many conclusions. It's because I think that a lot of people are trying to prepare ahead of time, and there's nothing wrong with preparing ahead of time, but at the same time, like this is like something we don't know for sure yet. So it's hard to prepare for something that we don't know the details to. They're taking trolls away. It makes me sick. What do you mean they're taking trolls away?
System
taking trolls away.
Nadonia just raided us with a
Nadonia,
party
thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god.
Let's give him a warm welcome. Nadonia and the Awesomate, welcome to Raccoon Land. Gear up for fun with a side of cheeky mischief.
Hi
Thanks
Nadonia, how
for
are
joining
you?
our epic
Welcome.
adventure.
Welcome ready from Nidonia's stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon. We're just grinding some Olins. They're upping it to like 1250 for troll. Well, how is that deleting trolls? Wait, what? How is that deleting trolls? That's like more AP than what we're gonna have right now, actually. That's gonna make killing trolls faster if they raise the AP to 1250. I don't understand how it's deleting trolls. Could be nice if you are able to get, let's say, 1300 AP at a spot, and focus on a percentage damage light zones or comfy or PvE DR for comfy grinds. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have so much AP post changes, right? And so then we don't have to like focus too much on like maximizing our AP over the cap, because I feel like that's been the strategy these days, right? Is we would run species damage to go over the cap, but now we can just run more comfy stuff, right? Like in Orzekia, I wouldn't feel bad about. I mean, obviously I'm not reaching the cap in Orzekia, but like other spots like Olin's Valley actually has a pretty low AP cap, right? It's like for Dolan's one, it's like 1,000 or something like that. Is it better to use hammer on Tet or armor or pen offhand? I think pen offhand because it gives a little bit more value. Additionally, the aggres for weapons for offhand, for all of them actually, it's down to 15 taps now. So you're getting more value in terms of aggres essence as well, like the pity. So I would utilize your J hammer for the pen offhand over a Tet armor. You need like 340 AP for it, from like 310. I'm like 1050 at 330 shoot AP, so I can't even grind trolls as good as I used to. I think we're jumping to conclusion. That's what I mean by jumping to conclusions, Fallen. We don't know the exact details of how they're going to be adjusting, like how fast we kill things, right? We don't know the details yet. So I would wait. I would be patient and wait until all the numbers and how we feel about the grinds change after the changes, because right now we're assuming everything's the same except like the numbers, right? But maybe they'll adjust the stats of the monsters, right, to account for all of the other changes, right? So let's not like jump to conclusions. This is what I mean by jumping to conclusions. Let's wait, please. Let's not assume anything yet, okay? Whatever we see numbers wise is numbers, right? what we feel in game is how we're gonna feel about it, right? So like theoretics is whatever, right? But the most important is practical, right? For when it comes to grinding, right? We see numbers. Like numbers can be like, what do you call it? You know, like some people compare numbers a lot, right? Like, and I'm like, don't worry about other people's numbers, guys. If somebody makes like more trash than you, that doesn't matter. The only numbers that matter is your trash, right? Because if you can see your numbers improving, that means you're getting better, right? Look, worrying about somebody else's numbers doesn't matter. It's like numbers are whatever, right? People fudge their numbers all the time. Don't worry about the numbers until it actually like comes out, okay? You're assuming you're going to grind worse, Fallen, right? You're assuming you're going to grind worse with the AP, right? But we don't know if Trolls is going to change, right? They might make some changes last minute. Again, like it's still, they just showed us it's Global Labs. Global Labs changes all the time as well, right? They like one like there's a lot of class changes that just never came or that was removed from the changes from Global Labs. So let's wait until it actually comes out on live servers before we start assuming that we're going to grind worse after changes, okay? Great to Little J, you're right. Well, I hope I'm right. I hope that everybody is feeling better about the number changes because they're changing these numbers for a reason, right? And that reason is probably to help us grind better, right? We're not going to grind worse. Like that would be stupid if they made the numbers to be grinded worse, you know? Like power creep is important. We're not going backwards in power creep, okay? They're not gonna make us grind worse after the AP scaling changes. That would be kind of weird, champ. What light do you think will be good after the changes? Still AoE and a back attack. Okay. Idana. Did you guys see Idana is coming out with some new lightstones? So, hey, August 6th, August 7th, August 6th, we might get some new combinations. But I did see there were some new lightstones. I don't know if they're just upgrades of our current lightstones. We don't know. But maybe those new lightstones will be the new meta for the stuff. We'll see. Same thing with Karazad crystals. I think the Karazad crystals that we saw are just upgrades, right? We saw like fancy Karazad crystals, so shadows are out of the market, really? How much are they? Not on NA at least. They're still about 100. I'm just happy they're addressing the random one-taps that happens from time to time at high-end spots. Oh, like getting killed? Like when you say one-tap, like getting one-shot? Definitely hurts to lose your crystal. Especially if you lose some of your more expensive crystals. How many crafters are you? I am 16897. And I don't know if we have any more spirit dust. And we have about 2500 spirit dust. Jay, when you grind Orzechia, sell some void Okrads to the market, please. Easy 3 bill. Is it better to craft the 3 bill crystals or sell the void crystals? Because I've kind of just been selling the void crystals instead of like crafting them up. Do you get more value if you like craft them up? Rotsmato, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We're just finishing up this hour of Olins here. If you make it, you sell it, you get more. Oh, really? Okay. I guess I should be. I've been just putting it on the market, so maybe I should up them. Oops. $30 void gems is 500 mil? Wait, what? I thought they were like 50 mil each. Isn't 30 times 50 like 1500? Like 1.5 bill? I'm bad at math, but I'm not that bad at math. Icy Watcher. I might be bad at math, Icy Watcher, but I'm not that bad at math. Your words. Even I know that 30 times 3 times 5 is 15, okay? Just Goral? It was a Goral moment, yeah. It becomes not worth it if you want to buy the base crystal. Oh. How much are the base crystals anyways? Crads. Okay, so it takes 300 light stones, 30 gem of voids, 500 black stones, and 1 glorious. 1 glorious is 360. No, I'm too bad at math to like count everything. I'm sure somebody. Fallen's got it, right? You're good at math, right, Fallen? Right? You're good at math. I can't be bothered. I think I'm just gonna keep putting them on the market. I can't do the math. My math hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. What are we calculating? The raw materials to craft the crystal of void Okrads. So you need like 500 black stones, you need 300 magical light stones, you need 30 gem of voids, you need a glorious Okrad. Destruction? Is destruction more expensive? It's the same. Oh my god, there's 45 on the market. Is that the play, making destruction crystals? For profit? Ah, okay. Do you get extra void crystals from doing Elezra? I think so, right? Or is it just Debos? Do you just get Debos? Maybe it's Orzaki I'm thinking about. Gallantry is the only bottleneck. Yeah, for if you need to do PvP. That's always been really weird for me. Fallen is that the main way to get this really OP, like really meta PvE crystal, you have to do PvP to do it. Well, you don't have to do it. You could buy it, but like to get the material, it's PvP oriented, which always felt a little bit interesting. Ooh, Debo. Change. Debo. Screenshot mode grinding is the way to go. Gamba. Screenshot grinding. I love screenshot grinding. Everything looks so fancy. Did I get rickrolled in another language? Yes. Dude, I love the Rickroll song. People hate on it, but like, it's a good song. Should I increase the volume? Is that good? I raised it by 2 dBs. Do I need more than 1? Do I need more than 2 dBs? The volume is good. Sensitive to noise. Like, volume is good now or before? Turn it up to 11. 11. How about you tell me like how much dB to turn up by? Like +1, +2, +3. You didn't get the meme? No, I'm so sorry, Skull. Is that like a turn down for what kind of thing meme? You know the turn down for what meme? Make sure you guys turn down for what. You guys remember that meme? You guys remember the turn down for what meme? Oh my god. No? Okay, I see Watcher. Okay. Old Sag. Ooh, I can't wait to tell you guys the story time after this hour. Stick around, guys. I'll be doing a little bit of a story time. Story time after this hour. I think we got about is that 15 minutes? Tea time? Not tea, not tea. Not tea, not tea. I also want to use this opportunity to practice storytelling too. Because whenever I hear, because I love listening to storytime videos, and they always like do it like like, you know, they present it really well. Like the delivery is really well. So I want to get good at like delivering. So this is like one of the reasons is that if me wanting to do a story time is because I want to work on my delivery, because sometimes my delivery is a little bit, you know, it's a little, it needs a bit of work sometimes. The delivery is not delivering. Yeah. The delivery is not, you know, skip the dishes, you know. It's not an Uber Eats moment, you know what I mean? This is what I mean, guys. It's not delivering. It's not it's not delivering like a baby, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's not anyways, child, anyways. I like learning about the war between Valencia and Calphion that made both cities rich. Lore. I mean, if you're looking for lore, I know Verdict does a lot of lore videos on the BDOs. But my story time has nothing to do with BDO. It's kind of like, oh, I don't know if it's considered like true crime, but it happened. It happened in history. Maybe it's a history story. Get some snacks? Yeah. 15 minutes, guys. Story time. Ooh. And you're free at this unit? Okay. Okay, adding the emote real quick. Sign in, continue with Twitch. Add to emotes, confirm. What? What? Cron what? Is it cute? You mean did you make that? Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. I see, Watcher. I didn't even realize it was you. Sheesh. You're getting better at making emotes. Let's go. Yeah, because I feel like your previous emotes, they're like a little bit hard to see, right? But if you make the features just like really like up close, it's like much more identifiable, you know? Hey Jay, Woosa Wigan, what do you think? What do you recommend to get when collecting free pen Tet Black Stars? I feel like it's a very straightforward answer. Is if you're awakening, pick up the pen awakening, and then pick up the Tet main hand, and then I also have pen black. Oh, you have a pen main hand Ranger Bow Black Star you made years ago before you quit. Oh, you're wanting to exchange it? I want to exchange it. If so, you could probably exchange it to the main hand pen and then pick up the pen awakening and then pick up the Tet Black Star with the box with the free Tet Black Star. Do you have exchange coupons, Kenya? Because they should have given out some at the Heidel Ball. Oh my god, this freaking Afawaru. It fell down. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I'm dying. There we go. Recover HP. I did not position very well there. I'm not sure what to do with it because I heard you need 10 2-pen black stars for the new weapon thing. I have weapon exchange coupons. Oh, so you're wanting to make an offhand first, right? I think you should only make the offhand once you have triple pen black star. Like if you have triple pen black star main, awakening, and offhand, then I would go for the sovereign. But if you don't have any yet, then focus on your main priority weapons, right? Because the extra sheet AP is only valuable post 310. And I think from the context of our conversations, you're probably not post 310 AP yet. So I don't think you should worry about the sovereign offhand yet until you situate your weapons first with triple pen black star, right? So I would exchange the ranger pen main hand to the Woosa one, pick up the free pen black star from the awakening one, and then pick up the Tet black star from the free Tet black star offhand for the Woosa awakening. So then you should have at this point double pen black star, main and awakening, and then Tet offhand, right? And then the sovereign offhand will only really matter after 310 because you don't get any extra AP after. Oh, it's only after 310 before you get the extra AP. So don't worry too much about your sovereigns yet until you have triple pen black star. Additionally, I don't know if you've done Deck Tuvala, the Deck Tuvala system. Deck Tuvala system will allow you to craft a pen black star very cheap. And so that might be one of the ways you acquire an extra one to make your sovereigns with. And also take one step at a time too. Don't try to do too many things at once as well when you're progressing. At least for me, that works for me, is that focusing on one thing at a time. Because if you try to if you try to spread yourself too thin, you might overwhelm yourself. And if you overwhelm yourself, you're gonna burn yourself out. So don't work towards too many things at the same time. Just focus on a few things at a time or one thing at a time. That should help with your progression a lot. And keeps you focused too. I feel like having less things to focus on helps you focus much better on completing the current goal you have, you know? Hydrate, oh my god, true. Okay, thank you for the reminder. I only notice when I'm parched until it's too late. Why is that a thing? How come you only notice you're thirsty when you're thirsty? When it's too late? How'd you get all that HP regen earlier? So there's a lot of different things to give you some HP regen. I mean, your potions are probably the best thing. Potions give you 500 HP every 2 seconds. SE, right? Blooming Death recovers 120 HP per hit, this one. SE. And then again, Shift E heals you. And then in Pre-Awakening, SLMB in Pre-Awakening. And shy unless you avoid heal. Yeah. You can avoid the shy heals. Yeah. If you iframe, if you PvE iframe. 6 clips of your advice and time to edit and learn. Wait, you're editing my advice? What do you mean you're editing my advice? Yeah, you can always ask me questions off stream as well if I'm not streaming. And then you can have like a paper trail, like a Discord trail to reference over. Are you taking notes? Oh, very studious. I mean, if that works for you, I mean, all the power to you. I think, is this the last golem? I wasn't really looking at my boofs. I think so. I think it's based on my deep sea. There's 3 minutes left. This might be the last golem. Do you feeling like a college lecturer at the moment? Me. A college lecturer. Professor J. That's Dr. Mr. Professor to you. We could do one more golem. Unless they want to stop here. I'm gonna go back to the Tungrad. Well, I want to tell my story time, and I can. It's hard for me to do story time if I'm Ati grinding. Story time, story time. You know what this song reminds me of? It reminds me of Megan Trainor's song where she was like singing, I think it's like I'm Gonna Lose You or something like that with John Legend. It has like the same vibe. GG's. Okay, let's head back to town. I'm stuck in a rock. A rock. Bum, bum, bum. Ah. Okay. Bit of a stretch. So thanks for the hour. You were the shy. Yes, I did notice your name match. Thank you for having the same name too, Snowball Bubbles. Because it's a pet peeve of mine when people have different names for like every different platform. Because I had a friend like that. He had a different Steam name, different Discord name, different in-game name, different like family name, different like everything. I was like, how do I know it's you? Hooray! Dun, 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 dun. You made this name when you were 6 years old. Oh, you stuck with it ever since? Damn. That's a long time. Are you shading me? No. Not specifically you, Icy Watcher. Your boyfriend watches. Your boyfriend watches me? Who's your boyfriend? Who's your boyfriend? Odelita. Short killer 211. He's a shot killer. Retired. Oh, retired siege. I haven't done siege in so long. I feel like it's been a year since I did siege. Holy. I do like how BDO doesn't like force you to do certain content to progress in the game, you know? You can do whatever you want. You can PvE, PvP, life skill, and you can get the best gear. Of course, like participating in those has their own benefits, of course, but it doesn't really lock you out of wanting to get the best gear. Yeah, let's go swap these over. And also, let's get ready for our story time as well. Oh. Actually, let's start doing our finger exercises. We just grind for 2 hours, so I haven't done it for today yet. So let's go do our finger exercises. I want to do this every time we stream, guys. And I want this, like, this is for both you and me, okay? It's not just for me. It's for both you and me, okay? We need to take care of our fingers. You got 5. Let's go. I only got 2. But I'm happy with 2. If I get 1 per hour, that's enough for me. Okay. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. RNG's RNG. You know, I've been playing this game for a long time, so I know how RNG works sometimes. Okay, finger exercise.
By just shaking up your fingers.
Shake your fingers.
This feels especially good if you've been sitting and
shaking
clicking
time.
The mouse all day. And do this
Shake
for
them up.
10 to 20 seconds. Just join me on this one.
It's just a 5-minute exercise. Join us. Follow along. Fingers.
Okay. Afterwards, make fists and
make fists.
open your fingers explosively. Come on, keep it up.
Why did you over D1? I was so confused at first because you've only done D2.
And really focus on
Chaos here, Mike here is not like
this,
geared enough
really
to do
press into the fist
to do Dolan's 2. So I think Dolan's 1 is more appropriate for our group. Yeah.
Okay, next exercise.
Because I'm sure if you've done D2, you know the dynamic, right? You need to reach a DPS check with the golem. Right, during Misty. You need to beat the Misty DPS phase. Otherwise, you're going to have a rough time at Dolan's 2, right? Because the golem's just going to be up for so long, and it's going to mess up the hearts. Right, the heart timings, because you want to kill the heart before the next golem arrives. And if you don't have enough DPS, it's going to mess up all that timing. And so it's just
keep it up.
It's a rough time.
Okay, next exercise. Spread your fingers, and then just make a fist with the tips.
But Dolan's 1, I'm sure you've seen, right? Dolan's 1 is still really good. right? You can get a lot of debos. I got like you get like 1,200 black stones per hour. You get about 120 Caphras
Keep
per
it
hour,
up.
250
Don't
dust.
slow
Like
down,
it's still
even if
really
it
good,
burns.
and we're still making like good trash, like
You will
5,000
get
to 6,000
stronger with
trash,
time.
right? That's 500-600 mil just in trash, and then you get the debos on top of that. Like it's not a bad spot,
Almost
you know.
finished. Okay, and now shake
It's
your
not that
hands
bad,
again.
and it's much easier than. Well, I wouldn't say
And
it's
if you
like
have
much
weak hands, like
easier.
I said,
Obviously,
you
Toland's 2
should
becomes
feel a good
super
burn
easy
with
once
bombs,
you have enough
but that's
DPS.
okay.
But if you're not
As I
good
said
enough,
earlier,
it
this prevents
becomes one of
injuries,
the
and
more
you will be
annoying
able
spots to grind if
game
you cannot beat
longer
the
or
timings,
work
right?
on the
The
computer
DPS
longer.
checks.
And this prevents
Whereas Olin's one does
all
not have a
kinds
DPS
of
check. It just hits hard,
long-term
you know.
injuries that you can get.
It just hits hard.
Okay, so next exercise, make your hands like this, and now you extend the index finger, and now you switch the fingers. Don't take this literally, please. And then you go to these two. Your little pinky finger presses the third finger up. This again, and this again. This is called the walking extensors. This is really hard. If in the beginning this doesn't work, just do your best, okay? Just do this as best as you can and really focus on the fingers here. This is good for finger
I raised the music
flexibility.
volume earlier. Is
This
it
is
is
good,
it still okay on the volume for music,
for your agility in the finger?
or should I turn it back
also good
down?
for the different
'Cause I remember
muscles.
someone earlier was saying that they
And
have
if you can
sensitive
do this
ears.
quickly, do
I don't
this
want to
quickly.
blast their ears.
Just do your speed.
This one's hard. I am getting better at this one. This exercise. Have your thumbs out, guys. If you don't have your
Okay.
thumbs out for that part, it's,
Last
you're not doing it right.
exercise, we're going to make a fist. Hold this. And then after 5 to 10 seconds,
Make sure there's
stretch.
tension. Do you see how his
Hold this.
hands have tension? Don't just like flop
And after
flop
5
your
to 10
hands open
seconds, again,
and make
fist.
like a fist. You need to squeeze.
And hold the tension here. And repeat.
I see Watcher.
And again, make a fist. One last time. And spread for the last time.
Right spread.
Okay, now for the last exercise, it's a stretching exercise. Grab your fingers, extend your arms, and just stretch those buggers. This should really feel really good right now. And as I said earlier, you can do this routine every 1 or 2 hours that you game or sit on the computer. If that's too much for you, do it
I used to
one
do in
time
this
at the end
gym
of the
class a lot.
day.
This
You
is
will
like a very
benefit
common exercise.
from it, even if you only do it once after you've played on the computer for the whole day or worked on the computer for the
So when
whole
you're
day.
stretching here,
Okay,
make
so
sure you're
please do it. You
feeling
will benefit
the
from it.
stretch,
And
okay?
the other arm as well.
Don't make it like hurt too much, but like it hurts a little bit, but that's how you know it's working, right? When
Almost
you
done here.
feel the
This
stretch.
should be good.
And you'll get better over time. Don't worry.
And that's it.
That's it.
I hope.
Perfect. That's it, guys. At this point, if it's your like first time doing this, you should notice a significant mobility boost with your finger. Like it's much easier to move your fingers now. I promise. Like immediate effect. It's crazy. Immediate. Especially that last motion, the last movement. That was good. Okay, let's head over to Tongrad's and get the storytime notes out. I made some notes. You're gonna try to set your falling armor, Ice Watcher? Good luck, good luck. Okay, I don't know how the story time is gonna go, so I'm like, do I interrupt my story time to answer questions about gear stuff, you know, or like BDO stuff? It might interrupt the flow of the story. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, is this illegal? No, I told you no. Wait, we got another hammer, right? You'll get it later? Yeah, surely, right? Surely. Hey, I mean, since... Okay, after story time, let's use our hammer too. Let's use our hammer too after story time. Content! Ooh. Okay, let me get my notes out. Ba, ba, ba. Story notes. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hey, ooh. Okay. I think that should work there. Like this. And then fix our elixirs here. Looks like somebody's here. So let's swap service. And then let's check if there's a drop rate buff on this server, surely. Oh, I guess maybe the red buff will be much more useful post changes. Since we get some extra monster AP. Oh, looks like someone's here. I see somebody's horse. Did someone queue this up, or was this just in my playlist? I can't remember. It is in my playlist. Wait, no. It is already. What the? The RuneScape songs. Oh, it looks like somebody's here. Let's see. Surely nobody's on this channel, right? Okay, it looks like this channel is free. Okay. And then let's just grab a house buff real quick. Discovered that my recent guild was the reason I kind of feel empty and dull towards the game. I left it, look for a better one. Where can I find a group to have fun with? Like finding a new guild, Icy Watcher. You could try looking towards the different discords in the official discords. I think they might have some recruitment channels there. I mean, the world chat is also like a gamble. World chat's a bit gamble. What kind of dynamic are you looking for? Just like casual PvE, PvP? Because then you might want to take that into consideration as well for like, you know, what kind of content you want to do in the game. PvE, Node War sieges, and grind groups, guild bosses, all that. Well, I feel like PvP kind of like narrows it down, Node Wars and sieges. So you'd probably want to find a Node War PvP guild, and then hopefully they also do all the other content. Put in a good word for me. Let me join family. I'm not in the family guild. If you're talking about like the family guild, I'm not in that guild. I can't put in the word for you, a good word for you, if I'm not in that guild. Not enough. Where are you? I'm in a guild called Nest. It's just a very casual PvE guild. We don't do anything like crazy. Nothing crazy. Wait. Oh my god. It looked like there was no check mark on the thing. Was it? What the heck? I don't know how to speak German, Skullfire. Can you speak English for me? Okay. I think we're ready to start the story time. Are you guys ready for story time? Okay. Wearing my Roach Woosa outfit, feeling good. If you see a Discord request from Kenkan, it's me. Ah. Did you send a friend request to me right now? I see you. Accept. There you go. Okay, guys. Okay, let's start off with the setting. I'm gonna start off with the setting, okay? Here's the setting. Okay, hopefully I can grind while I have my notes out here. It's a little bit it's a little bit weird having my notes out while I'm like grinding because I gotta constantly look over. Maybe I like dock it in a window or something. Get some music for story time? What kind of okay, this story time is more like it's not like a scary story time, it's more like a little bit of a tragic story time. I'm grinding too, of course, yeah, I gotta grind too, yeah. What kind of ambient music would fit like more of like a tragic one? A tragedy. Oh my god, I got my pets. I gotta have my pets out here. Play Nosphere? Is that on Spotify? Nosphere? You got the song going? What is this? This is Nosphere? Okay. I don't know if it's a good one to have the story time with. We're ready. What's this? On the nature of daylight. The music's kind of quiet. Should I raise the sound? Okay. Is that good? Is that a good volume? Let me lower the sound in game too. Should we just have this one song and repeat? I keep delaying the story time. I'm so sorry. The blue ball is getting out of hand now. What blue ball? Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I'm so bad at story time. Okay, here we go. Story time, guys. Okay. So, okay, let me move my notes over here. Maybe it'll be easier. You got this? Oh my gosh. Okay, my notes are like, I'm trying to play at the same time looking at my notes, but it is like I'm starting to type in my notes as I'm grinding. So I'm like, what the frick? How do I... Okay, hopefully it doesn't like mess it up while I'm grinding. Need to stop grinding. Well, I want to show you like pictures as well, and I can't like stop in the middle because you know how like I stop all the time, right? Like I like talk about something and I stop all the time to just add. You know, you guys make me click on things and stuff like that. It's like hard for me to do while I'm in a party grind. But if I'm just solo grinding, then it's a lot easier for me to just step to the side, right? I step to the side all the time when I'm solo grinding. Okay, fallen one star. Okay, let me remove this thing here. Please start the movie. Okay, okay. I think I've got it now. I just have it on my side window here. Let me just have it a little bit closer because it's hard for me to like read at the same time. Maybe I just have it on my third window here. Ugh. I should have thought about this beforehand. I'm so sorry. What is this? The cat. I'm so sorry, Skullfight. Okay, okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so Mino is shuffling through the children's clothing racks, and you know, she feels this little tug on her skirt. She's asking her son, "Okay, yeah, what is it, sweetie? Do you need something?" There's no response. So, you know, Mino, the mother of the son, pulls away from the clothes and she looks at her son, right? He's like 6 years old at this point, and his eyes are bulging out of his head. He looks petrified, like there's something wrong. And this little kid says, "Oh no, we've got to go home right now," right? And his mom says like, "Why? What's wrong? Do you have to go potty? Like, I'll be done in 10 minutes. Can you hold it?" You know? And the son's like, "No, the ajashi says that we need to leave now." This happened in Korea, by the way. And ajashi kind of means like middle-aged man, right? So the mom looks around. There's definitely nobody near them, right? They're in this like luxury shopping mall. There's definitely not a middle-aged man around this like children's section, right? All the employees at they're young women at this children's store, right? And so she's confused. She's like, "What ajashi are you talking about? Like, I just need to grab a few more things. Can you hold it?" Right? And the son looks at her mom again and says, "The ajashi right there just told me to leave. The one right there, hugging that cashier. It's on her back, right?" He's pointing to the air. There's nobody there, right? And so like the mom's like, "What the heck? Are you sure you saw an ajashi? Like, what did he look like?" Right? The mom keeps saying the son keeps saying that he's bleeding and he keeps trying to hug the cashier later, and mom at this point is like, "Ugh, like I'm gonna keep going." And like she starts ignoring his son because like he's probably bored, right? He's probably bored and starts making things up. So that's what he's thinking, right? Because they're in this fancy luxury shopping mall. Probably wanted to go to his toy store instead. Maybe he wanted to go home. Maybe he wanted to watch TV, right? And this mall is known for luxury, right? This mall is known for like it's regular to see coats going for thousands of dollars, table tea sets going for like $8,000, $9,000. People dress up to go to this mall, to this establishment. There definitely wasn't any middle-aged bleeding men trying to hug cashiers, right? It's not just that type of place, right? But these were kind of like rumors or like bad omens or like urban legends, right? that would float around Korean culture even to this day. Rumors about how children saw bloody men clutching onto the backs of employees, right? Warning them to stay away from the mall. Maybe they should have listened, because very soon, over 500 people would die in this mall. June 29th, South Korea. It's almost peak summertime, right? Every single person that walked into the mall, they said the same thing. Why is it so hot? Why is it so hot? You know, a lot of people were coming to the mall to avoid the heat. There's usually these massive indoor malls. They blast the AC, right? You walk in, you feel that cold air smack your face on the way in. Not today, right? The mall was more humid, more clammy than the outside. It was so hot, it was difficult to breathe inside the mall. The AC was broken. They're profusely sweating, apologizing to the customers, saying, sorry, the AC is broken, but I'm sure it's going to be turn on. It's going to turn on back on any second now, right? And despite all the heat, about 1,000 people were inside that mall when the whole thing came crumbling down. And everyone had 20 seconds to get out of the mall. That's all they got. That's all they got. 20 seconds is about the length of the Happy Birthday song, right? If you had 20 seconds, do you think you could go from the inside of a changing room, inside of a store, get out of the store, down the hall to the emergency staircase, down the stairs to the ground floor, right? Definitely not in 20 seconds. So Peter, he was maknae at his job. Maknae means he's the youngest of the group, of the people that he was working with, right? And which is why all of his colleagues were, you know, they took it easy on him when he was pouting about and whining about how hot the day was, right? Like he said, it's not fair. We work at a restaurant on the 5th floor. The AC's broken. All the other restaurants on this floor are closed. Why are we open? Right? Why are we the only one? On top of that, I mean, do customers really want to eat right now? It's so hot. So he keeps trying to keep himself busy, right? His mind off of the heat. When the head chef runs out from the kitchen screaming, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, right? So Peter's like, okay, give me a second. I just need to finish organizing this up, right? The chef runs to Peter, grabs his arm and says, you idiot, I said run. And then Peter, he looks up and sees these people booking it to the emergency staircase, right? He has no idea what's going on. He just knows that they're all running. And as he's running, one by one, the lights on the ceiling, they're shattering. It's getting darker and darker, and Peter would have 20 seconds to make it out alive. Jenny, another employee at the mall, she worked in the basement level of the mall at a home goods shop, which basically sold like furniture, decorations, home decor. And that day, she took her break early because it was so hot. I mean, she felt like that all day. If she moved fast, if she even thought fast, she would break into a sweat, right? It was that hot. So she tried to move slowly, reserve this energy. She had to fight every intrusive thought that she had to not walk out of the store and just quit that day and never look back. That's how hot it was, right? Now she's finished her break. As she's walking to the store, her manager starts running towards her, screaming, turn around, run, run. The last thing Jenny remembers were the shards of glass and concrete pieces flying at her. She didn't understand what was happening, just that everything looked as if a bomb exploded in the shop where she worked at. And Jenny would have 20 seconds to make it out alive. Sarah, 19 years old. She just graduated from high school and now she's working at one of these high-end children's clothing shops. This shop was located at the basement level of the mall where the air always feels a little too still and only the light comes from the overhead fluorescents, right? But on this day, she wasn't even supposed to be working. Her colleague called her and was like, hey, can you switch shifts with me? And so she did. She was coming back from her lunch break when she felt like something was strange. There was this cold wind and it felt really nice because you know, the AC was out all day, right? But why was there a cold wind? Right? They're on the basement level floor. There's no exterior doors that could open to let in a breeze. It was a strong breeze too. And the AC wasn't back on. Suddenly the lights started shattering and everything was going dark. And Sarah would only have 20 seconds to make it out alive. Michael, 21 years old. He actually started working at one of the shoe stores of the mall. He was studying architecture, right? But he just needed to make a little extra money on the side. He was on the shift when all the shoe racks started falling over. And as he started walking out of the shop, the floor beneath him started crumbling and he fell down. He didn't even have 20 seconds to run. And nothing registered with him. When he woke back up, everything was pitch black. He was laying on the cold concrete floor. He was basically boxed in by concrete. He couldn't move an inch. He just had to lay there in fetal position, having no idea what just happened. There was no light, no food, no water. He tried to kind of push up against the jagged concrete, but he was worried that any sort of movement would cause the concrete to pierce him or crush him, right? The air supply was so stale and dusty, and the panic starts to kick in. He's getting like claustrophobia, right? And suddenly he starts hearing a woman scream, and she's screaming, "Save me, save me." And he said he felt kind of happy that he wasn't alone. So he starts screaming back, "Hello? I'm here. Where are you?" There were now two voices responding back to him. So one was Lisa, a 25-year-old woman that worked in the kitchenware shop, also on the basement floor, and as well as an unidentified Ajima, right? Ajima means older, like woman in Korean, and they were all trapped. The Ajima could barely talk because she was being actively squashed by the concrete. So the two, Michael and the other kitchen worker, Lisa, they tried to help her not panic. Right, and so that she's not gonna like hyperventilate or something, because there's no way for her to even take a deep breath of air. The Ajima wanted to say something despite the situation and said that in these small, quiet breaths, "My daughter, she's turning 30 this weekend. I wanted to get her a birthday present at the mall." And there was this lingering silence because it's a reminder for both Michael and Lisa that they also had people they wanted to see again. And Michael feels these tears coming down his face, and he says, "Then let's get out alive." And the three promised each other. Sometime after some time passed, Michael and the others, they kept falling asleep. And they kept coming to.
The Leaf-san just raided
Leaf-san,
us with a party
yo.
of 46. Let's give him a warm welcome.
This is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean.
The Leaf-san and Fabulous 46, welcome to the
Hi,
wild
Leaf-san, how are you?
rave. Let's
Welcome everyone
spice
from
up the
Leaf-san.
party with fun and sparks.
I know you hate me, but
Let's make it unforgettable.
Hi, Lee-san. Welcome everybody from Lee-san's stream. My name is Jamie Favorite Animals.Kun, and we're doing a bit of a story time video right now. Or not video, but just like I'm just telling a little bit story of what happened in Korea. There's this mall that like came crashing down. And so hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome everybody from Lee-san's stream. If you guys don't know Lee-san, he is another amazing video content creator. Ninja main, if you want to learn ninja. Also Waigu main now. So if you guys have any questions, he can probably answer you. And also Lee-san, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything, don't let me keep you out. Leaf wants to really? Sure. Are you sure? You're gonna eat and walk the dog? All right, I'll see you later. I'll continue with my story time. Okay, so again, some time had passed, and Michael and the others they kept falling asleep, coming to, and then falling asleep again. It was hard to even engage how long they had been in there. Michael asked the others, "Hello, are you both still there? How long have we been here?" Lisa responded back, "I think a day or two. I don't know, maybe it feels like a week." "Ajima, are you okay?" Silence. And then they started panicking. "Ajima, you have to wake up. You gotta wake up. Your daughter just turned 30. Don't you want to see her?" And Michael would never hear her voice again. She was gone. And she would never get the chance to give her daughter the birthday gift. You know? Not long after, Lisa, the 25-year-old kitchen worker, called out for Michael and said, "Michael, please tell my family I love them." And he also never heard from her again. Michael said after that, the fear of death, it had never been so strong. Like he could almost taste it. It gripped his entire being. He said it's very hard to explain. He said he never felt anything like that before. He was all alone. The other two that were with him, like he didn't know if they were still alive or dead, but he felt like it was only a matter of time until he also passed away. A slow, agonizing wait. He started feeling delusional from the anxiety, the hunger, and then all of a sudden, he just felt so thirsty. He didn't even feel scared anymore. All he could do was think about water. Water. It's like he was going crazy. And then right at that time, someone answered his prayers. Something happened. While he was feeling delusional and delirious, water started dripping onto his head. He didn't even know if he was dreaming. He genuinely thought he was hallucinating, like, you know, like when you're seeing imaginary lakes in the hot desert, like, kind of trope, you keep walking towards it, but it's not really there. He thought it was that. And he started drinking the water. And as he tried to quench his thirst, he grabbed some nearby cardboard boxes and wetted them so that it could be easier to rip apart into small pieces, and started eating the cardboard because he was so desperate to just have something to fill his stomach. Now, side note, the water that he's drinking and that he's wetting the paper with, it's not fresh water. No, it's not even tap water. It had gone through layers of concrete and dust and rust, and that's if there's no dead bodies on top of him, right? It was very risky water, but he had no choice. And that's what he would do for the next 11 days. That's almost 2 full weeks in silence, alone, in the dark, drinking disgusting water and eating wet cardboard. He had no idea that on the other side of all of these layers of concrete and twisted metal, that there were thousands of people trying to save him, trying to save the people that were trapped under this building. All hell had broken loose. This was happening on a random Tuesday afternoon. There were commuters, office workers, and families driving near the wall, out walking on the streets. They hear this crazy, almost deafening noise, and suddenly the entire shopping mall, one of the most iconic buildings at the time, because it's like this salmon pink color. It's called the famous Sampung Mall. You can look it up on Google. And it's just pancaked, right? The mall was 20 stories tall. Now looked like a 1-story building, a pile of rubble. It wasn't even like an avalanche, because you know how like an avalanche is like sloped, right? It like starts like, falling at an angle. No, it just literally like fell like a pancake, like a souffle that wasn't cooked right. It just like, bonk, bonk. It happened so fast that 1 second the building was standing up tall, totally fine. The next second it's on the ground. The first thing on everyone's mind, North Korea. We're under attack. There's full blown like chaos and war. North Korea is attacking us. So a lot of people are running away from the building because they don't know if North Korea is going to attack another building. But a lot of people were running towards the building, trying to help anyone they could. And there was like a group of like this, they described them as zombies because their faces and their hair, their whole body was white, like powder white, like someone just like threw bags of flour on them, right? We know it's like the concrete powder or dust and stuff like that, right? Even their eyelashes were white. There was so much sand and rubble and cement particles in the air that anyone within 80 feet from the radius was covered in white powder. So at this point, breaking news, right? Playing on every single TV station and network saying that Sampung department store had just collapsed. There are estimated 1,000 people inside at the time of the collapse, and as of right now, investigators do not know the cause of the attack. There is speculation that this could be the work of a terrorist attack by North Korea. Hundreds of ambulances, fire trucks, they rushed to the scene, about 4,000 official personnel. These personnel were like, you're talking firefighters, police officers, soldiers. They start arriving at the scene. They bring in helicopters, cranes, heavy machinery, and the whole situation was really tricky. There's 2 main issues that the rescuers are confronted with. So the first being the left and right edges of the building have not collapsed. It's like someone cut out just the 2 edges of the cake, right? And then they just squashed the middle of the cake. But the sides are now standing and they're starting to tip each way, right? They're starting to fall over. If this falls, more people are going to die. It's like a domino waiting to topple over. It seems like a strong gust of wind could just push it over. And the second problem was, even though they have all this heavy machinery, right? We've got forklifts, cranes, helicopters. None of it could be used, right? The experienced rescuers pointed out, if we use this equipment and we're not precise, if there's someone underneath a piece of concrete, the machine could easily squash them. Or let's say you're trying to pick up a piece of concrete. We could literally rip somebody in half. And so the stakes were really high. The rescuers said, I mean, people are going to die if we don't do this, right? So the only way to save people is to just go in by hand and pray that the edges of the building would not collapse. It would be a miracle if anyone survived, but they had to at least try. And so once they got to work, they said they noticed so many mannequin parts, like arms and legs and torsos that were under the rubble. It's to be expected, right? There's a lot of clothing stores and mannequins to display the clothing, right? But once they lifted layers of the concrete, sometimes they couldn't tell that if it was going to be a mannequin or a dead body, right? Before Michael was trapped, there was a security guard who was alone doing his rounds. And he was nervous. You know, there's cameras everywhere, big, massive gates, and they're closed at night. No one ever tries to break in on these, you know, top department stores in Seoul, right? But it's still 3 a.m. And the empty building, it's kind of creepy, right? All the mannequins are practically glowing under the dim lights. Every step, it sounded like someone was walking behind him. And as he's walking through this newly renovated hallway, he hears this groan. It's like one of those like fantasy movies where they have monsters or dragons that are groaning. It did not sound human. It was like hissing. And he freezes. There's no alarm sounding, so it can't be a robber. And there's not again, it's not a human noise. It sounded like it was coming from the top floor, right? Like some sort of like grinding of concrete or something like that, right? Earlier I mentioned the building is 20 stories high, right? Because it's one of those fancy department stores. Each level, you're talking about 30-foot ceilings. So double, maybe even triple the regular standard ceilings of a mall. And he's running up to the 5th floor. So it took him a while. It was a workout, you know? And he looks up and he sees all the restaurants that are closed. And at first glance, everything seems normal, right? Like they're all closed, nobody's here, and there's no shadowy figures, anything like that. And then he sees a bright moonlight reflecting off the glass walls of the restaurant. He's like, oh, that's weird. Where's this light coming from? Right? He looks up. There's a huge gaping hole, like a sinkhole, like in the ceiling. It looked like a giant had taken a bite out of the building, right? And this happened the night before the collapse. If you ask any Korean person if they had a time machine, what would be the first thing they do with the time machine, right? An overwhelming majority of the Korean population would say, I would go and buy up all the land in Gangnam, right? So 50 years ago, if you purchased land in the city of Gangnam, it was like, oh, so Gangnam is like the Beverly Hills of Korea, by the way. So it's like the Upper East Side of South Korea. And you would be part, right? If you purchased land in Gangnam, you would be part of South Korea's ultra elite today. But how would you even know to do that, right? And so 50 years ago, too, Gangnam was not a fabulous place, right? It was kind of a dangerous place. Gangnam is south of the Han River in Seoul. And so back then, people only lived like above the river. Nobody would go to below the river, right? Anything below was not considered classy, right? Somehow, this businessman by the name of June, this influential rich businessman, he worked in the South Korean government. He had ties to the American CIA, so he owned this massive construction company because he was focused on, like, you know, doubling his business every year, which is insane, because to double your business every year, he mainly did this by buying up land that was underdeveloped. And so he would like start flipping it, right? He would flip the land, right? And he would buy undesirable places in Gangnam. Since he worked in the South Korean government, he would get word that the government wants to develop certain places like Gangnam or this area of Seoul, and he would just go buy a ton of land. And most of the time, he would just flip it back and sell it to the government at an inflated price. But he was going in when Gangnam Real Estate was selling it for less than $6 per square foot, right? That means if you bought about 1,500 square feet of land, so back then that would be about $10,000, right? Today, that same piece of land for 1,500 feet would be costing $1.5 million after inflation, right? So June, with his insider information, since he worked, you know, with the government, right, he bought over 2 million square feet of land in Gangnam back when it was dirt cheap. But he's like, you know what? Why would I sell this back? I should just develop it. You know, I should do something. There's new fancy schools coming into Gangnam. Like some colleagues were coming in. We've got private schools coming. Gangnam is kind of known for like the new money area. The old money Koreans actually still live above the river. In Gangnam, you've got all the lawyers, doctors, the professionals moving in. So he's like, I need to make a department store. Because what do new money residents like? They like labels. They want to show you that they have money. They want to show off. But back in the day, Korean stores were mostly utilitarian. So utilitarian meaning you go in, you buy what you need, right? You go in, you need like you're running out of soap, you buy soap. You know, you're running out of like this, you buy it, right? But June was like, I'm gonna make it super aesthetic. You know, I want it to look like a one-stop shop. I want them to come. I mean, I want them to attend like it's a social event, you know? They eat dinner, there's fancy restaurants. There's a fancy supermarket. He wants everything in there, right? So he gets this construction company called Woosa Construction. Apparently they got a very clean reputation. They're still like very popular today, right? In modern today. A lot of people like vouch for their durability, right? If you see new apartments in Korea, it's probably made by Woosa Construction, right? So people really like it. So June tells the Woosa Construction, I want a 4-story building. They're like, okay. Yeah, they start drawing up plans and they start building it. And halfway through, they've got the main foundation up, right? June walks into their office, sits down, and then's like, let's add another floor. Let's make it 5 stories. Better number, right? 4 is a bad number. 5 is good, you know? Woo-sung looks at him and like, are you dumb? Are you an idiot? You can't just add another floor after we just started building foundation. That's not how it works. If you want another floor, we have to start over. We have to bulldoze down everything and start over. If you want to add another floor without altering the current plans, it's going to be compromised. So June gets up and says, okay, well then you're fired. And he goes and hires a new construction team, one that has a very hard time saying no because it's his own construction team. He acts like he's like the construction engineer, the architect, right? So if you say no to him, you're fired and potentially blacklisted from the industry. So they made him they made his ultimate dream come true. His team built the Sampung department store. It was the second biggest department store in Korea at the time, the nation at the time, and it would bring in insane amounts of money. The first year they were open, they were projected to do about $150 million in revenue. That's calculated with inflation, by the way. The second year, they doubled, 300 million in revenue. Sampung department store was built with the intention so that you don't have to go anywhere. You just go there. That's everything you need, right? Everything is in these 2 buildings. There's building A and building B, and they're connected on each floor by these long hallways. Building A was the mall. The 5th floor would have all these fancy sit-down restaurants. You can meet up with your friends before you go shopping. And the 4th floor, luxury households, fancy wine glasses. 3rd floor, men's clothing. 2nd floor, women's clothing. 1st floor, foreign and imported goods like cosmetics and stuff like that. Now, there's 4 basement levels, B2 to B4. They're more like for storage, like garage stuff, like you would park your car there, right? Machine rooms, parking spaces. B1 is kind of open to the public, right? So a lot of Korean malls have supermarkets on the basement level. They also have cheaper food courts in the basement. So more like they're more like food stands, right? So B1 is open to the public, and there's always a lot of customers and workers shuffling in and out of that floor. Now, building B is more commercial real estate. So you've got office buildings, you have a gym, but that's about it. There's not a lot of traffic, not a lot of aesthetics. It looks like just your office plaza, right? So what's wrong with it? Well, here's what's wrong with it. The escalators. Most buildings, there's 2 escalators per floor. And that's like going up, like 2 going up and 2 going down, right? Especially big malls, right? So like it's more so for people can go up and down the escalators and manage traffic. Like, you would think that, right? It's, you know, more like circulation of people going up and down. That's what you would think, right? But that's not actually the main reason that you should have 2 escalators, right? It's because it helps distribute the weight better, making it much safer. And when the construction team was about to install the 2 escalators, June was like, that's expensive. I just need 1, right? So he kept just putting 1 escalator on each of the floors of this 5-story building. Now, in massive buildings, especially commercial buildings, there's these giant rods in the middle of the open space, right? They're big, load-bearing columns. They're there to hold the weight, right, of the huge building. So if you walk into your local mall, you're probably going to see this giant round column. It's drywalled, right? So it looks pretty. You don't see all like the steel rods, right? You're like, oh, why is this here? It's blocking my view. I can't see all the stores, right? It's there to hold the weight, right? Because there's no way you can fit this massive room and just have 4 walls, right? That's not how architecture works, right? Well, the original plan was to have 31-inch thick columns. There's supposed to be 16 steel rods supporting the weight. And June said, I don't like big columns, right? I want us to be able to see the merchandise. Why do we need 16 steel rods? Let's just do 8, right? He knew this was a bad idea. He knew this was dangerous, but it saved him money, so he was all aboard. And he said, you know what? It's fine. The columns are strong, but they're not, you know, especially when you take out half the steel rods, right? It's like half the skeleton of the column is now gone. But the biggest hazard of this whole building was the 5th floor. The 5th floor should not have even existed. This building was not designed to hold the weight of another floor. Remember, the first construction company originally planned for only 4 floors before June fired them midway. That extra floor is an additional 25% of the overall weight added, if not more, right? That's huge. At first, he told his team, it's going to be a roller skating rink, which honestly would have made it a lot safer because there's less traffic, not as much furniture. But instead, you know what makes more money? Restaurants. Restaurants are insanely heavy. You got commercial ovens. You got commercial walk-in freezers. You got industrial-sized refrigerators. Lots of water, right? Lots of water is heavy. Restaurants are also more densely packed than a roller skating rink, right? The entire weight distribution and calculations were going off the walls. You know those big Amazon delivery trucks, right? Well, imagine, okay, the weight of the 5th floor was about 100 of those delivery trucks. Imagine parking 100 of those delivery trucks on the floor, on the roof, where it should not be, right? That's just the 5th floor, and that's not it as well. He wanted to do heated floors for the 5th building, which added another 2,400 tons of weight just for heated floors. On top of that, it's not over, guys. It's not over. There's even more. So the roof of the 5th floor building on building A, there were these giant AC cooling towers, right? They weighed 87 tons each. There's 3 of them. So a total that, so okay, to visualize, imagine stacking 2 houses on top of a roof mall that's already unstable. This is crazy, right? Now, here's where things go really wrong on the roof. So firstly, the AC towers on this specific floor, it's a death wish. The vibrations that the AC creates, it further destabilizes the building's foundation, right? That's what causes the cracks, the vibrations, the movement. And so from the get-go, like the opening day of the mall, they could already start seeing the red flags, right? The vibrations and the weight of the heavy AC cooling towers, they were causing water leaks on the 5th floor, right? And again, it keeps going, right? It doesn't stop, okay? The AC towers were also facing nearby apartment buildings. All the residents of the apartment buildings were filing complaints about the noise. And with the complaints, June was forced to move the AC towers to the other side. Now, to do something like that safely, right? What do? You call in industry professionals, right? Industrial cranes. You've got a ton of professionals on site to make sure it's done safely and securely. But that's too pricey, you know? So June said that's too expensive. Let's just get a couple of dollies, you know? So they just like drag it over. Which, if you guys know what dollies are, they're kind of like little, I guess they're like forklifts. And so they basically dragged it over. And if you see the pictures of the roof of opening year, there's cracks all over due to the terrible relocation method. Again, they just dragged it over instead of properly like lifting it and then playing it down. Now, here's something a little bit unexpected. One of the first stores, a bookstore that opened up inside the mall, actually contributed to a good majority of the collapse. So books are heavy, right? And Korean books were especially heavy because I guess it's like the way they formulate the paper. They add like stone powder or something like that. I guess it makes it more durable or something like that, right? So a year and a half after opening, the bookstore would be relocated from the 2nd floor of the mall down to the basement because that bookstore was causing so much damage to the building from the sheer weight of the books and the shitty construction, right? And there were so many cracks on the 2nd floor that it was bending the 2nd floor. The floor was tilted where the bookstore was. The entire building started to lean just a little bit, and nobody said or did anything 20 seconds was all it take for the entire building to crumble. Not a single part of this rescue was easy. End of June in South Korea is typically a rainy season, right? The rain was pouring down on the rescue efforts, right? It was just this massive inconvenience, right? The first 16 hours of the rescue efforts, only 5 people were rescued. So there was some progress, but there were still hundreds and hundreds of people that were unaccounted for, right? And the rescuers were non-stop running, sprinting from place to place, right? They're crawling inside of holes that are already unstable. They're shimmying themselves through the collapsed basement level, squeezing past these broken shards of glass beams, and they're shining their flashlights into whatever nook and cranny they could find, screaming to see if anybody survived. They would dig these holes the size of a kitchen sink and start crawling in there just because they wanted to save people, right? The families, members of the missing and the victims, they all gathered. They tried to help random civilians that had no family members in there. Retired doctors grabbed their white coats and went to local hospitals because there was too many people coming in. A ton of ajumas, which means like middle-aged women, right, who were too old to dig, they would cook for the thousands of rescuers every single day. But ultimately, the morale for the rescue team was fading. They're working themselves to the edge physically and mentally every single day, and all they're getting is bad news. Another body after another body after another body. 10 days passed. And do you guys know the rule of 3? If you don't, let me explain. So the rule of 3, it's like 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, and you'll die. It had been 10 days. No food, no water, limited oxygen, and potentially injuries on top of that. The rescuers thought, okay, maybe it's time to go from rescue to recovery. The faster the better, because July is peak monsoon season. The rain is only going to get worse. We gotta go. People said you could smell rotting corpses, even if you were blocks away from the site. They started bringing in heavy machinery. The chief of the people all asked the family members who were still present at the site, hey, try to phone your loved ones. They can't hear anyone, but maybe we can hear their phones. And so all of them start standing around with their cell phones, calling their missing loved ones, and they're trying to listen, but they can't hear a single thing. On top of that, on the 11th day, a rescuer, he blinked and he scrambled. He grabbed his flashlight on the back of his pocket and flashed into a hole and said, "Hello, is anyone there?" He pulled up his ear against the hole, and you know who responded? Michael. Michael responded back, "Yes, I'm here. He's still alive." Everyone starts swarming. They had to penetrate an extra 4 feet of thick reinforced concrete to get to him. He was out at 8:30 a.m., 230 hours after the collapse. He was carried out on a stretcher, and he waved to the cameras. Volunteer workers, they're all cheering, they're clapping. I mean, this was the victory they needed. Like, if Michael survived, there could be others. Meanwhile, Lisa, the kitchen worker that was with Michael, thought she was going to die. For the past few days, the concrete was on top of her face, coming closer and closer. She's so thirsty. 2.5 days in, she's so thirsty. At this point, she can't even think about anything but her thirst, and water starts flowing, right? She takes a sip, and she immediately coughs it out. She had disgusting, dusty ass, crusty ass, rusty ass water coming in, okay? She had no idea how many days had passed. All she knew was she was starting to hallucinate. The part of her legs that felt trapped, she felt like her legs were floating at one point when it wasn't. She was losing her mind. And the next thing she knew, she hears a voice. Stop, do you hear something? Around 2 p.m. on the 13th day, a rescuer saw her foot and yelled, "Hey, if you're alive, move your feet." Lisa tried to wiggle her toes, but she didn't know if it was wiggling because she lost sensation a long time ago. The rescuer clawed through the cement by hand, and Lisa just remembered thinking, "They found my body." Rather than thinking, "I'm saved," she just thought, "I don't care if I die right now, because at least they found my body, so my mom will know." Right? TJRM0166, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. After 285 hours, Lisa was rescued. On the 15th day, another woman, Sammy, she was trapped in a small pocket of air in a children's clothing section. Sammy would be the last survivor found in the rubble. South Korea did try to bring the morale up of the country and the three survivors. So Michael and Elisa and Sammy almost became these like beacons of hope for the people. Michael was seen as this national hero because they took a photo of him like waving on a stretcher after he got, saved. And Lisa, the one who survived 13 days, she made headlines because she was pulled out of there and she kept making jokes. Like nobody knew if they should keep laughing or not, because she was like jokingly complaining like, oh my god, why did you guys rescue me so fast? I could have stayed there for a few more days. Let me go back, and people thought it was such a positive, hilarious, fun comment to such a serious, depressing situation. And Sammy was asked by the reporter what she wanted to eat first when she got out of there, and she says, I just want some ice cream. Every ice cream brand went nuts trying to sign her for brand endorsements, right? And also, side note, almost all of these rescues, especially the ones that weren't immediate, they were all sub-ground level. So they were all in the basement. The other floors, there's no way that people were going to survive that collapse, unless maybe you were on the roof, right? Which probably wasn't even better. But Peter, you guys remember Peter, the maknae that was working in the restaurant on the 5th floor? He was rescued pretty early on. He basically kind of just made it out, right? So he beat those 20 seconds, surprisingly. I think he was just hit by some debris, and he said every single person I spoke to that day, the head chef, my colleagues, my customers, I would later see all of their names written on the deceased list. A lot of people came and volunteered, but there was a lot of people called hyenas by the media. Hyenas because while the rescuers were risking their lives, the hyenas were stealing stuff. They were pretending to help while stealing designer goods. When one was arrested, they just responded, well, it was going to go to a dump anyways, right? Another man who was caught volunteering was wearing 10 pairs of designer pants. 10 pairs. When they were asking him, like, why are you stealing 10 pairs of designer pants? He said, I was saving lives and I got cold. Yeah, in the middle of June. Well, it was so hot outside, it got cold, right? And so next, we got Mr. Zhang. So Mr. Zhang was at work when the building fell, and he's an attorney. And he didn't hear about it until way later. He was having a business lunch with his coworkers, and he had this just pit in his stomach, like when people were like, oh, you didn't hear about the mall, right? The mall collapsed. Mr. Zhang's wife and his 3 adult daughters, they loved going to that mall. So he calls his wife. She picks up, and he's like, oh my god, thank God you're home, right? Are the girls home? Are my daughters home? She's like, what? No, the girls went to go to the mall to go shopping. And he drops his phone. He starts running full sprint to the department store, and all he saw was rubble. He would be later told that all 3 of his children were dead. There was another family, the Lee family, and Mrs. Lee. She was telling her daughter for months, nagging her daughter to not work at the mall and just help her out at home. Help her out at home. And her daughter told her, no, I'm going to be a fashion designer. I want to make a big statement. I know it's a lot of money, but I've finally saved up enough money to rent a small shop at the mall. It's my dream. And so once Mrs. Lee saw her daughter working at the mall, she completely forgot about her worries because she saw how much passion she had for what she was doing. How could she not support her daughter? Her daughter signed the lease to the shop only 2 months before the mall collapsed and took her life. Some families reported feeling intense jealousy for the people that survived, and then immediately they would feel so ashamed for feeling so jealous because they felt like that should have been my son or daughter that lived. So after the last remaining survivors were rescued, the government, they needed answers, right? For it to collapse, injuring over 900 people and killing 500 people and resulting in 40 people that are still considered missing today, it doesn't make sense. It was revealed that the building was not attacked by North Korea or a group of terrorists. There was no earthquake, no natural disaster. The building went down on its own. So obviously there was some sort of human error. They found the owner, June, and journalists start hounding him with questions. And the way the man answered the questions, it did not really help him in the public eye. They said, they were asking him, did you do a safety inspection on the building? June said, do you really think we knew that the building was going to go down? Like, if we knew the building was going down, do you think we would keep it open? Of course we did the safety checks. You know, I only attend meetings once a week, so you'd have to ask management to clear up those answers. But this is a huge loss to our company, right? This guy, he's like comparing the 500 lives that were lost to him to losing the mall. Anyways, just before the mall collapsed, it was revealed that June was called out to attend an emergency meeting about whether or not that they should, close down the mall and evacuate. The meeting lasted for hours. That was the same day it collapsed, right? Executives were arguing. So June and his son, who were the president of the mall, they were arguing that it's going to be bad for business if they close. June is like the best time to make money. And the board of executives were arguing like it doesn't matter if the ceiling falls through and a customer gets injured, that's going to be bad for business as well, right? So a few of the business executives left mid-meeting because they got calls and complaints by store owners that the ceilings were crumbling. Later, literally during the meeting, they left to investigate. When one of them saw the columns, it was puncturing the roof of the hole because it started falling down. He turned to his colleague and said, "Get everyone out. Get everyone the fuck out." They were on their way downstairs when the building started to collapse. If June hadn't cut the extra costs, like more escalators, more stairwells, more emergency exits, there could have been more than 20 seconds for the people to get out, and more people could have been saved. When the top floor collapsed, a domino effect took over. The 5th floor ceiling fell through and now is on the 4th floor holding the weight. Then, soon, the 3rd floor, and it was just all pancake in 20 seconds, right? Nobody had any warning. It was like one of those aluminum soda cans, right? Like when you're drinking a can of pop, if you just stepped on it, right? It would just flatten like that. June was acting like he knew nothing. And whenever he was interviewed by journalists, he would make it about himself, right? He said, "Do you think I wanted this to happen? I have nothing to say." And what's crazy about all this and the whole family is that June's daughter, his son's wife, was in the building when it collapsed. She was rescued early on. And when she was rescued, she refused to give her name. People thought that was weird. Like the rescuers were like, "What? Don't you want your family to know that you're safe?" Right? Everyone that could talk was giving their names, right? Except her. The very next day, they saw that same woman that was rescued on the news standing next to her husband and father-in-law, showing her full support. So, a full investigation on the cause of the collapse was ordered by the government, and it revealed a lot. I mean, obviously, it revealed all of the things that were mentioned before, but on top of that, Chairman June, right, was known to constantly change the interior of the mall. Like, he was not just changing clothes. He would rip out perfectly capable, acceptable, durable wood floors and put in super heavy marble flooring because he did not care about the durability. He wanted to look expensive, right? Because more people would come and they would shop. They would make him more money, right? That's all he wanted, more money. He would knock down the interior walls to make more space for merchandise. And with all the new renovations, there were more customers. It's not like the building crumbled out of nowhere. There were literally bright red warning signs that the June family and the executives, they were made aware too. Right? 2 months before the collapse, a thin line emerged from the ceiling of the 5th floor. It was more of an eyesore more than anything, but every now and then there'd be dust, cement dust landing on people's faces coming from that crack. Like, that's kind of crazy. If you were dining at the restaurant, your chopsticks would slowly roll off to the side of the table because the floor was tilting. But all the customers were like, "What's wrong with this table?" Right? No one thought it was the floor. No one thought it was the building that was leaning. Workers at the restaurant would put in a container of, they would put a container of, I don't know, like, I was supposed to say consumables, veggies or like meat, right? On the rack of their walk-in freezer. And when they would come back in, it would slid all the way to the back of the floor or of the shelf, right? And they would like, store more things, and it would just keep sliding. It would keep sliding to the back of the room. That didn't make any sense. The floor of the 5th floor was tilted 15 degrees. The tilting got so bad, the 5th floor restaurants had to be closed. they requested civil engineers to be called in for inspection. And the main person that was called in was June's son. So he's there with the inspectors, and they're like, yeah, this building is in imminent danger of collapse. The only option that you have in situations like this is to evacuate, close the entire building down, and we can, game plan on what the next steps are. So they already knew this before, way before, like 2 months before the collapse. And he's like, okay, let me think about it, right? Like he did not think about it. Instead, he hired workers to hide the cracks by adding more grout and plaster. He was like, as long as the customers don't see, right? Because this month was crucial for them. June and July were the summer sale months, right? This is also apparently another illegal thing they're doing in South Korea. So you can only have a sale for 2 weeks, right? I don't know why. I guess it's so that stores can try to manipulate, they can't try to manipulate you into buying things, right? So only 2 weeks per sale. The sale was scheduled for July when everybody else has their sale, right? And Lee was like, we can be smart. We're going to get our VIP clients early access. So we're going to sell them the product since they're our VIPs. We know them. We're only going to run their card at the sale prices in July, right? But they can come anytime during June. So they had a lot of VIPs. June was very busy. They can't close down, right? High-end traffic month for them. Crazy busy. 10 days before the collapse, a customer was at their table, was eating down at the restaurant when the whole thing started to shake like it was an earthquake. She said that was strange. And so when she told her friends, like, oh my God, did you guys feel that earthquake? They're like, what are you talking about? There was no earthquake. There was nothing on the news. 5 days before the collapse, another customer was on the 5th floor eating, and when it felt like someone took a bucket of water and doused their head with it, right? And she looks up and there's like this gaping hole, droopy hole, and it's not even like a hole. It's like part of the ceiling that's like drooping down, and there's a hole, like water like spilling out. The employees were made aware of it, and they're telling upper management like, it's just Sampoong's shitty construction. They did not think that the water leaks were in the same possibility as the building collapsing, right? They were just thinking, oh my God, it's the AC, probably, leaking water. The night before they collapsed, the security guard who noticed the sinkhole in the roof, the gaping hole in the roof, he called June's son, and it was like, sir, there's literally a sinkhole in the roof. And apparently the son went there to check it out himself, and he's standing there staring at this giant hole. One of the managers of the restaurant comes on like, hey, I've been trying to call you for ages now. Look at this shit. Can I show you something? They walk over to one of the columns on the 5th floor in the restaurant. There is an 8-inch long crack that's knuckle deep in the wall. That's not even all. The manager's like, I've been waiting for this. Okay, I'm paying all this money. Look at the ceiling, right? Look at the ceiling above the kitchen. It's drooping. Look. He puts his phone on the counter, and the cash register of the restaurant, his phone starts sliding off, right? I'm like, I know it's not my table, it's the floor, right? And June's like, oh shoot, the stores are about to open for the day. Okay, why don't we just close down the restaurants on this floor? If you want to stay open, you can stay open, but it's fine. Just close down, right? We're gonna figure it out. We'll send maintenance or something, And maintenance workers were sent up, and they're like, guys, it's going down. Like, under no circumstances can we put any extra plaster on this to fix it anymore. Like, it's gonna go down. June's son left the building for about 30 minutes before he got called back in. This time on the 4th floor, a shop owner said, I heard all these crazy, like the concrete was starting, like, literally crumbling, and the whole floor shook for like 3 minutes. They're like, isn't that crazy? 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes the floor was shaking. Help, what's happening? Okay. June's son was like, okay, let me investigate, right? Before he could even figure out, water starts pouring down the walls of the 5th floor. That's when they turned off the AC units. Oh, sorry, that's why they turned off the AC units, because they thought it was the AC. That was the issue, right? Like, okay, turn off the AC units, drain the water inside them. That's what's leaking. Okay, that's the issue. And don't worry, I got you, right? This was 4 hours before the collapse. Before the evacuation orders were given, June's son said, let's focus on what matters. Don't tell the customers. Let's take out all the priceless goods, okay? Make sure the paintings are safe, the artwork, the jewelry. Let's take it out just in case. We don't know. Something could happen. It could flood or something, The customers and employees were not evacuated. They had no idea they were working in a compromised building. This is why did they not evacuate? Because the mall was bringing in about $400,000 a day, and they said we can't lose out on that. Many of the victims, they died on impact. Others they suffocated to death. Others bled out. Some of them starved to death, and a lot of them drowned to death. When firefighters were trying to put out the fires inside the rubble, the water came in and filled the air pockets. Some of the other survivors could hear them drowning. And the firefighters that work at the scene, they did their best considering the information and the tools they were given. But those rescue workers, those firefighters, they still have PTSD today. They have nightmares about it. They said they carry this guilt around them for the rest of their lives because they couldn't save that person that they were hearing die. In the end, the court sentenced June and the chairman, June the chairman, to 7.5 years in prison, and his son also only got 7, which is crazy short, right? For killing 500 people. People were upset that that wasn't enough, right? June's family would actually shift the blame to the government workers that they bribed. So they would say like, hey, we didn't pass the safety inspection, but just say we did, right? And hand them over a bunch of money, right? And about 30 government workers were fired and arrested as well. So because there were so many people to blame, it's become this game of like, who's really at fault, right? Was it the gatekeeper, the government workers that didn't make sure that safety inspections were up to date? Who was at fault? June was 72 years old when he got out, and he died a day later. Not a day later. He died a year later. So like, we're not too sad about that. Meanwhile, June's son is one of the very few families in South Korea that are basically socially exiled, right? They're legally allowed to be in Korea, but he said to have been spotted living in Russia. We don't know for sure, but he's free. I don't know if he had a lot of hidden money, but the family fortune was completely liquidated and given to survivors and victims' families. It's estimated that each family received around $250,000 because there's a lot of people, right? Which honestly it's nothing compared to the life of a loved one. A lot of the victims' families were upset at the government and even the rescue operation. It's not the rescue workers, by the way, the rescue operation. They felt like the government wanted to throw some money at the victims' families and start cleaning up the rubble and make use of the land again, right? The government said, this is such a good area of Gangnam. It's like, it's the center. Everyone's going to be here, right? But people's opinions were like, every time someone drives past here, they're going to be reminded of the mall that collapsed and killed 500 people. One of the victims' families that was interviewed, the mom said, it's money. Buildings costs money. Cleanup costs money. Compensation costs money. Everything is about money. And nothing is about my child. Remember Mr. Zhang? He lost his 3 daughters in the collapse. He was compensated over $600,000 for the loss of his children, which is nothing. And he just donated it all to charity. Over the course of the rest of his life, he would donate more than $1.3 million to churches and schools and charities that his daughters liked. And he would say, money to me is nothing that I can have. My daughters' dreams to make the world a better place, I just have to fulfill their dreams before I go as well. And Lisa, the one that survived the 13 days, she said, I hope people can learn from this. Because, like, no one should ever have a, like, it won't happen to me kind of attitude, right? It doesn't concern me kind of attitude. Because tragedy doesn't really pick people that's about to happen to, right? It can happen to anyone. It can happen to your child. It can happen to someone you just waved goodbye to, or the husband that promised to come home for dinner. I never thought that this would happen to me, but it did, right? And so, but yeah, that's the story. I know it ends a little bit abruptly, but yeah, that's the story. That's all. That's all she wrote. Hope you guys enjoyed the story. But I do want to do more of these like story time kind of sessions. I feel like it's a lot of fun, and I feel like it helps me like get better at my delivery. You know. But yeah, that's the story of Sangpung Mall. If you guys here, let me pull up a picture of Sangpung Mall. Is this based on a
true story?
It is. Oh my god, Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Yes. So here's what Sangpung Mall looks like, guys. Let me show you. Copy image link. This is Sampung Mall. So remember I told you it's a 5-story building and the middle of the building just collapsed. It literally pancaked. Right? It was like a cake and someone just smashed the middle of the cake. And so there it is. And again, it's a very iconic mall. It has that salmon pink color. Everybody knew about it. It was this fancy mall. That's where everybody wanted to hang out. There it is. Hi, Choice. Welcome back for 45 months. Hi. How are you? Good listening on break while from Yuri work. Oh. Hopefully your studies are going well, Suppose. There you go. I'll try to prepare some more fun, some more fun, lighthearted stories. But this story just like really, like, I don't know. It was very like enlightening. I don't know if enlightening is the right word, but like it made me open my eyes, you know, like when that last part, what Lisa said about tragedy could happen to anybody at any time, right? Tragedy doesn't choose people, right? It could happen to anyone. The Jeju boat story. I'll look into that. Rest sec. I'll look into that. But for now, let's get back to our regular scheduled program. Is it humbling? Is that the right word? It's a good story. Okay, I'll look into that and try to prepare some notes. Anyways, puts Kakage song. Easy watcher. The story of the mall. That's the way of the world. Are you gonna start doing story? Oh, well, I want to practice more. Icy watcher. I want to practice more. Creepy story? Yeah. Sure. Stories to cover. Are you scripting it? That would definitely help if I script it. So I will probably like, you know, make some notes and like script it so that I can like have references and notes. My favorite part was when you said this in Korea, by the way. Wait, why is that your favorite part? To help you give you context? The tragic story of Nicki Minaj. Is that story true? Is Nicki Minaj a lost princess? Hi, Fresca. How are you? Da-da-dee-dum-dum. Do. How much trash do I have right now? Okay. Almost 100,000. How much is that? I think that's about 3 bill. 100K. Have you guys ever watched those recap videos for movies and stuff? Maybe we could like recap some movie videos and stuff. Recap some movie stories. You love them, Nudie Duty? Hi, Nudie Duty. Bum, bum. Cheese bomber, sorry. Entire B movie. Did we recap the entire B movie? We just got done doing a bit of a story time earlier. We were talking about the fall and collapse of the Sampoong Mall in Korea. Have you read SCPs? I know of SCPs, but I haven't like looked too much into it. Maybe that would be a fun one to talk about too. Which one would be a good one to look into, to do some research on? What about like creepypastas? I know a lot of creepypastas. IKEA SCP? What's that one about? God. IKEA. I can't remember the last time I went to IKEA. I feel like it was at least 2 years ago when I was like getting some new furniture. No, yeah, focus on your grinding, Skullfire. Focus on your grinding. I'll look into it. I'll write it down. IKEA SCP. A parallel universe of IKEA? Oh. Parallel universe? You could transport it to the same IKEA? Oh. That seems very backrooms-ish. You know about the backrooms, Skullfire? The mask SCP. Okay, okay. Well, let me write these down. Hold on. IKEA and mask SCP. The workers are zombie creatures? Oh. Do they eat you? Or do they sell you furniture? List if you want to dig around? Yeah, sure. What does SCP stands for? Anyways. What does SCP stand for anyways? They would try to sell you furniture? Oh. Do they eat you if you don't buy furniture? The universe and I just want to put you first. You are my universe and I. You just lost to Maclod? No! Nudie dude, no! What happened? What happened? Secure the anomaly. Contain it to prevent harm. Protect humanity from its effects. Oh. Secure, contain, protect. This one would be way better than DSR after Agris upgrade? Really? Agris. How are you non-censored? How are you this fine Tuesday afternoon? To put you first. AFK fishing, let's go. A universe and we were just talking about some stories earlier. We're talking about the Sampung Mall collapse that happened in Korea. I think it was like 1995 when it collapsed. SCPs are backrooms-esque? Yeah. They're very, because there's like entities, right, in the backrooms. Because I love the backroom stuff. Imagine a creature that if you take a picture of it, it will hunt you and find you no matter where you are. That doesn't sound good. Nothing in existence can stop it. Is it true that Choice's Menti account is one of the many Menti accounts that has been banned? My Menti account got banned too. So from what I heard, nonsense. I don't know anything about like Choice's thing, but I heard that people weren't getting banned for the Menti stuff. People were getting banned for making a brand new account, and you know how like new players get 10 bill for free, right? If they do some stuff. So they were basically like using that 10 bill to like, I don't know, do some shady silver stuff with it. Like buying like buying debos, like base debos off the market to just, you know, I don't know, do something with. I don't know exactly, but that's what I heard. Is that people weren't actually getting banned for the Menti stuff. People were getting banned because they were utilizing the free 10 bill silver to do market manipulation stuff. Plot twist, it's a snail. Oh, the thing that chases you? The thing that chases you? Making tat to pen double. Yeah, I mean, you get a bunch of free stacks, right, from the ball. And so you get the free 10 bill, buy a bunch of base debos, and then, you know, tap them together. I don't know, make a pen debo or something. And so people got banned doing that. Were you doing anything like that uncensored? It's a white creature size of berserker and with not face and nasty teeth. What is it called? Keep on twiddling their thumbs. Was that a picture? Yeah, sure. You don't get nice things. All I can say is that definitely, I think players are always going to be very creative in trying to get an advantage as much as possible, even if it's against US. That's for sure. Players are very creative in getting that advantage. They banned us for using knowledge to utilize the free billions given. PA give us a cheat and ban for it. Sadly, thanks for just a minty account. Was planning to give that account to my friend who stopped playing BD a long time ago, but that's not popular. Give us cheat? I don't think that's the intention of the free billions nonsenser. Are you labeling it as a cheat? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't think the 10 billion was meant for people to cheat. The 10 billion was to help new players progress, but if you yourself are making the account, right, you're not a new player, right? So it's not really for you, right? It's like against the ideology, like the spirit of the event, or like the thing. That's what my thought process is that you're not a new player. It's not for you, right? It's for new players. You're not a new player. So I think that's what they were focused on, is that they want this feature to be a really great thing for brand new players. If you're a veteran player trying to take advantage of it, I mean, that's like not the point of it, right? So that's my thought process behind the 10 billion silver. It's not supposed to be labeled as a cheat. Jay, how are you doing? Your story time was great. I was a child when my parents told me about it. You were there? You were there, Miso Bumblebee? Archmage Fire Poison. Did you play Maple Story? Are you a Maple Story enjoyer as well? Archmage Fire Poison? Are you a fellow Mapler by chance? All these news accounts are dumping 10 bill into the market. Yeah, it's for the people who are like constantly making, like those people that got banned. It's those people like inflating the market with all like the stuff, right? That's not the point of the free 10 bill. Again, the point of the free 10 bill is to help new players. That's what they said. And if you're utilizing that to get an advantage in the game, then that makes sense for the ban, right? It's not for anything else. It's not for anything else. So don't do that. Like if you have to question, like if you have any like doubt in your mind, if you have like 1% doubt in your mind, hey, is this like against TOS? It's probably against TOS, guys. So like don't don't do anything like that. You are a fellow Mapler Archer. How long? How like? Okay, so you probably mained an arch, a fire poison mage, right? Is that what you had played? For me, it was okay. So I always like mage classes, but surprisingly, my main was actually the Aaron. Surprisingly, so if you guys don't know what the Aaron is the pole arm class, and that was like my favorite class because I think I want to attribute that to my love for BDO, because the Aaron class had a very interesting mechanic of utilizing key inputs to use abilities. You didn't just use abilities from like key binding it. You would actually use key inputs like you know like a fighting game. You know how like in fighting games it's like, you know, up arrow, forward arrow, and then A or something like that, right? So that's why I love the Aaron so much. Even though it's like not my preferred aesthetic, but the play style of it was just like so satisfying to play. Ugh. Add Lake Nyos disaster to the list. Okay, okay. Nice to watch it. You have family in Seoul, but none of them was there gladly. Ah, that's good to hear. It said Lake Nyos disaster. Do you like the rework they did to Aaron? I haven't played MapleStory in a while. What did they do? Archmage. What did they do? What was the rework they did? I think the last time I played was I feel like it was like 2011 or something. It's been a hot minute. The class is very different from what it used to. Check it out when you have time. Okay, okay. Well, I have time right now. Maybe I can find some videos on it. Who is enhancing Godride? Who is enhancing Godride? Someone just enhanced a Godride. What the frick? Who's enhancing? Godride is so like 2023. What's this? Oh my god. That scared me. Skullfire, no. So this is the creature? What the hecky? Maka. I don't want to look at it anymore. I don't want to look at it anymore. Pen Gutterite, so I can sell it. Wait, is that you, Nudie? Are you the one enhancing Gutterite? Okay, let me see. Aron rework. Maple Story. Well, imagine. Okay. Is there like an Aaron trailer? Aaron remaster skill preview. Okay, what the heck happened? What'd they do? Why is the quality so bad? What the? What's happening? There's too many numbers. Does it still use key skill inputs? Archmage? Because that was like one of my favorite parts about it, was the skill inputs. Oh my god, it's just spinning. It's just spinning his pole arm. Holy. You get like a cutscene attack? Was that a cutscene attack? Holy. That's a lot of numbers. It was kind of hard for me to like figure out what was happening. Yeah. I think the solution they found was posting the picture to everyone. So like it has to go after everyone. Like there's like more people to go after, so it like delays it. Is that what you mean? Oh no. Since I looked at it, does that mean it's coming after me now? Oh no. Oh no. You and your dog Oh, no, chat. You also saw it? Oh, no. No. We're all dead now. Each class has this cutscene ability that does pretty good damage. Oh. Rip chat, no. The Skullfire, why would you do that? Why would you do that? A short horror film after you finish your grind? Sure. Horror film, ooh. I was wanting to take a bit of a break. It's sublime. Ah. So we have Hoglins as a farm area. The monster is demi-human. When I select my skill add-ons, if I choose AP against humans, it won't work. No, yeah, humans and demi-humans are different. Yeah. They're different. So you just need monster AP to improve your damage against them. Demi-humans is a different category. Examoon, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. They are removing human damage and monster AP add-ons in the near future. I don't know if you heard, Linksies. So we'll have to redo our add-ons going forward. We'll have to redo our add-ons going forward. We take a break? I could probably take a break now and grab a snack. We can take a break now and have a snack. I'm having an issue with Honkas now. The moms don't spawn quick enough. Oh, I mean, that's a good problem to have, right? Isn't that a good problem to have? I feel like that's not really a problem, Linksy. Let's go to Portrait of God. Okay, Portrait of God. Ooh. Okay, I do want to grab a snack first, so let me put up a story time video. Oh yeah, can you farm 2 towers at Honglum? Isn't it a little bit far? I've never really done 2 towers at Honglum before. Play an SCP video? I want to react to it though. So let me go grab a snack while I go and use the washroom as well. Oh, perfect. Here, let me put up a daily dose, and then we'll look up some videos if you guys want to suggest me some videos to just watch while I'm eating. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Chewbacca, could I do an impression of you real quick? I've worked really long to do this. Is that okay? Yeah? Hey, it's me, Chewbacca. You like it?
I have no idea why this mascot did this at a kid's party.
And let go!
Oh?
This guy is super lucky to be alive. This might be one of the craziest videos I've ever seen.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oi, 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 oi. Get back.
You will never guess what this guy found in this hole.
Te tengo.
¿Y ahora qué?
Está saliendo vídeo.
Sí. ¡Anda, mírala! Así nace... Así nace una oveja. Una oveja del tierra.
No es nuestra esta oveja.
I don't know how you fumble this badly. This magic trick is pretty disturbing. This dad had to think over his life choices. This chimp was super interested in the YouTube video this guy was watching. This guy in a bus caught the perfect police chase moment. Poor guy was in a bad situation.
Okay, I'm back.
There she goes.
A little snacky snack. Is she? Oh, there's no way.
Why get in the shower, right? What the bro?
This bird loves to sing along with the dishwasher when it's all
that's
done.
Good for you. I don't think that's good for you. Trapped in IKEA? Okay, let me open a tab for this. What the hell?
Their cat was upset that they turned on the light. This guy found a perfect wave.
Whoa! Oh! Yeah, I thought it was gonna be cooler.
What do you mean? That's like...
You gotta get closer because that's not clear when you zoom in like that.
Oh my word.
Why is that?
Hey, this could make it on Daily Dose of Internet.
Dash, do you want a treat?
Their train had to come to a stop because of a tornado.
Oh.
Should we get away from the windows? Take the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't going nowhere.
Would a tornado be able to lift the train up? Uh-oh.
Bro.
He's so...
This might be the worst tattoo of all time.
Oh no. There's no... Is that supposed to... Okay. I think the idea is so that when his hair does grow... I don't know if his hair... If he does grow hair... Is to make it seem like it looks thicker?
This person realized that people can look really goofy on escalators when their phone is turned just a little bit. This delivery guy loved their car so much that he asked for a picture with it.
Take the helmet off, yeah. Ready?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Is that alright? Hush, come together. Emma.
What the fuck was that?
This is how he tells his deaf dog that it's time for a walk.
Oh!
Slay. Oh, yes. Slay. Slay, girl. Oh, yes.
What's that good for though? I guess like coordination, hand-eye coordination.
I don't think so. Let the kid go to Disneyland!
This is why you don't bring rollerblades into a grocery
Why
store.
you yell it like that?
Listo, sí. Empezar.
This crazy scary shelf cloud was spotted over Maryland.
Girl, I swear to God, this...
These birds love listening to this guy play guitar. He really pretended he didn't see anything. This is how fast a leaf cutter bee works.
It's deep within our DNA and ethos, and we feel it's a really important artistic statement.
What are you using the leaf for?
This lady ordered 3 dozen eggs, and they all ended up hatching.
What do you mean they all ended up hatching? They were like incubated? What?
She was worried that he got hurt
They were
during
like
their boxing
incubated
match.
eggs? Don't you need like special conditions for the egg to like hatch?
This police officer was locked out of his car. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
Later. Okay. Let's watch The Portrait of God. And then the SCP after. Hi Velgame, how you doing? We're just taking a break from the grind and eating some food and watching some videos. Oh, keep in mind this is a spooky one by Ice Watcher. No man shall see me live. See me and live. Oh my god. Dyslexia. By Mia Riley. It looks very like, you know what it looks like? AC Watcher, it looks very like student. Like it's a student, like it's for a student project. Like she's got, you know what I mean? Is that what it is? For like film? Looks very like budget.
Look like. I'm going to show
It
you a
actually
painting,
is?
or
Ah.
rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see? If the answer is nothing, if it just looks black to you, don't worry, that's what I see too. But that's not what everyone sees. The painting I've chosen for this project is titled Portrait of God. While most viewers see nothing, some insist they see a person in the darkness, one that they can describe and draw out with consistent details.
Monka.
It's a man, or close to a man. Wrinkled, skinny.
Really skinny.
He looks skinny. He's smiling.
He's grinning. He smiles down at us.
Almost looks like the corners of his mouth got smudged. Well, he's wearing a mask. It's too wide. His eyes.
He's looking down with his eyes are big.
They're big. They've got this glint in them.
Speckle of
Oh my god, we're gonna get a jump scare right now. Oh my god.
Of course,
Oh my god. Oh my god, I see Watcher, I see it! I see it! I see Watcher? Okay. Hold on. I saw it in the corner. I saw it in the corner. I saw it in the corner. I saw it. Guys, you can't see it because I have, it's like cut off. I need to do full window. I saw it, like, I was like taking a bite of my snack. I saw it in the corner. No, I saw it in the corner. I saw it right there. Right there, guys.
Settling? Of course it's frightening. That kind of power should be. I don't like looking at it. I don't like it.
It's beautiful.
Maybe it's just a trick of the light. Maybe they're seeing something they want to see. But how are their descriptions so consistent? Maybe they really are having a religious experience. And why does God appear to them and not us?
It's gone. It's gone. The thing was gone. Oh my god, was that something behind her? Wait. What? I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. I'm sorry for pausing. I just... Oh my god.
What does God look like?
Is that something behind her?
Or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it.
AC Watcher, you said there's no jump scares. I swear to God. I see something. I see something. There's like a little light. There's like a little light. AC Watcher, you told me there's no jump scares. Oh my god, it's coming closer. Help. It literally looks like an SCP. It literally looks like the SCP that Skullfire showed me. Oh, it's still there. Oh. I wonder. Okay, I just want to know what kind of effect they're using here, because you know it's like some sort of like lighting filter that makes the shadows look like they're popping out.
But deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
happening? Was she just hallucinating? Or wait, she's been staring at this for like 3 hours? No, 3 days. Was that 3 days? Oh, she started smiling. She started smiling. Was there any more? Oh my god. Was it 3 hours? I thought it was like 3 days. Oh my god. Holy. Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was a good short. Okay, let's see what Skullfire's IKEA video is. Thank you for sharing that, Icy Watch. That was good. That was good.
On March 15th, 2011, Martin Sims was wandering down the streets of Carson, California. His clothes were ragged, he was filthy, and gibbering like a madman with a full beard and long, unkempt hair. His body was covered in scars, but he showed no signs of malnutrition. What made Martin's sudden appearance so remarkable? He'd been missing for 3 years. When he was interviewed by police, they asked him where he'd been all this time. They couldn't believe his answer. He'd been trapped in an IKEA since 2008, but this was no ordinary IKEA. This was a dangerous anomaly that would come to be known as SCP-3008. Martin's strange answers in his interview were laughed off by his interviewing officers, who assumed he was either crazy or under the influence of something, but they caught the attention of an SCP Foundation field agent embedded in the precinct. The report was passed up the chain to a local site director who approved a detachment of Foundation field operatives to look into Martin's case. While he was reluctant to lead the Foundation agents back to the offending IKEA, the Foundation can be extremely persuasive. His screams of, "Please, I'm begging you, don't
doesn't really
take
make
me
that
back,
much of a
don't
difference.
make me go back," were noted but ultimately disregarded. When the SCP Foundation had triangulated the position of SCP-3008, which was indeed an active IKEA, the entire retail zone was closed and barricaded under the pretense of a severe black mold infestation. Armed Foundation personnel also arrived on the site shortly after, based on Martin's vague statements that there were creatures of some kind inside. Due to his deteriorating mental health, Martin was unable to provide a great deal of lucid information on the specific traits of SCP-3008. But one phrase he kept repeating was "bigger on the inside." Once researchers were satisfied that Martin had delivered all the pertinent
Skullfire, this is basically the back rooms, Skullfire. It's literally the back rooms.
He was able to. He was administered Foundation amnestics to erase his memory of the last 3 years and return to his family. A cover story was formulated. Martin had been kidnapped and abused for 3 years by a mentally unbalanced stalker in downtown Carson. He'd been able to escape as said stalker took his own life out of guilt, a suicide that the Foundation expertly fabricated to make their cover story airtight. With the loose end of Martin Sims taken care of, the true observation of SCP-3008 could begin. A base set around the perimeter of the mysterious IKEA kept a 24-hour watch on the building, covering all potential entrances and exits. No exploratory missions had yet been approved by the Foundation Ethics Committee, so they first wanted to perform a week of external observation to see if any of the store's anomalous properties extended beyond the confines of the building. After a week of nothing, it appeared they did not. A local site director approved of the use of 20 disposable Class D personnel to explore the interior of SCP-3008. The D-Class operatives would be split into 4 squads of 5 men, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta Squad. Each would be assigned a different quadrant of the store and would deliver information back to the control team on site via a live audio and video link. 3 of the 4 teams upon entering the store reported nothing out of the ordinary. Neither the audio or video they were sending back indicated anything different from a standard IKEA store, from the flat-pack wardrobes to the Swedish meatballs. Team Delta, however, suddenly began experiencing a scrambled audio and video connection. Shortly after, communication with Team Delta dropped off entirely. They disappeared somewhere inside the store and haven't been seen since, with one notable exception. After the disappearance and the extraction of teams, Foundation researchers classified SCP-3008 as Euclid because its anomalous properties were at least confined to the interior of the store, and even then seemingly not the entire interior. The anomalous area within SCP-3008 became known as SCP-3008-1, and containment appeared to be 100% secure. There was no telling how many people had already gone missing in the store over the years, but the disappearances must be stopped. The Foundation maintained constant surveillance around the perimeter of SCP-3008, but it appeared they could prevent any further incidents by simply preventing other civilians from accessing the IKEA store. Martin's ravings about monsters were assumed to just be the product of delirium, until a surviving member of Delta Team suddenly reappeared. The date was November 3rd, 2011. It was a cold night, a few hours after what would have been closing time if the store were still active, and 7 months after the extraction teams had disappeared somewhere in the confines of SCP-3008. There had been no anomalous activity outside the store since the perimeter was first secured, and the Foundation researchers hadn't expected that to change until the last surviving member of Delta Team came barging out of the store's entrance. Startled field operatives were amazed to see him again, but they were even more amazed to see what was following him out of the store, repeating the same phrase, "The store is now closed, please exit the building." Despite the fact that the entity chasing the Delta Team survivor was wearing the yellow shirt and blue pants of an IKEA store employee, the being definitely was not human. It was around 7 feet tall with no visible face. The entity had grossly extended limbs, with each arm being around 5 or 6 feet long and ending in a huge oversized hand. The whole process was so sudden that the field agents present at the perimeter weren't able to save the Delta Team survivor, as the entity reached forward with his freakishly long arms, grabbed him and twisted his head off like a child with a doll. The field operatives present drew their weapons and peppered the entity with bullets. It would later be classified as SCP-3008-2. The being appeared to collapse and die from the physical trauma, at which point it and the body of the former Delta Team survivor were taken for an autopsy by Foundation researchers. There were no biological abnormalities of the body of the Delta Team survivor, so it did not appear that the anomalous properties of SCP-3008-1 had any effect on the physiology of its occupants. He was not malnourished despite being missing for months, and the contents of his stomach looked to be half-digested food consistent with the menu of a typical IKEA store restaurant. SCP-3008-2, on the other hand, raised a number of perplexing biological questions. The autopsy revealed that the creature's clothes were actually part of its body, like an additional layer of skin. The creature lacked blood or any kind of vascular system. Even stranger, the entity didn't appear to have bones or internal organs, not even a brain or nervous system. It was a being made entirely of skin all the way to its core. How it was able to move, or even live for that matter, remains a mystery. Though when you work for the SCP Foundation, you learn to accept that some things will always remain unexplained. One thing was certain, though, Martin Sims was right about his monsters. After the incident with Delta Team, the Foundation deemed that sending manned explorations into the heart of SCP-3008 was too much of a liability, and planned a series of drone-based reconnaissance missions into the anomaly. The first of these drones experienced connection issues and failed when attempting to venture into the IKEA's anomalous zone. However, after a lengthy period of trial and error, the Foundation was able to establish a more secure connection with its drones,
what's different between picture A and picture B?
SCP-3008-1 anomalous zone. It was only then that some of the most extraordinary discoveries were made. SCP-3008-1 seemed to break the laws of spatial reality, as the area of the IKEA's interior was at least an order of magnitude larger than its exterior. Just as Martin Sims had said, it was bigger on the inside, but just how much bigger? The Foundation has yet to find evidence of any physical terminators within the store that might indicate SCP-3008-1 has an endpoint, while an area of at least 10 kilometers squared has been uncovered in SCP-3008-1. It could, in theory, be infinite. Laser rangefinder tests, which are normally very reliable, have only given inconclusive results. Interestingly, the anomalous area doesn't have any clear visual differences from the rest of the IKEA store, except that it extends forever. An individual trapped within the confines of SCP-3008-1 wouldn't even realize they've entered an anomalous zone until they tried to locate an exit and leave, at which point they'd find they were already hopelessly lost. The geography of SCP-3008-1 does at least appear to be consistent, so people trapped within are theoretically able to retrace their steps and escape if they haven't already ventured too deep. According to data collected during the drone reconnaissance missions, SCP-3008-2, of which there appear to be a vast population, would wander the stores aimlessly during the day. They are unresponsive to the drone's presence and did not appear to be aggressive. While the physical descriptions of these creatures could vary slightly, they all follow the same overall trend. Clothes consistent with an IKEA uniform, no face, either seemingly too tall or too short, and limbs that are grossly out of proportion with their bodies. As the Foundation began sending drones deeper into SCP-3008-1, they found another incredible discovery. There was an unknown population of humans trapped inside IKEA's anomalous zone, and these people had used the IKEA furniture around them to create entire settlements and towns within the store. There were several of these towns, all of which seemed to cohabitate peacefully. Even Foundation personnel found this development in their research to be truly extraordinary. Since SCP-3008 was first identified, there have been only 14 civilian escapes. Some had been trapped inside for months, others had been in there for years, some far longer than Martin's 3-year stint. While every one of these escapees has eventually been released back to their home, after a liberal application of amnestics and a proper cover story has been devised, the Foundation interviewed each of them extensively first. According to each of these escapees, the people trapped inside the IKEA have built an entirely new society across the various settlements. Contrary to the Lord of the Flies expectations of a group of people isolated and afraid, there's immense cooperation between the trapped civilians. The food in the several IKEA restaurants in SCP-3008-1 mysteriously replenishes while nobody's there, so there's no threat of starving. And the automatic turning on and off of the lights forms as a rudimentary kind of day and night cycle. Nighttime, however, is when things get dangerous, as the SCP-3008-2 entities, which are known to the people inside as the staff, become extremely hostile after dark. Aggressive hordes of the staff swarm the settlements at night, repeating, "This door is now closed, please exit the building." The civilians inside are usually able to repel these attacks with minimal casualties, but the constant war of attrition slowly wears down those inside. The bodies of the creatures also need to be removed from the area after each attack, as the presence of corpses or even parts of corpses has been known to heighten the ferocity of the next night's attack. During the day, the staff return to a docile and unresponsive state, though they'll still defend themselves violently if anyone dares to attack. Over the course of the interviews with the 14 escapees, Foundation researchers were able to answer another of their key questions. How had so many people gone missing in the store for so long without being noticed? But the answer they received only raised many more unsettling queries. According to the escapees, there were people inside the settlements that, despite being otherwise of entirely sound mind and standard intelligence, seemed to lack very common knowledge that even a child should know. For example, some of them weren't aware of the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, or stranger still, the existence of the Statue of Liberty. This led the researchers to a frightening conclusion. SCP-3008-1 may not only be a nexus point of multiple IKEA stores in our dimension, it could be connected to IKEAs in every dimension where IKEAs exist. While it only abducts a handful of people from each store over an extended period of time, it suddenly becomes clear how this SCP was able to trap so many people without detection over such a long period of time, which in turn led to an even more terrifying revelation. The SCP Foundation may not have SCP-3008-1 as contained as they thought.
The picture you saw?
Might even be tucked away in an IKEA store somewhere near you.
Is that like just one of the more famous ones?
After all, there's always room for one more.
Oh my god. You said the Vulcan, Shy Guy. Okay.
When an anomaly is first detected by an SCP Foundation...
Wait, this is not the Vulcan? Where's the Vulcan? Here, the Vulcan. Has he made one on SCP? I mean, this one looked interesting too. No vacancy? This one looked interesting too. I'm already loving the vibe of this. Like the way it looks. Hold on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Blockchain.
My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-7819. Object class, Keter.
Okay, I forgot. So, who was it earlier? Someone told me what SCP stood for, but I forgot. Can someone remind me?
Contained. Special containment procedures. If you are currently under the influence of SCP-7819, please immediately refer to Addendum 1. SCP-7819 is still under active study. If you believe you have come into contact with it, contact the research lead immediately. Description: SCP-7819 is a predatory location that manifests along exits of the United States numbered highway system in the contiguous United States.
Secure, contain, protect.
SCP-7819's appearance is generally fixed. It presents as a small roadside
did he make
hotel
these animations
or motel.
himself?
Though the exact layout may vary, advertising vacant rooms, always identified by exterior signage as the Rest Easy Inn. Several conditions must be met for SCP-7819 to manifest for a driver. The time between midnight and 4 a.m., local time zone. The driver of the vehicle must have been driving for over 5 hours, discounting small breaks. The driver must be a past or present Foundation employee. The driver must be alone in the vehicle. Upon driving near SCP-7819, the driver will begin to feel a deep-seated sense of fatigue and tiredness. It is unclear whether this is a natural reaction to driving for several hours and seeing an opportunity for a break, or an anomalous phenomenon caused by SCP-7819 to lure drivers in. Regardless, this fatigue will continue as the driver pulls off the highway and into the parking lot of the inn. Should the driver drive past SCP-7819, the sense of fatigue will remain, though through unknown means their vehicle will be seamlessly transported several miles backward, often without their realization. They will drive past SCP-7819
Usually it's images or pictures.
again,
This is pretty
be
cool.
transported backward again, and this process will continue until
Yeah, I'm
they
like
park
wondering, did he
inside
make these animations himself? This is
SCP-7819.
amazing. I love this.
The driver will not be
Because I
able to
really love
escape this
backrooms
phenomenon until they
style
exit their
videos.
vehicle,
And this is
enter
basically
SCP-7819,
like
and perform
backrooms.
several requisite activities. These activities vary, but SCP-7819's many manifestations have provided a relatively dependable action plan for performing the rituals and surviving SCP-7819. If you are currently under the influence of SCP-7819, please proceed
we made
through
in
Addendum
Blender.
1.
Looks
Remain
great.
calm
Looks great. It's kind of almost
and
looks
do not
real,
rush.
right? Just because of the filter.
Accuracy
You know how
and
like the
efficiency is
filter
more important for survival than speed.
kind of makes it like old school kind of videotapes.
SCP-7819 Survival Guide. Up to date to March 26,
This is cool.
1996.
This is amazing.
Space. Parking lot. Instructions.
The
Bring your
parking lot.
car into an empty parking space. Try to select one that's surrounded by other
what's
vehicles.
wrong with what's up with these
To separate
rules?
yourself from the
Is that
pack
how
will
they do it?
attract
Like how to explain the story?
Once
Is
you
that
park,
it's like a rule
exit your
book?
vehicle.
What's
Take
going
only
on with
what you
that?
need.
The formatting.
Whatever device you are reading or listening to this document on, your cellular phone, keys, purse or wallet, and a bag containing some toiletries and essentials. Luggage and clothing will slow you down. If you have been equipped with a firearm or own one privately, do not take it with you. Spend some time in the parking lot before entering the lobby. Observe the other parked cars around
Oh,
you.
from a
You will note
researcher.
inconsistencies
Okay.
such as wheels made of wood,
Interesting.
unclear
That's an interesting way to
jumbles
like
where
tell a
logos and
story,
brand
because
marks
these are
should be,
basically stories
and
that they're
shapes or
telling,
designs that do not
right?
correspond
And so
to
they're taking
any
it from the
actual
POV of the
vehicles
researcher.
produced
Okay,
by
I like that. I
automotive
like that.
companies.
That's interesting.
Avoid looking through the windows. If there is a large burning vehicle in the parking lot, do not investigate it further. If at all possible, pretend it is not there. Enter the lobby before the fire goes out.
I followed protocol. Pulled my Forerunner into a parking
Yes, I've
spot
seen a lot of Kane Pixels where I love Kane Pixel.
The last parking spot, actually. The lot was completely full otherwise. I grab a few things I have and squeeze out of my car, parked next to this big Dodge Caravan, except, wait. No, I'm not. It's like you described a caravan to someone else, and they described it to someone else, and then that person had to make a model of what they had in mind out of paper mache. I accidentally knocked a hand against it and realized that it was made out of some kind of plaster. And it was hollow. I got curious, so I started investigating the other cars. All like this, logos and designs that look like cars on you going up, but took a closer look, and it's all nonsense. A facade, literally. I wasn't scared or anything, but it did put me on edge. Like how, when you know someone is trying to put you at ease.
How many SCPs are there?
Space, lobby. Instructions. Upon entering the lobby, make your way to the front desk. It will be unoccupied. You may ring the bell once if the sound brings you comfort.
9,999? Have they all been documented like this?
As you wait. The silence in the lobby has been described as
Are there any
oppressive.
like good SCPs?
Stop humming
or is it
when you
all
become
like
aware of the noises
you're gonna
coming from
die
behind the
SCPs?
counter. Hop the counter. There should be a closed door, rattling as though someone is on the other side. Listen to the sounds.
Some aren't dangerous. Are some like really helpful? Like they're friends?
When they get louder, repeatedly slam your fist against the door.
Are there any friendly SCPs?
Do not speak. Eventually, you will be slipped a key to a room. This may not work on the first attempt. Repeat it until you succeed. Say thank you and depart.
No idea what's going on.
Couple thousand now. I measured
Door's
173 was the
firmly locked.
first one.
I can just hear through it, and the paper-thin walls. Pretty filthy noises. Soft enough to where I have to press my ear against the door to hear anything. Wet slapping like someone's thumping a drenched towel against the ground over and over. There's this periodic wet coughing. The snapping stops during the coughing. Also, this
Small
moaning.
plastic can
It sounds
contains
in pain,
47
like
red
someone's
pills.
starving to death.
One pill, when taken orally,
Rises and
cures
falls in
all
pitch, but
diseases.
it's always there. I can hear whispering too. And sometimes the moaning and whispering and coughing are all at the same time. How many people are in there?
That's pretty
I
useful.
tried rattling the doorknob and it all stopped. All of it except for the moaning. I froze, and after a few seconds they went back into it. F***ing weird as shit.
Space, elevator. Instructions. Your room will be inevitably on a higher floor, and you will be unable to find stairs, forcing you to use the elevator. You will notice that the buttons are in an inexplicable pattern and have unclear writing on them. Press whichever one feels right. There will never be another person in the elevator with you. If you see someone,
Why is this so like scary? The way they describe everything.
treat them with the appropriate level of caution. Do not remove your eyes from them, and always stand with your back against a wall.
Are these so scary?
If the figure resembles an older, clean-cut man wearing an expensive suit and overcoat, do not enter the elevator. It will smile at you,
It will smile at me.
compliment your appearance, and
Compliment?
hold the door
Oh.
for you.
He's like
It
slay.
will do this for up to several minutes, repeatedly attempting to convince you to enter.
I used to watch you be like slay.
Politely but firmly tell it that you are just passing through
Yeah, just pass by.
and will wait for the next one. Stand beyond the threshold. It cannot pursue you outside of the elevator.
Oh my god.
Eventually, it will move on.
Monka.
If the
scared.
figure resembles a middle-aged woman in hiking gear, you may enter the elevator and ride it to your destination. The elevator ride will take much longer than it should, up to half an hour. Do not panic, and reciprocate the woman's attempts to make conversation. Do not be honest with her.
Do not be
Lie
honest.
openly and brazenly about every possible detail, including obvious ones such as your ethnicity
I got a really
and
big
age.
heart.
She appreciates this. If the figure resembles a younger vagrant, it is safe to enter the elevator. They will not speak, but may offer you a hug. Accepting this has no
Not the hug.
consequences and is left to your discretion. When you arrive at your floor, they may offer a small trinket, such as a tin duck or ceramic ashtray. Accept it gratefully and keep it close at hand.
My nerves are on fire. I was lucky I pulled the vagrant card instead of the Wall Street anglerfish card at least. They seemed nice. Couldn't have been older than 19 or 20.
The
Dressed in
goth girl in
clothes
the elevator do
completely
not
worn
enter.
through. I got in, and we were standing next to each other heading up to my floor when he reached out. I just sort of let it happen, and he hugged me. A proper hug. Haven't been hugged like that in a long time. Didn't say a word, just hugged me for a few seconds like he knew I needed it. Stepped back, handed me a matchbox filled with leaves, and then the doors were closing and he was gone.
Space.
Sometimes everybody needs just a hug, you know?
Instructions. You will exit out of the elevator into a hallway of some kind. Checking your room key is pointless. It will either not have a room number or have an entirely impossible one. Your room will make itself known to you when you find it. As such, begin walking down the hallway. Resist the urges to investigate the other rooms in the hallway. The doors have peepholes in them, and making eye contact may invite unwelcome attention. Keep your eyes focused down, and ignore any feelings of being observed as you proceed down the hall. Avoid making noise. The other guests are sleeping. The hallway is generally not linear, and you may find various other spaces. Eventually, you will arrive at a crossroads.
Is the volume okay, by the way? So let me know if I need to turn it up or down.
The topology of SCP-7819 allows for it, and are suspected to be incongruous spaces. As such, it is advised not to remain in them for more than a few minutes at most. Personnel who have dallied in the crossroads report dull headaches and paranoia. This is best addressed by picking a direction at random and beginning to walk down it. It is unclear whether SCP-7819 adapts to one's mind or vice versa, but this has been the most effective method for arriving at one's room. You will know it when you see it.
I have no idea how long I was walking. At least 40 minutes. But that was after I started checking my watch. Just endless shag carpet and
okay, who's doing the voice
yellow
acting for these? These are great.
Commercial art on the walls. I thought it would just be one long hallway, but it wasn't. I mean, its fast it was. But then it ended and took a sharp right turn, and then a left, and then down a set of stairs, past a smoking lounge through a little walkway. Didn't have any sense of consistency to the construction. Just felt like a weird amalgamation of every hotel I've ever been in, glued together without thought. Eventually it started getting really bizarre. The carpet went from drab beige to like the pattern you find on bus seats. There were curtains, but they were nailed to the wall so they couldn't be opened. Every successive set of doors kept getting lifted a few inches off the ground until they were literally halfway into the ceiling. This isn't a place people were meant to be.
Space. Room. Instructions.
Is this SCP just like a hotel? Like it's basically the back rooms.
Chillness in the air.
Like, why are those chairs so big? Why are those
Do
chairs
not
so
close
big?
the door behind you until you have turned on all the lights and ensured you are alone in the room. There may be a door to an adjoining room. Move a piece of furniture in front of this door, or otherwise find a way to barricade it. The layout of the room
Do I
will
need to do
vary
this
and be
for
completely
Magnus? Land of One Light,
idiosyncratic,
a snot face
such
wants
as
to
having
see you.
mismatched furniture sets,
I think that leads into
of chairs filling
getting
the
into
room
Land of
with
One Light,
nothing else,
and you will want to do Land of
or
One
being
Light
difficult to
in the
traverse.
future. Unspoken.
Do your
So
best
you
to
might as
get
well.
comfortable.
I don't know if
The
you
bathroom
need
may
to
be
do
locked
that.
from the
I
inside,
think I remember doing that after the
but
Magnus.
this is not a point of concern
But you
unless
eventually
have
want to
reason
do Land of One
believe
Light in the
someone
near
is
future.
inside. If
It
you
unlocks
do,
2 crystal slots and some family
bar the door to
sets.
the best of your ability.
And Black Shrine as well, if you want to get
You
into
may
Black
keep
Shrine.
the lights on or dim
Black
them,
Shrine is the boss
but get
splits.
into a bed and pull the covers over yourself. If the room has a television, you may put something on to calm your nerves. Personnel have suggested home and garden television delivers the best results. Eventually, you will fall asleep.
I think that's also, that might be related to your
Standing out from and facing a single
reward too.
focal point.
Snot face wants
A
to see
shitty
you.
microwave that
sounds
wasn't even
familiar.
plugged in. Absolutely baffling. Like it was designed by a person with no understanding of how humans lived. I got in and made sure everything was fine, then put my stuff down. Took a leak, which is when I found out the bathroom was fake. The plumbing wasn't attached in the top.
You know how like when you're watching like YouTube videos, sometimes you fall down a rabbit hole? I feel like this is like one of the rabbit holes we're falling down. You know, like you keep watching like these weird videos.
Toilet and shower were made
And
out
you're
of
like, you can't stop watching because like I want to know what's happening next, you know?
hardly the weirdest thing so far, but for some reason it just f***ed with me. I got out and
It's the best part of SCP.
Almost immediately.
Is that how you got into it, Skullfire? You just saw like a random video and then you just can't stop.
I could barely keep my eyes open. And right as I was drifting off, it occurred to me that I hadn't checked under the beds.
Space. Pool. Instructions. You will wake up in the hotel hot tub. There will be no one else in the indoor pool area. And you will feel physically awake but mentally exhausted. This is normal. A small radio set on a nearby table may be playing a song.
And whoever's making
from
these
your childhood,
animations, they add so much to the atmosphere.
quality.
It's great.
Try to tune it better if you can, but
These are great.
do not change the station. Do not change the station. You may exit the hot tub
He said
and
it twice.
inspect
That
the
means he
main
means
pool.
business.
It will generally be of idiosyncratic shape and construction. You will find that the surface tension of the water
Anything
is
so
much
much to follow.
stronger.
Hello. My viewers are introducing me to SCP. I don't know if you know about SCP, but I feel like I found a new rabbit hole to discover.
You will drown. Underneath the membrane, you may see shapes moving around. Ignore them. Return to the hot tub, re-entering it. This time, completely submerge yourself. Despite your expectations, once you go under, it will not feel warm. It will feel painfully, bitingly cold, as though stepping into ice water. Ignore it and open your eyes. You will find that the hot tub descends several feet deeper than
Because I have
expected.
I'm in screenshot mode.
And grab the
If you
small
press
object
Control
you see
U,
lying on the floor.
you can enter
Inspect it after
screenshot mode.
emerging from the water.
I like grinding in screenshot mode because everything looks so cool.
Neatly folded on a nearby table. Dry and redress yourself before departing for your room.
I've always loved hotel pools. Something about them. I don't know. You'd
Have you
think
used
everyone
screenshot
would
mode
go for it,
before?
but for whatever reason, it feels like I'm the only one who's ever in
There's
one.
some really great screenshots
So
you
it's
can
just
take.
a nice, calming space for me to sink into the water and be utterly alone. This wasn't like that. This felt wrong in some interminable, indescribable way. Every facet of it seemed designed for maximum discomfort. The echo bouncing off the ceiling and water
not just
being
for
close
fighting.
enough to your own voice to trick you up.
Taking screenshots because you can change like the day of daytime
Like someone had never
and
seen a
filters
pool
like
before.
this.
Literally hundreds of life preservers hanging off the wall. The main pool was
And then you can
unnerving.
also save a
The membrane on top made it so that everything underneath the surface was blurry and hard to make out. But still, I could see 3 or 4 blurry shapes moving around, slimming back and forth.
It's so nice.
One of them was person-shaped. At first, I thought it was another person, trapped or something, and tried to get a little closer. Didn't step into the water, but I put my hand against the film. It swam up on the other side and pressed its palm where mine was. Held it there for a moment. Then it starts slamming its fists against the membrane wildly, trying to tear through it like a wild animal. I can hear it screeching from under the water. I screamed, scrabbled backward, grabbed my things and
Rice
ran.
Shower the Horse. Thank you so much for the
Thankfully, I only
follow.
checked out the other
Thank
pool
you. My
after
viewers
getting
just
the object
introduced me to SCP. I don't know if you know SCP, but I feel like this is a new rabbit hole I just discovered.
engagement ring. I lost it years ago. Flashed it down the toilet of a hotel I was staying at.
If you guys have any more SCP suggestions, send it.
Breakfast area.
Send it to me.
Instructions. On your way back to your room, you will pass by the breakfast area attached to the lobby. Despite it being still night outside, it will be open and the lights on. Enter. There will be a large amount of food laid out on the counters. Most of it will be inedible in some form, though there are usually some edible foodstuffs. Ignore all of them. Do not feel guilty about doing so, and instead make your way to the only other person in the breakfast area. Join them at their table as they eat. They will attempt to persuade you to stay. Politely but firmly deny them. It will make your heart hurt, but it is necessary should you wish to leave. They will repeatedly do this. And
is there a video of like this kind of quality about the teddy bear?
Until they stop asking.
Is this channel the ball gun?
Plastic fruit, styrofoam waffles, muddy water instead of coffee. I'm not exaggerating, it was
These
literally
are some good quality videos.
all laid out and presented like a typical continental breakfast. Very weird, but I followed the instructions, ignored all of it, and headed for the man at the table. Older guy, salt and pepper hair, looks like every dad. The only sound in the room was his chewing, and the dead air on the television as it softly played static. He seemed excited to see me once he noticed me. Asked me to please take a seat. So I did, opposite him. Started bombarding me with questions. Where was I from? Where was I going? How long I'd been on the road? But not with the sinister edge of the people in the elevator. Genuine, sincere, wanting to know if I was all right and having a nice time.
Was it an SCP or a real person?
I feel bad about ignoring all of his questions and just saying, I want to leave. I got the
it's
sense
not a
he'd
real
heard this a
person.
lot, and he was persistent about it. What can I do to make your stay better? Sorry, I say, but I want to leave. You're not enjoying the amenities? They're fine. I still want to leave. Don't you think this is nicer than having to deal with the troubles of life? It's a resort. Maybe, but I'd prefer the troubles over whatever this is. Fighting to choke down the parts of me saying he has a point. Eventually, he just goes crestfallen. Is there anything else I can do to make you stay? No. He seemed to accept that. Told me to spend the rest of my night. Check out in the morning. He was still sitting there when I left. Alone.
Space. Checkout. Instruction.
Longer or shorter videos?
When you wake up the next morning. Late. Regardless of when you fell asleep.
Just like nice quality like this. Like I don't think I
will
care too
find
much
that the
about
layout of SCP-7819 has shifted dramatically.
Look how beautiful the rain is in video. Oh my gosh.
Several doors in the hallway will be hanging open. And you will pass cleaning carts as though housekeeping is doing their rounds. There will be no one around except you. Head to the elevators and back down to the lobby. There will similarly be no one at the front desk. But place your key down. Depart SCP-7819. Get in your vehicle. The parking lot will now be empty. And get back onto the highway. Driving until you can get into contact with your nearest site and report your SCP-7819 encounter.
And more weight, yeah.
The light of day makes things feel a lot different. The labyrinth of the carpet and hallway just felt odd now. Not sinister. I went downstairs, turned my key into the empty desk. The breakfast area was closed again. I stepped out the doors. The sun was shining. Got in my car, got back on I-10, put the hotel in my rearview mirror, and then as soon as it came, it was gone. My parents and I used to take a lot of road trips when I was a kid, so we stayed in a lot of motels. You know the kind. Shitty roadside lodging where the rooms are cramped and the prices are dirt cheap. Years-old carpet. Unfashionable furniture from the 70s. Sinks that stick out into the room and hard mattresses. Not a resort. Just a place to lay your head down for the night. Transitory spaces where you're meant to come and go.
SCP-1048 is the teddy bear?
Motels are not home, obviously. They try their best to feel like they're home, but not particularly well, which is why they have such a unique vibe of their own. A corporate design space calculated to put you at ease. They're spaces for humans to inhabit, but there's nothing really human about them. 7819 embodies that pretty well. Something that doesn't really understand humans, trying fruitlessly to lure them in, with fractured memories of motel rooms and hot tubs. I don't know. I don't know what 7819 is, really. I can only make guesses from what I experienced. Like I said, I took a lot of road trips as a kid, and there are some deeply, deeply strange things that live on the edges of these highways.
If you follow these instructions, you will exit with no issue. If you haven't, we do not blame you for staying.
I mean, it is a resort. A resort SCP. That's an interesting one. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Hey. These are all so scary.
By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Keter-class anomalous cognitohazard and is level 42316 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden.
Item number 2316. Level 4, secret. Containment class, Keter. Disruption class, Kennic. And risk class, danger.
Okay, for those of you who know the SCP stuff, what does that mean? What is like class, containment class Keter? What does that mean? Is that like a, like, oh no, like code blue, code red, code brown, something like that?
The following file contains images and text that are carriers for anomalous cognitohazardous influences. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Due to this, it is imperative that all personnel accessing this file be certified as having a cognitive resistance value, CRV, of no less than 14.5. Should you fail an automated CRV verification, please remain calm and do not move. A member of your site's medical staff will be with you shortly. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. Running adjusted tonal variance processor. Verification complete. User CRV is within acceptable limits.
Special containment procedures. Under no circumstances are Foundation personnel to approach SCP-2316. Observation of SCP-2316 must only be carried out by remote dummy probes utilizing video and audio recording equipment. Only those personnel adequately rated for exposure to cognitohazardous anomalies may review footage and audio of SCP-2316. The lake in which SCP-2316 is located has been quarantined and fenced off, and is to be routinely patrolled by individuals who have not been exposed to SCP-2316 and have no prior knowledge of its characteristics.
You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
Individuals who attempt to bypass the enforced quarantine must be apprehended and moved to Site-33 for a full cognitive influence screening. Individuals who come within 50 meters of the lake containing SCP-2316 are to be considered lost.
Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal
It's
microphone.
a lake? The SCP's a lake?
Running adjusted tonal variance processor. Verification complete. User CRV is within acceptable limits.
Description: SCP-2316 is the designation for an anomalous phenomenon existing within County. SCP-2316 manifests as a group of human corpses floating in a small group at the surface of the water. The identities of these corpses are
Cognitohazard removed. Automated change unknown.
Though DNA testing has been inconclusive. While SCP-2316 appears to be individual instances, it is theorized that SCP-2316 may instead be an entity composed of a collective consciousness. Individual instances of SCP-2316 do not act on their own, but do seem to be able to act collectively as a single unit. The individual instances of SCP-2316 are unrecognizable.
You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
SCP-2316 hosts a powerful cognitohazardous effect, causing those who have viewed SCP-2316, are aware of certain parts of its nature, or who were enrolled in
Cognitohazard removed. Automated message invalid.
to believe that the individual instances of SCP-2316 are human beings they recognize, typically from their childhood. Attempting to come into contact with SCP-2316 instances by way of entering or touching an instance of SCP-2316 will cause other instances of SCP-2316 to appear.
You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
The additional instances only serve to reinforce and add to the strength of the cognitohazard, compelling affected individuals into the lake. Individuals who enter the lake in this way are lost, and to date, none have been recovered. Addendum 2316-1. Interview.
So many audio glitches. What's happening?
Let me show you their faces. Begin log.
Did you ever feel compelled?
You have to kill the visionary.
Like something was pulling you in?
So the visionary is the skinny guy. Skinny guy.
There's nothing wrong with them. They didn't
And I
drag
got a
me in.
green Ulukita
I
buff.
saw them in the water and went in myself.
So burst down the skinny guy.
I wanted to hear what they were saying. They're my friends. When you entered the water, what did you see? Faces. My friends. Faces I recognized. Some I didn't, but they became more familiar as I saw them. I'd known them my whole life, but there was something wrong with them. Wrong with them. Like the face of someone you see in a dream, or you can't remember it right. There's something wrong, and the way they're speaking, No, that's impossible. They're simply not moving their mouths, but I could hear them, asking for help. They told me. They told me who they were. They told me you knew who they were. That you're clearly succumbing to the cognitohazard. We need to get you medical attention, Agent. If you get your hands off me. I know all their names, Harrison. I heard them speaking to me. Every single one. All it takes is one person to see them and tell people, and they'll know what you've been trying to hide. Turglaw Wood Ice, subdue them, get them out of here, take them to amnestics, and turn that goddamn recorder off.
And log. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. Verification incomplete. User CRV is not within acceptable limits. User CRV influenced by active cognitohazards. Please stay still. A member of your site's medical staff 4025-23 will be with you shortly. Terminal logout out.
Addendum 2316-2.
Terminal low 32. You don't have a lot of time. You'll need to get away quickly. Go back to the lake. Go into the water. Look into their eyes. It's your friends, your classmates. You took the trip to the lake in the fall of '75 together when you were young. Don't you remember? Look into their eyes. I know you can hear them talking to you.
Is this the SCP talking to us?
Talk to me. Don't let them tell you it's just a cognitohazard. This is their fault. They caused this. We were all innocent kids, don't you remember? And you just got away, you and I. The rest of them are at the bottom of that lake, waiting for us to go back to them and be whole together again. They want us to know. They want us to remember. Wake up, goddammit. Remember the fall of '75, the year we were supposed to graduate. Don't let them make you forget. They're calling to you. Can you hear them? Can you hear them?
No, I don't want to hear them. I don't want to hear them.
Can you hear them? Can you hear them? Can you hear them? Can't you hear them?
Okay, I think this is like the SCP talking to us, right?
Can you hear them? 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 Can't you hear them? Can you hear them? Can you hear them? I know you can. Can you hear them? Can you hear them?
It's really weird that I came back to this game despite hating and putting it for a good time. How do they do this? I don't know why. Yeah, it's the combat, right? Okay. Combat just keeps making me come back. How are you, Opain? We're just taking well, we took a break from the grind earlier, but my viewers have been showing me, introducing me to something called SCP. I don't know if you know what SCP is.
Description. SCP-1833 is a copy of the 1976 edition Kirk-Longwood High School yearbook, previously belonging to student Carolyn Kirk. The yearbook shows mild wear and use indicative of its age. The front cover of SCP-1833 shows
like SCP? Do you have any like recommended videos of SCP? I'm discovering the rabbit hole right now.
1976 in the bottom right corner.
What's like your favorite
The
SCP?
back of SCP-1833 is blank, save for a small amount of charring along the spine. An inscription inside the back cover reads,
Underwater
We've had a
SCP.
great year, haven't we? Don't worry about waiting for the reunion.
Do you have like a
I'm
video
sure
like
we'll
this
see each
to
other soon
share
enough.
share with the class?
Lots of love from all your best friends.
Verification complete. User CRV is within acceptable limits.
That was good. That was a good one. Is there any more? Oh, it's credits and patrons. Oh my god. We gotta watch Flesh. What is Flesh? Is that another SCP? The Old Man. Oh my god, this thumbnail is just giving me nightmares. No. No. The Old Man. Why is he so old? SCP-106? This shit is addictive. I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight, but I can't stop. I know. Is this your first time watching SCP stuff as well?
My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-106.
106.
Object class, Keter.
Keter. That means it's like
Special
really
containment
dangerous, right?
Procedures.
I'm learning, I'm learning.
11.6. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than a 2/3 vote from O5 Command and may only extend to testing situations. All staff, research, security, Class D, etc. are to remain at least 20 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except for mandated maintenance and reevaluation checks. Containment cell must be held suspended in a secondary cell, the walls of which must be at least 30 meters distant from the outer walls of the first or primary cell. The secondary cell is to remain under total observation at all times, and be both illuminated and clear of any and all debris.
I've heard it before,
Any
but I've never
items,
really looked into it very
movement, or
much.
non-normal activity noted within the secondary cell will result in a full site lockdown. Lockdown will be maintained until a situation normal dispatch is issued by Site Command. Any corrosion observed on the primary cell, secondary cell, staff members, or other site locations within 200 meters of SCP-106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing or killed in action. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: SCP-106 does not have a docile state. Any reduction in activity or increased compliance from SCP-106 is to be deemed a luring tactic immediately preceding an aggressive action, and treated as such. Note: SCP discontinued due to escape percentage. Revision 11.7.
Escaped?
No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than a 2/3 vote from
Why is it
O5
repeating
Command,
this? I think I've heard
and
this
may
before.
only extend to testing situations. All staff, research, security, Class D, etc. are to remain at least 30 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except under direct order from Site Command. SCP-106 is to be kept within a sealed container comprised of 16 layers of lead-lined steel, each separated by no less than 18 centimeters of open space, aside from minimal support struts. Said container is to be kept suspended by a continuous current system within a fluid medium. This medium is to be replaced in 48-hour cycles and constantly monitored for any corrosion intrusion. Any corrosion observed on any containment cell surfaces, staff members, or other site locations within 200 meters of SCP-106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing or killed in action. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. SCP-106 does not have a docile state. Any reduction in activity or increased compliance from SCP-106 is to be deemed a luring tactic immediately preceding an aggressive action, and treated as such. Note: observation of SCP-106 has shown slight resistance when passing through lead or other similar metals. The thickness of the material appears to make no difference. In addition, multiple layers of thin material appear to slow SCP-106, forcing it to enter and re-emerge multiple times. Fluids also appear to temporarily confuse SCP-106. Note: SCP discontinued due to multiple surface breaches. Agitation system continued to disperse corrosion during breach event, resulting in multiple breaches and full containment failure. Revision 11-8. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than a 2/3 vote from O5 Command. Any such interaction must be undertaken in AR2 maximum security sites, after a general non-essential staff evacuation. All staff, research, security, Class D, etc., are to remain at least 60 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except in the event of breach events. SCP-106 is to be contained in a sealed container, comprised of lead-lined steel. The container will be sealed within 40 layers of identical material, each layer separated by no less than 36 centimeters of empty space. Support struts between layers are to be randomly spaced.
Why does it keep repeating?
The container is to remain
Is that part of the
suspended no less
storytelling?
than 60 centimeters from any surface by ELO-IID electromagnetic supports. Secondary containment area is to be comprised of 16 spherical cells, each filled with various fluids and a random assembly of surfaces and supports. Secondary containment is to be fitted with light systems, capable of flooding the entire assembly with no less than 80,000 lumens of light instantly, with no direct human involvement. Both containment areas are to remain under 24-hour surveillance. Any corrosion observed on any containment cell surfaces, staff members, or other site locations within 200 meters of SCP-106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing or killed in action. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: continued research and observation have shown that when faced with highly complex or random assemblies of structures, SCP-106 can be confused, showing a marked delay on entry and exit from said structure. SCP-106 has also shown an aversion to direct, sudden light. This is not manifested in any form of physical damage, but a rapid exit into the pocket dimension generated on solid surfaces. These observations, along with those of lead aversion and liquid confusion, have reduced the general escape incidence by 43%. The primary cells have also been effective in recovery incidents requiring recall protocol. Observation is ongoing. Description: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. SCP-106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, SCP-106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into its pocket dimension. SCP-106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years of age bracket.
Okay.
SCP-106, The Old Man. Horror is a lot of things to a lot of people. For some, it's a parking lot at night, or a dark forest, or walking into a spider web. For others, it's clowns, or heights, or public speaking. For many, though, horror is simply something utterly horrific, which brings us to SCP-106. 106 is another classic SCP whose continued popularity has put it at the forefront of the SCP universe. Much like SCP-096, SCP-173,
do people just memorize
SCP-076, and others,
they don't have like a
106
name?
Is another
They just
inhuman
memorize the
monster
numbers?
with no regard for human life that can't seem to be killed. Unlike many of those dangerous SCPs, however, 106 seems to take a certain amount of pleasure in torturing humans. let's look at exactly how 106 is considered horrific, and a couple tales that might explain where it came from. SCP-106 is a humanoid resembling an elderly male undergoing advanced decomposition. It can scale any vertical surface and hang there indefinitely while waiting for prey. It is not exceptionally agile, so it relies more on ambush tactics, capable of staying motionless for days if necessary. One of 106's main anomalous properties is its ability to corrode all solid matter it touches, from plant matter to metal, and
so
especially
he's not, like,
to
walking
living
through
tissue.
walls, he's melting the
This
material
effect
so
will
you can walk
continue
through
for
it.
6 hours after 106 removes its touch. This corrosion appears as rusting, rotting, and cracking, and also causes a black, mucus-like substance to coat the object, similar to the substance covering 106 itself. 106's second main anomalous property is its ability to pass through solid matter.
Oh, he
which
can?
leaves behind
Okay.
a patch of corrosive mucus. This ability seems to be connected to 106's capability of entering a pocket dimension.
Pocket dimension?
That is, a small alternative dimension created and controlled by 106. This pocket dimension seems to be comprised mostly of halls and rooms, and serves as a hunting ground for 106. 106 can
The
enter
Dare's
this
banned for
pocket
free?
dimension by
Yes.
traveling into any surface,
You can get like 2
and can
slots.
return from the
I think,
dimension
for
from
free.
any surface connected to the
From
entry
doing
point,
the initial quest.
such as entering
You
a
talk
wall
to your
and
black
coming out the
spirit to
ceiling,
get started.
or entering an interior
I
wall and coming
believe
out
it
the
should
exterior.
be called the Dare's
106 combines these abilities to hunt prey, generally humans from 10 to 25 years old, and incapacitates them with a touch. Usually, it will damage major organs, muscle groups, tendons, or bones, leaving the individual injured, but alive.
There you go.
It will then pull the person into the pocket dimension, where it will likely continue to toy with it.
Should be.
As you can imagine,
Here.
containment of 106
Dare's
is a little
belts.
tricky, as it can corrode anything it touches and walk through walls. It has been found
Yes,
that for
it's
some reason
called,
it has an aversion to
Dare's
lead,
banned black spirits.
leading to the use of lead-lined steel in its containment unit. This containment unit is then surrounded by 40 layers.
That's what it looks like. So it's called Nadir's Band from the Black Spirit. And then it should send you to Tarif. Yes. Oh, here's what the quest is called. Sorry. Here. Try this. This one. So it's under suggested. Nadir's Band Magic of the Dark. There you go.
Of more lead-lined steel, each spaced apart from one another, and the entire thing is suspended off the ground.
My
secondary
viewers have
containment area
introduced me to
consists of
SCP, and so we've just been
16
watching some
spherical
SCP stuff. Do you know
filled
about
with
SCP?
different liquids, and a randomized assembly of surfaces.
If I
and
ask you something about
supports.
grinding, it's a spot for MPBot. I'm not sure
It
what the
seems
best
that
way to go about
106
it.
becomes confused
go
when
for
faced
pity,
with
cards, or
complex
atomics.
and/or random assemblies of structures.
Velkin, I always recommend, for me personally, grinding the areas that drop the direct piece for the chance of potentially just skipping the entire grind. Because if you grind an Tannis element area, you're forced to grind 100 for the piece. Whereas if you grind the actual area for them, then you have a chance to just skip everything, right? If you get lucky. And there are many instances where people get lucky and get it. And if not, then hey, you're building towards the pity as well. So what do you call a bee with no exit?
Additionally, the
Unbelievable.
secondary containment
Thank you,
area is
Crimson.
fitted with light systems
Thank you,
capable
Crimson.
of automatically flooding the area in extremely bright light, which 106 also has an aversion to. Although these measures don't completely contain
Okay, so
106,
bright lights.
they have worked to cut down on the overall number of containment breaches. The entire containment area is under constant 24-hour human surveillance, and any corrosion effect seen within 200 meters of 106's containment cell is cause for alarm. 106 does tend to break containment fairly often, however, occasionally lying in feigned dormancy for months at a time to lull staff into assumed security. After breaching containment, 106 will cause large amounts of corrosive damage to Foundation property and abduct as many people as possible back to its pocket dimension.
It brings you to
Upon
a
a
pocket
breach,
dimension.
Foundation staff will repair the containment area as quickly as possible, and then bring in a human in the 10 to 25 age bracket, typically a D class. Once ready, staff will injure the subject, usually by cutting the Achilles tendon or breaking the thigh bone, causing them to become immobilized. They will be placed in the containment cell, and their wails and screams will soon bring 106 back.
Yeah,
if this does not occur, more trauma might need to be inflicted on the subject,
sometimes we mess
or
up on our
multiple
deliveries.
subjects might be brought in. Physical damage seems to have no effect on 106, of course, so containment is so far the Foundation's only solution. That's SCP-106 as presented in the main document, but its popularity has caused a number of tales to pop up related to it. The most popular of these is titled The Young Man, and offers a potential origin to 106. The story takes place during World War I, centered around a corporal named Lawrence. Lawrence was a soldier that followed orders and fought as a soldier should, but had trouble fitting in. Nobody liked Lawrence, not due to lack of trying, but due to Lawrence being wired differently than others. He was quiet and still, kept to himself in the trenches, but everyone seemed to feel naturally uneasy around him. For the most part, Lawrence was utterly average, in height, weight, appearance, talent, and so on, but he did possess some small notable quirks. He tended to stare at people slightly longer than was acceptable, and would often mumble in his sleep, rambling about odd, unsettling things. One soldier heard him mumble the name of his daughter, followed by a muffled giggle.
Oh, he's a kid.
Causing the soldier to move to another barracks. Lawrence and 14 others were sent across no man's land to the enemy trench to secure it, after it had gone silent for several days. It was theorized by many that Lawrence was sent more to just get him away from most of the soldiers than due to his combat prowess. Many seemed to hope that Lawrence would be killed in the process. During the following 3 days, as Lawrence and the other 14 were away, the rest of the soldiers in the trench began to discuss the odd man. None of them ever remembered him discussing his home, and he never seemed to write any letters or receive any. He would often mention his dreams, but overall seemed to lack any passion. Questions about Lawrence floated up to the higher commands, as no one was able to actually find his station orders, or really any paperwork whatsoever about him. He'd come with a reinforcement squad from France, but none of the other reinforcements had seen him before, as they were a group of a number of different squads brought together. Nearly every man who shared a bunkhouse with him had gotten trench foot, and he seemed to leave behind a musty and sickly sweet smell.
Ew.
Whispers began to spread of Corporal Lawrence being a curse. Regardless, Lawrence and the other soldiers crossed no man's land and made it to the German trench, only to discover it empty and silent. The trench was completely devoid of life, even insects and rodents were absent. They did discover a sticky slime that seemed to have pooled into every divot and crack.
Huh?
Overall, the trench was in ruins, with nothing living or dead found, until one of the soldiers discovered the remnants of a human body. The flesh had somehow been smeared across the entire floor of a barracks, rotten bones sticking out at random angles, and the skull was resting on a bunk bed with 10 fingertip bones crammed into the eye sockets. More remains were soon found, a ring of hands with the fingers interlaced, 2 men in a tunnel with leathery skin, thin as mummies, covered in an oily black scum. The latrines were overflowing with excrement and organs, the surface dotted with thousands of eyeballs. By this point, many of the men were loudly discussing retreating from this nightmare, but Corporal Lawrence was still rummaging around when he discovered a hole. It seemed to be the entrance to a natural cavern, and a private watched as Lawrence peered in before sliding in head first. The private rushed over to assist, but could see nothing in the inky blackness of the hole. He heard rustles of movement and the sound of liquid shifting, followed by a repulsive stench that sent the private retching.
Ugh.
The rest of the soldiers came over, and soon Lawrence returned from the hole, pale and shivering, covered in a tarry black ooze. He began vomiting out more of the same black slime, shuddering and shaking constantly. Once he finally stopped, the soldiers grabbed him and quickly retreated from the trench, half dragging Lawrence with them. When they made it back to the other trench, they collapsed in a gasping, sobbing pile. The coherent ones were debriefed, and the strange sights were dismissed as battle fatigue and strange gas weapon tests. Lawrence said little of his time in the hole, saying that he fell into an underground pool, or buried latrine, struggled for a bit, and climbed out. He was told not to discuss the events, and oddly seemed in better spirits than he was before. Lawrence became more talkative, rambling about the joys of confined spaces, and of creation and destruction. A constant smile spread across his face, and the other soldiers wished for the old Corporal Lawrence to come back. One private told a friend that he had awoken one night to find Lawrence standing over him, his eyes gleaming. They found the private the next day caught in some barbed wire, his intestines spread around him in every direction.
What?
A few days later, a wasting sickness came upon the soldiers in the trench, eating their flesh like acid and causing it to become oozing and blackened. Many died from the sickness, and Lawrence was sent to a hospital, although he was later transferred to a mental ward after assaulting a nurse, resulting in her losing 3 fingers and the vision in her right eye. Lawrence would quietly rant to other patients about endless halls, pursuits in the dark, and flesh laid out like pages in a book. His behavior became increasingly unstable and unsettling, and would occasionally vanish entirely from the ward, only to return several hours later with no explanation. The strange wasting sickness that consumed his trench followed him wherever he went, and although numerous attempts were made to transfer Lawrence, no paperwork could ever be found about the man. One November night, however, Lawrence and 18 men disappeared between a 5-minute nurse rotation. The room reeked of rust, oil, mold, and sweet rot, with thick swaths of black ooze covering the floor, beds, and walls. A spiral of human teeth was found under a bed, with the total number accounting for every missing person except one. The corporal was never seen again after that, nor were the other patients, and the incident was forgotten amidst the countless horrors of war. Stories emerged, however, of strange deaths, disappearing men later found broken and twisted, and of a strange dark figure stalking the towns of Europe. So, that's one possible explanation for where 106 came from. And even though part of the appeal of the SCP universe is the inherent mystery of the anomalies, some may appreciate a backstory. Even within this backstory, though, there are still some questions to be had, as it doesn't completely answer what happened to Corporal Lawrence. Was it some sort of singular alien entity that took over Lawrence and made him into 106? Or was it simply exposure to an unknown substance? And there could be potentially numerous 106s in existence.
Multiple.
Like everything else, feel free to ignore this, or any other tale about 106, if it doesn't suit your fancy. Another potential explanation for 106 comes from the tale Until Death. I won't go into as much detail about this one, and really this tale is only effective if you're already familiar with SCP-3001, Red Reality.
I'm not.
The tale focuses on an older female researcher working late at night, alone in a Foundation facility. She hears a noise in the corner of the room and gets up to inspect it, when suddenly the lights go out, leaving her in darkness. She turns on her phone's flashlight and looks back at her desk to find a bloody human kidney resting on her papers. The noise she heard becomes thicker somehow, and she sees a black smear across a wall, the paint and plaster corroding away. She walked towards the wall, and a hand shot out and grabbed her arm, the black slime melting through her lab coat. SCP-106 emerges from the wall, decrepit and rotten, and begins walking towards her, grinning. Black foulness dripped off of him, and the researcher ran out of the lab towards the night guard. As she met up with him, 106 came into sight, still following her. The guard fired 3 shots at 106, causing it to stop and fall to the ground, sinking through the floor. It's revealed that this is the first ever sighting of 106, and they have no idea what they've just witnessed. 106 appeared through the ceiling above the guard, dripping acid on his face, and proceeded to messily kill the man. The researcher had twisted her ankle and slowly limped away into the guard station. As she entered, however, she fell into the melting floor, her skin burning away due to the black ooze. She fully descended into the blackness, and she stopped feeling any pain. She was in a room she didn't recognize, and saw a dilapidated hallway in front of her, realizing that she was in some sort of alternate dimension. Optimistic that she could find a way out, she limped around, eventually opening a door and walking into her old apartment. Since this building had apparently been torn down 20 years ago, she was quite confused.
So using her
Everything seemed to be in
memories?
place as it was, but when she went to open a closet, a pile of dismembered corpses fell out on top of her. After flailing and gagging, she got out of the mess and recognized one of the faces as the night guards. 106 emerged from the back of the closet, and she began running
Wait,
again.
did Golden Pig open?
Now realizing that this was some sort of twisted version of the facility she worked
Golden
in.
Pig just open?
She made her way back to the guard room where she had first entered this dimension, hoping that there was a similar way out.
Did it just open?
As 106
Oh my
continued
god, we're
to
going,
chase
we're
her.
going. Thank you, Skull.
Just barely,
Thank
she
you.
makes it into the guard room and sinks through the same floor,
I'm
re-emerging in the real
going.
facility.
Thank you.
She hits the alarm button, but 106 is stopped right behind her. She realizes that
Over
this
there.
entity has taken the night guard's throat and put it into its own throat, causing a growling sound. The growling sound builds in intensity, becoming a word. Red. This is followed by 2 more words, which are both Anna. The realization slammed into
Here
her.
comes an
and
unemployment
106
cave?
took
Oh
2
no,
steps
that's
towards
so
her,
funny.
holding up its hand where the ring had been.
Unemployment
She was
cave.
frozen, unable to move or think, and 106 finally reached out to touch her cheek. The flesh began dripping from her face, and
Pick
106
up it. I know, I'm
leaned
running,
in to
Vexer,
kiss
I'm
her,
running.
melting and fusing her face to his.
How are you, Vexer?
She screamed, but it
My
was useless
chat has
as her
introduced
tongue
me
had also
to
melted,
SCP,
and her
and so
throat
we're
was
watching some
filled with
SCP
molten
videos.
muscle. The 2 sunk through the floor together, locked in a final embrace. This tale is both a backstory to SCP-106, as well as an epilogue to SCP-3001, showing that Robert Scranton did manage to make it out of the Red reality, but no longer as a human. If I can speak personally, although I acknowledge the creativeness of the tale, I don't particularly care for it as an ending to Scranton's story. There are plenty that disagree with me, of course, and it's a popular alternative backstory for 106. Whatever you care to think of 106's origins, the Old Man is certainly one of the more horrific entities on the SCP Wiki, at least as far as body horror is concerned. It's not everyone's favorite, and of course shows some of the signs of an early SCP, but we can all agree we'd rather not meet him in a dark alley.
Oh man. Definitely my favorite SCP so far was the resort. The resort one we had mentioned earlier, and the IKEA one was also kind of cool. It was very like interesting because like there was this like whole society in the IKEA, like they knew what to do, right? The people working inside, the people trapped inside were like working together. That's interesting. First time you seen Pig like open Skullfire, like the animation of it opening. It didn't exist when you left. Ah. Well, here it is. Here it is, pig. Okay, maybe we take a break from the videos so far. Go back to our regular scheduled programming. Hi, Shinmuruku. Oh my god. You're on the YouTube side this time. You're everywhere, Shinmuruku. Have you ever seen like the grind of it, Skullfire? Is like this gonna be the first time you've seen pig? It's like somebody grind pig. Okay, I got that. And then we put down attack, knockdown. First time? Okay. Let's see if we get the jackpot. If we get the jackpot, that's gonna be so good. Okay, let's go. Decided to tag my Mega because I have weight and slots. Mega's a great class. Let's turn on the lights here with a... Where's our Asanas? There it is. No, I hate it when the pigs just like go past you. Let's turn the volume back up. The game chose for me. Oh, because you had like the weight in inventory. Definitely really convenient to have weight in inventory, that's for sure. Do you know the mechanics of the spot, Skullfire? If not, I can explain to you. So basically, there's going to be 6 rounds of pigs. 6 like whole rotations of pigs, and when the 6 rotations of pigs are dead, the boss will spawn, which is Golden Pig, and he basically has the same animations as the, the boss splits version of it. And so when you kill it, there's a chance you get a jackpot, and that jackpot is worth about, could be worth up to 20 bill, 10 to 20 bill. You get 100 essences and a chest that provides a guaranteed TED accessory. And also the grind spot itself is also very good. A very good spot to grind. And whoever gets the jackpot will essentially close the cave. And the last couple of times the cave opened, it only lasted like less than an hour. Because there's so many people grinding. I see there's a new class. Are you talking about Wukong? Raji? Yes, there's a new class. Wukong. You should try it out if you haven't tried it yet. I made it for the level up rewards as well as doing the ascension stuff for some event furniture. But other than that, I haven't really like played it. Gonna play seasonal? Ah. Seasonal. Golden pig, go. I was burnt out like with the 2 weeks and stopped playing for like 6 months. Oh man. Well, welcome back, Prodigy Gamer. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that too. Is if you guys need to take a break. I take a break all the time from video. The burnout is often. What do you like to do in the meantime? What do you play? Do you play any other games when you're not playing video? You took a nice 2-year break. Welcome back, Skullfire. I was gonna go like pee, but like the golden pig cave is up, and so there's no time to pee. So we're gonna hold in this pee, okay? No peeing allowed. No pee breaks allowed. I gotta hold it in, guys. We have to make some money. We gotta recover from our enhancing session. But that's okay. We actually got like really lucky with our debos in the past, Skullfire. I don't know if you've seen my Deboreka video, but we got really lucky with our Deboreka video. Does it appear at random times? There is a window that it opens. So it can't open for like 12 hours at least after it closes, and then it has like a 6-hour window before like it opens. Sometimes it opens right away, sometimes it opens at the end of the window. So there's a particular window. But on Garmoth.com there's an estimate. Like they have an estimation of when it's going to open. Additionally, people will call it out as well. There's like Garmoth has a call out system. So you can also see on Garmoth if the pig cave is open. And the pig cave is a very, very popular spot, not only for the silver you make, but it's also like not that hard to do, the golden pig cave. There's a 24/7 version of the pig cave, but that's not as popular and is much harder. It's not a bad spot though. Like you can make some really good money there. It's just that it has it's like it hits hard. It's kind of dangerous. A little bit more effort than doing like something like DSR or something. I stopped playing live service games a while back, but I've played stuff like Cyberpunk, Deus Ex, Dying Light, FF. Ah, do you like any like survival games, Prodigy? Survival games are my guilty ass pleasure. It's my guilty pleasure. So games like Minecraft, Ark Survival Evolved, Don't Starve Together, Terraria. Those are like my guilty pleasures. The Forest, yeah, things like The Forest. Those are my guilty pleasures. You played Ark for so long? Oh my god, Unspoken. Do you still keep up with Ark news by chance? Because the freaking Snail Games just is like releasing this new map for Ark Survival Evolved called Aquatica, and it's getting dogged on so much. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would they like make another map for a game like that was like abandoned? Right? Because they like Ark Survival Evolved, like, you know, for the most part, all the modders and all the community moved over to Ark Ascended, right? And so for them to release a new map for Ark Survival Evolved, like the old version of Ark, is just like that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, What is your favorite dino? What's your favorite dino or creature? What's your favorite creature? I always love asking Arc enjoyers this question. Mine's like pretty basic. I'm a basic bitch, okay? My favorite is the Reaper. That's my favorite one. I love the Reaper. I love the way you tame the Reaper too. It's like so interesting. Okay, so my first map on Arc was Aberration. Back in 2018, when Aberration first came out, that was my first time playing Arc too. Basically, my friend loved Arc, right? And he bought me the game. So I had to play with him. And so we played the new map together, Aberration. And my favorite playstyle of the game was essentially just like building, right? I love the building aspect. I love Minecraft. So I just, for the most part, I just love the building aspect. And so he would go out and tame things. And like my favorite map is still Aberration. It's just such an interesting. I know a lot of people hate Aberration because it's like so difficult, but I thought that was normal difficulty. And so when the next map we played, Ragnarok, right? It was so easy. I'm like, what the heck? Like compared to Aberration, I'm like, wait, I'm already like set up because I knew what to expect in Aberration, right? I knew what like you need to go for in Aberration, but like when you were like setting up in Ragnarok, I was like, huh? What the? I'm safe. Like there's no. Yeah, I got my metal going. I got my RGs. I'm just like, huh? Wait, this is so easy compared to Aberration. What the frick? Quetzal, you're one of the Quetzal enjoyers. Yeah, good for metal runs. And the RG, for the most part, has kind of evolved to be kind of like the new Quetzal, just because of how versatile the RG is, right? It's Argentavis. The Direwolf, you're a Direwolf enjoyer. I've never really used the Direwolf. What's so good? What's so appealing about the Direwolf that it's like your favorite? Just the look of it, just like the wolf. You want like a wolf as a pet? I mean, baby Direwolves are pretty cute. Yeah, Ark Survival rip. I got the Forest in the Steam sale. I'm looking forward to playing it. I've actually never played the Forest. I've heard it was a good game though. I heard it was a good game, but I've never played it. I think I've never just played because the timing was like not the right time. Like people, like I usually only play survival games with other people. Like I don't like playing solo, so I always try to play with my friends. And sometimes, you know, a lot of the times when I discover these new games, it's because, you know, my friends want me to play with them. So I'm kind of waiting for, you know, someone to me play with them, you know. Snow Leopard, but okay, they've added some new dinos. I don't know if you've looked at the new dinos in Ark Ascended, but there are some like crazy like dinos like the Pyromane. Apparently people hate. I love the Pyromanes. Maybe I'm just like a Pyromane enjoyer, but like they're so cool and they're so strong. Maybe that's why I like them. I mean, some people call them pay to win because they're like really strong, and their taming method is actually so simple. It's actually not that hard. You just need like a nearby body of water and you can solo tame it like day one probably. Maybe not day one, but like have a bit of armor to survive the attacks. But it's like not even that hard to tame. In 10 days, we are doing a PC christening Ark Survival Ascended session. What do you mean by christening Ark Survival Ascended session? Christening. Is it PvP? I don't really like to do PvP, Skullfire. I mostly am a PvE enjoyer. I'm more so a PvE enjoyer. I don't know if you've played or have played MapleStory, but they're making a classic. I have played MapleStory. I did see MapleStory Classic. I don't know if I'll play. I'll see if anybody else is playing, and then I'll, you know, maybe join them, but I do really like MapleStory. My new PC I ordered was specifically so I could play Ark Survival Ascended. Yeah, I still have like I was playing Ark Survival Aberration when it first came out. Like I specifically bought Ark Ascended so I could play Aberration on it, and my PC was not loving it. Like this is the current PC I was using it. It was like Like my stream was just like so laggy, but it was not a good experience. It was not a good like visual experience for both my stream and for me, because I had to turn everything down. Right, I had to, like, the best part of Ark Survival Ascended is probably the graphics, right? It's the graphical updates, but like I couldn't enjoy it because I couldn't run the game. So that's still like a huge issue for me, is because I want to enjoy it with full graphics, but I can't play it at full graphics. So just like I still like played through Aberration and, you know, got my Reapers tamed and enjoyed the map, but it definitely sucks when you can't, like, because the optimization of the game is so bad that you can't like, I feel like I have a decent rig. I feel like I have a really decent computer, and Ark Survival Ascended just like destroys my computer. Ugh. It's so sad. C'est la vie. Do you play any horror games? I have, but not by myself. I don't really like the solo horror games. But I mostly play like co-op horror games. So I played like games like Lethal Company, Repo, what's that one game called? Devour. So I have played a lot of like co-op survival games, co-op horror survival games. Phasmo, yes, Phasmo. I played some Phasmo, but I never play like solo horror games because I hate solo horror games. They're so spooky. I can't do spooky, but I can do spooky with friends. You know what I mean? Spooky with friends is so much more fun than spooky alone. You know what I mean? You have somebody to share the scares with. Like, it's so funny. I mean, it sounds bad, right? But when somebody like gets got by the ghost and they start choking out in front of you, it's like so funny. I just laugh so hard in Phasmophobia. I'm like, they're dying in front of me. I know it should be like a very like sad thing, but like in Phasmophobia, it's so hilarious when someone like gets got in front of you. Have you played a lot of Phasmo Prodigy games? Do you know what I'm talking about? I used to play on PS when Valk Sangai came out. Since there's no crossplay, would you recommend starting fresh on PC? Mainly PC player now. Yes. I highly recommend, if you're going to play BDO, the PC version. Console is kind of, I don't want to say it's in shambles, but console BDO is just so behind on content. So yes, I highly recommend to go on PC version instead of console version of BDO. I feel so bad for the console players. I wish they could move over to PC, because again, they're missing like 2 expansions. We're getting our they just got the Ulakita expansion right now. We got it last year, and now we're getting a new expansion called Idana in 3 weeks. And so like, what the hell? What the helly? Console, no. Is this the final boss? Yeah, it's the Golden Pig, yeah. You have a 5-minute timer to kill him, though. So if you're on lower gear, you might fail the timer. For me, I kill him in about maybe like 3 minutes, so not too fast. Some people kill him in like under 2 minutes because they're like meta classes. But as long as you can defeat him within 5 minutes, you're good, because the timer to get back in, the cooldown, is 5 minutes. So if you kill him any faster, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you kill him faster than less than 5 minutes. Because you can't get back into the cave anyways, so you can take your time on this. Obviously, like, you know, kill it within 5 minutes, but also, this guy has a chance to give you a TED accessory as well. Oh, and bond crystals too. Hopefully, we get a bond crystal shortly. How long ago did you last play the game, Robbie? By the way. When was the last time you had played the game? Okay, we got the treasure. So this is a chance to give us a try or tat accessory. Surely. Oh, we're a 10 mil bar. Unlucky. That was not a very good run. We only got one gem. Damn. No, why? Insanity. Wait, why is my thing so full? Oh, 25,000 Blackstones. The hell? Is that all from Olin's? I've been grinding so many Olin's. $20 bill. It's the inside cave. It's the inside boss. So you get two bosses. So you have the boss inside and you have the boss outside. The boss outside is a 5-minute timer. Boss inside is the one that drops the jackpot. Do you recommend buying anything from the pro shop right now? If I had to recommend, oh yeah, here's my advice for you too. Unspoken. Everything in the shop will eventually go on sale. So if you see something you like, wait for a sale. But the most common thing that people buy probably right away as a brand new player is a tent. I don't know if it's on sale right now, but let's see. Nap heart tent. It is. So it is on sale right now. It is probably one of the first things people get. For the most part, 99% of players have this, but it basically allows you to repair on the go, has a shop. You can buy church buffs here on the go. Drop rate buffs is just like it's a very convenient. You can do it with the free tent, except the free tent has like you have to upkeep the parts. It's not permanent. There is a free tent. You can get by with the free tent, but the permanent tent is just really useful. And you have all the features of this on like the free tent. It's just that you have to renew it every 7 days. The camping anvil, the repair thingies is every 1 day. You need to like refresh it. From a vendor, you need to like repair your anvil. It's just really it's a little bit inconvenient. So that is like, this is probably the most pay to win thing in the game is the tent. Pretty much every 99% of beta players pick it up because of how convenient it is to have. It does have a storage that you can store like random things in. I never use it. So but yeah, that's my advice for you is if you're gonna pick up anything Unspoken, always wait for it. No, don't buy anything full price. Never buy anything full price. Additionally, if you're gonna buy pearls, always wait for a 1+1 deal. Never buy pearls by itself is my advice. So you can get things really cheap. If you're like smart about it, right? So 1+1 deals meaning you get double the amount of pearls for the same price. That happens every now and then. I think there was one recently. I think one's going on right now. I have the tent, but can't figure out how to use it. I don't think you need to do a quest, right? You should get a camping tool. When you buy the nap heart tent, you should get a camping tool, use it. And then once you use the camping tool, you should get an icon that looks like this next to your maids. You know, like where your maids are? There's a widget icon. Sorry, let me how do I remove the overlay again? Wait, where does it overlay for it? I can't find my overlay. Okay, yeah, look at your maids. You know where your pets are, right? And your farms and like the workers. So it's like on there. It looks like a little tent. And then when you install the tent, you can input the nap heart stuff into the slots. Just equip it, and then you have access to this stuff. Yeah. Probably 2020 to 2021. At the time, the zone at the south where the Blood Wolves had just come out, I used to play Mystic and Witch. Do you know if they're still viable as solo PvE? Yes, actually, Witch is one of the best grinders. It's meta right now. Awakening Witch, Robbie. It's like one of the best grinders right now. So if you're looking for a really meta class that's still really easy to pick up, very, very straightforward, Awakening Witch is the play. Not sure about Mystic. I did hear some good things about Mystic, but I don't really hear too many people talk about Mystic. But I know it's still a good class, but it's not really in the meta right now compared to some of the other meta classes. But Witch is like super meta right now. If you're looking for a meta class, that is. So you can keep going. Yeah, you can keep doing the pig cave. So people call it fortunate pig cave and unfortunate pig cave. So unfortunate pig cave is 24/7, but has like worse loot overall, and it's still like good, but it's like not as good as fortunate pig cave. Fortunate pig caves drop significantly way more loot, and there's a jackpot, but it's only open for like, okay, on NA it's like less than an hour, but on other regions it might last for hours because they just don't have enough population. But because NA and EU are so populated, everybody and their mother just like runs over here, does it, and you get like 2 or 3 runs, and then that's it. But even though those 2 or 3 runs, it's still so good to go here. The drops are so good. Oh, and Robbie, I'm sure you've seen that the game is free right now. It's 100% off right now, so I think it's still 100% off right now. And I don't know if you play on Steam or play on client, but it doesn't matter. I know you're moving over from console, but if you're wondering, Steam and client, they share the same servers. Unlike console, right? Console has completely different servers, so you can't even though you're on NA or something like that, you can't play with somebody on the PC NA servers. It's just it doesn't do cross-build. That's a little bit sad. But yeah, if you're wondering, Steam and client, it's the same. It's the same server. So you can play with somebody who's on Steam or on the client servers. It's the same servers, so they're not different servers. I guess to better explain, I deploy the tent and see all the buffs and just get overwhelmed. So there's usually a standard set of buffs that people usually run whenever they're grinding Unquashed. So the most common one is the church buffs. These last 5 hours, as well as the villa buff. And the villa buff can be accessed if you have a villa invitation or a secret book of Old Moon scroll. Or a secret book of Old Moon. This one. Book of Old Moon, secret book. These ones. If you have this active, you can utilize the villa for free. However, it's still very easy to do it free to play by leaving an alt at a villa. And you just buy the villa and you use a maid to transfer over the villa invitation. So you don't really need a secret Old Moon book. I have one active because I'm a PA partner. I'm partnered with Pearl Abyss. And so they just give one for free for me every month. One of the perks. And if you, Punkwash, I know you've been streaming some BDO. I mean, if you can get a certain amount of concurrent viewers, I think it's just 10 concurrent viewers and streaming BDO for a certain amount of hours, you can become a content creator for BDO, and they'll give you a free value pack every month. So you can have access to the value pack every month. You just need to reach a certain amount of a criteria, which the criteria is not even that bad. Again, it's only 10 concurrent viewers. So that's not too bad to hit as you're growing. Just never decided on restarting. Well, catching up is very easy, Robbie. So let me tell you about it. Robbie. So when there's something called season servers, and season servers is the catch-up mechanic in BDO. And so you'll get something called some Tuvala armors. Let me see if I can find. Tuvala is equivalent to Tet gear, these ones. And so these are extremely easy to upgrade. They're basically free to upgrade. Additionally, once you graduate from seasons, you'll get something called a Radiant Start Box, which gives you free Tet boss gears and Capotia accessories for free. And so it's they catch you up right away. Additionally, Shiftcase, yo, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you.
Shiftcase and the Fantastic Four, welcome to Raccoonville. We're all set for a night of epic fun and gaming action. Dive in and let's make some great memories.
Thank you so much for the raid, Shift Case. How was your stream? Welcome everybody from Shift Case's stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon, and we are just doing some golden pig cave. It just opened. They also, Robbie, they also provide you with a free pen black star as soon as you like graduate from seasons. You need to reach 61 and have Medea finished. So free pen black star, free Tet black star as well. And you also get a free T10 horse. I have my horse here, if I can call it. So if you're gonna pick up the free T10 horse, I recommend the Pegasus because you can like fly now for the most part. So pick up the Pegasus. There's another. The other ones is like Doom horse. The Doom horse is, oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my god. Anyways, the Doom horse is like another popular one, but it's like, why run fast when you can like, hello? Oh, I can't even bring it. Oh, I can't take it out because I'm in an instant. I can't take out my horse. I can put my horse in, but I can't take it out. Because I'm instanced. Doom. Yeah, the Doom's great and all, but like, why run when you can fly? You know. So I personally recommend the Pegasus if you're gonna pick up one of the horses. And the unicorn. I don't want to call it useless, but I find it useless. So the unicorn can walk on water, but like, why walk on water when you can fly over the water? You know what I mean? So. Is there a need to do Jatina Pen accessory or go directly to Karazad? Yes, so it's very cheap stats for the amount of silver you're spending, Nimon. And if I had to recommend which one to pick up, I recommend the Crescent Ring. It's about, if you do all of this, it's about like 6 or 7 bill to make. And 6 or 7 bill for 20 AP, that's a like pretty good deal to spend for that amount of AP. So what a lot of people like to do, so here's the setup for budget, okay? It's 2 Tet Distos, 2 Jatina Ring Crescents, and 1 Kaposha necklace and 1 Kaposha belt, and then they stick with that until they're ready for Karazats. That's your like budget new player accessory setup until you're ready for Karazats. So that's what I recommend is 2 Jatina Pen Crescents, 2 Tet Distos, and 1 Kaposha necklace and 1 Kaposha belt. Oh, you're in console. I didn't read the latter half. Oh, I guess it's not. Oh, Magical Shards is sold out. Oh, I forgot to read your latter half. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, and I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after your stream, Shift Case. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. Thank you again so much for the raid. We'll swing around if I do decide to start playing again. Thank you for the info. Of course, Robbie. I have one more piece of resource for you before you go. Let me grab it for you real quick. It is actually the history page of BDO, and so maybe you'd wanna like look it over and see if there's any updates that seem interesting for you. But it basically tells you the major updates in chronological order. So recently there is a brand new class that just came out called Wukong. And so you can see all of the stuff they added in chronological order. So Wukong just came now. There's the dragon mount. This one is like limited. The dragon mounts are limited to the castle owners. However, there's some like events where you can get one, etc., etc. And so you can take a look there. Good luck. Bud Gates, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Is the Wukong mount Huago's novice support pack worth buying? Let me take a look at it. Huago's? Oh, it's probably a new player support, right? So I don't think I have access to it since it's a new player thing, right? New player Huago's. This one? Mount Huago's. Oh, you get the tent with it. Ooh. So this is a cosmetic. You get some storage. I personally don't really think so. It's $100. The main thing to get is the tent. The rest of it is not, personally for me, not that valuable. Your mythical horse is just horse armor. The pets, you can get pets for free. Inventory expansion, it's not that hard to get. Event expansions, maids, they also give it for free. The 15-day, these are like the value packs. It's like, yeah, for me, it's I don't personally recommend it. If you want it, I mean, go for it. But the main thing is the tent, and you can get the tent right now on sale, 25% off. And the tent is like you can go buy the entirety of your BDO progression with just the tent. Like anything else is like extra, you know. The tent is the most like important thing, but the rest of it is like you can go without it. Like you can survive without it. So. How much weight do you think is enough? To have probably a comfortable grind, maybe having a total of like, I think base stats for weight is like what, like 1,000, right? For each character, maybe like 2,000 or 3,000 just to feel comfortable. Not too much. You don't have to buy like the entirety of the weight. Like two or three, if anything, maids instead, because weight is singular. Weight is like one person, one character. Maids is account wide. So with maids, you can keybind your maids. So here, let me show you. Let me kill this pack real quick. So if you go to quick hotkeys right here, and you click show all, you can keybind open maid and maid and butler storage or central market. I have it at alt 3. So alt 3, I can just do this, store all of my trash, and then go about my day, right? And make sure the maid butler command is turned on as well, this one. And if you're wondering like how many maids to like feel very comfortable, I know they give away a few maids here and there, and I think they store about like it's like 200 weight. Like each maid transfers about 200 weight. So maybe like 10 or 15. But again, they give away like maids. They're giving away some maids in the event actually, now that I think about it. Here. So don't feel pressured to buy maids as well. Don't feel pressured, because you can acquire them with events as well. So there's one here. I believe there's a maid here. Maybe not. Sometimes there is. Depending on, oh my god. Depending on the event. Yeah, 40 maids in it ain't enough. Where are you grinding, June? Where are you grinding? Oh my god, these freaking golden pigs don't want to grow up. Where are you grinding? Do you need more than 40 maids? The main thing, unspoken, is that don't feel pressured to spend money in the game. The only thing that I would say is like kind of pressury is the tent, just because of how convenient it is. But everything else, like you can like live without. Actually, speaking of grinding, Jay, I did ton grad on Awakening Dosa 347. I did like 17k trash route. It felt like ass. Well, it's always gonna feel like ass if it's your first time. You're June. Your ass is like, you know what I mean? It's any class, any person, it's gonna feel like ass if it's your first time. You know what I mean? Wink. But you'll get used to it. Wink. You know? You'll get used to the feeling. Wink. And then you're gonna get better at it. Wink. The main thing is you're learning, right? You're going to perform better with the class that you have the most experience on, right? So like it's unrealistic to expect like good trash numbers on your very first hour with a brand new class. You know, like tell me, when you were grinding on Awakening Dosa, were you pressing your buttons? Were you thinking about what buttons you need to press and messing up? If so, that means you need some more time on your class, right? You want to get to the point where you don't even have to think about what buttons you're pressing. Your fingers just move on their own, right? That's your muscle memory, right? Kicking in. If you haven't developed your muscle memory, it's gonna feel like ass. Any class. Of course, there's gonna be god gamers out there who just pick up a class instantly, but most of us are average Andes, okay? Most of us are average Andes. Well, most of us are not god gamers, right? If you're a god gamer, poggies. But if you're an average Andy, you know, you gotta have some realistic expectations for yourself, you know? The cooldowns, yes. Have you ever watched my Awakening Woosa video on Tangrad Ruins, Jin? Have you ever watched my Awakening Woosa video on Tangrad Ruins? If so, if not, if you go to my YouTube link here, search for Tangrad combo, you'll notice I have two completely separate combos called Combo A, Combo B. You need to develop that for Awakening Dosa. For any class that has long cooldowns, you'll need a Combo A, Combo B situation for Tangrad to grind it effectively so that you're never overlapping cooldowns, right? You cannot, because of the way the dynamic of Tangrad Ruins works, you need multiple combos in order to grind it efficiently. That's also another thing. Experience in a grind spot. You're not grinding Tangrad Ruins the same way you grind DSR, the same way you grind Olin's Valley, the same way you grind Golden Pig, right? They have completely different dynamics. Of course, some dynamics will be similar, but if you're trying to grind Tangrad Ruins like you're grinding at Olin's Valley, of course you're not going to perform well because you're having a different dynamic, right? So that's what you need to learn about your class, is figuring out the different dynamics so that you can learn to approach it effectively with the class that you're playing, right? And you can't just do that by tagging a brand new class, right? You have to spend the time to teach yourself how to do that. So my advice for you is figure out a way you can fit in two different combos that will still kill the mobs with the also add-ons that you set it. Same thing with add-ons too. I have a completely different setup for add-ons at Tangrad Ruins. My combo A is able to fit in all the monster AP, minus DP, attack speed, etc., back attack, crit damage with the two separate combos. Each one, it will fill it up, right? It fills up both all of those, the criteria, right? So I've thought about it extensively in order to create a very effective combo to the point where I can grind in screenshot mode. I'm sure you've seen me grind in screenshot mode in Tangrad Ruins, right? And for anybody here, right, who's seen me grind at Tangrad Ruins, I don't have to look at my cooldowns because I've practiced and developed these combos specifically so I will never overlap cooldowns, you know? So I don't have to look at them if they never overlap, right? And that's the beauty of BDO. That's like the most awesome part about BDO, is that's like the fun part for me, is thinking about those things and how to get better, your class mastery, you know? Are you full deck? Deck Kharazats, but weapons, I have main hand Oct and Nov Awakening. And right now I'm preparing for Sovereign Offhand. Close? Yeah, I've put a stop on my weapons so I can work on the offhand. My plan is to get at least 10 and hopefully Oct. And then once I get Oct offhand, I think I'm gonna go for a Deck Awakening. And then after I get Deck Awakening, it's like a toss up between main or offhand. New armor's coming too? True, yes. Maybe I'll stop as well. Maybe I'll stop with Oct offhand and then work on armors after that. Before Deck. Because Deck weapon is so unnecessary, right? It's not that. It's only 2 AP, right? It's not that much. I'm pretty sure, right? Wait, is it 3 or 2? I think it's 2, right? You only get 2 from Nov to Deck, right? So it's like, I don't think it's like that important. Yeah, I'm excited for the new content year, June. I'm so excited. Are you ready for the offhand already, June? Do you have your 2 pen Black Stars and 20,000 Kavris? You're behind the curve? I see. What's your oh, you said you were 347 AP, right? Wait, you're not behind the curve. What are you talking about? You're 347 AP. How are you like, huh? You're where you need to be, no? 411? What? Wait, you're 750 gear score. What do you mean you're behind the curve? That's like a good spot to be in. What are you talking about? That's great. Butters. Golden Pig is out. Golden Pig Cave is up. Surely we get the treasure, right? Surely. You can't do Big Cave. Try it. Butters, try. Maybe you might. What do you mean you can't do Pig Cave for June? You're 347 AP. Of course you can do Pig Cave. What? Just bring Awakening Witch. You said you're handicapped without it, right? With Awakening Witch at 347 AP, you can definitely do Golden Pig Cave. What? What do you mean gaslighting you? What? How's that gaslighting you? You have enough 347 AP at Golden Pig Cave? It's recommended 340. Can actually, what do you mean you actually, yeah, well, it's open right now. It's on NA. Go. Before it closes. Go try it out. What the hecky? What the helly? You'll never know if you never find out. Or try, or, you know what I mean. You'll never know if you never find out, guys. Jaykun 2025. I feel like I'm being memed. What do you mean you're being memed? What? How am I memeing you? It literally says 340 AP. Hello? What the frick? I don't know why I sounded like that. I don't know why I sounded like that. Actually, it's 340. I have 2 chests for Pen Boss gear. Which 2 should I pick? I recommend the chest and a toss-up between the gloves or the helmet. The helmet will give you more DP in total. They clap my Dosa at night. Well, were you standing and stuff? Were you standing and stuff? Because that's not your Dosa's fault. Wink. That's not your Dosa's fault. If you were standing in stuff you shouldn't be standing in, that's not your Dosa's fault. You're reading your skills? Yeah, that's not your Dosa's fault. You're not sure. I promise you. I promise you, it's not your Dosa's fault. Practice, okay? Dude, you need to practice your class. If you never commit on a class too, you'll never get good at it, right? Of course, there's gonna be meta classes here and there, but like the only way to get better is if you keep practicing, right? Especially if you want to play a class you enjoy, right? If you keep sticking with meta classes and keep changing classes, like you're never gonna be able to build up that muscle memory, right? Because your muscle memory keeps changing. Like each class you play has a different muscle memory, right? Different skills, different ways to press the buttons. So, I mean, I've been playing Woosa, right? I'm definitely not playing a meta class, right? I'm playing Woosa in 2025. Our Deadeye gets rolled by every other class. She is squishy, but she also does a lot of damage. She was extremely meta when she first came out. Like one of the best classes. They have toned her down. So, but I still think she's a really powerful class. She's just like really squishy. But if you know how to handle her, she has an incredible mobility kit. Every single attack, for the most part, 80% of her attacks are mobility skills. They move you in some way, in some form. And so if you know how to maneuver and position correctly with the Deadeye, it's like impossible to catch them. And so if you are able to avoid the attacks, then you won't get hit, right? Etc. etc. But at the same time, there's a lot of players, Unspoken, that have a if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality. And I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate the if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality. Deadeye is definitely not last, so don't worry. If you're interested in Deadeye, like keep going. Keep going, get better at it. And have fun. That's the most important thing, is have fun. Is don't worry what other people say about whether a class is good or not. It's your own fun that you should be prioritizing. So if you're having fun with Deadeye, keep going. If you're not having fun anymore, then move on, right? No! No! I only got 3 runs in. You got the treasure? What? What do you mean you got the treasure? That's... What do you mean? Are you Luxo? Wait, didn't you just say that you... That's me for sure? Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, how are you... I was like, wait, something's not adding up. I'm not very good at math, but something's not adding up, your June, or... You did to gaslight me? I'm a die? What the heck? I'm not gaslighting you. I'm literally saying, hey, I'm encouraging you to try it out. Like you can see the mechanics, right? That I'm like with these mobs. Is this your first time seeing the mechanics by chance, June? So group them up and then kill them. That's the mechanics. It's not that hard. Just go behind their assholes and then hit them. You got this. ADVgg changes. I do think the clear speeds will go up for sure after the ADVgg changes, especially for high-end players. Awakening Woosa is not. Yeah, if you have like, I feel like if you ever have any interest, like any amount of like 10% interest in a class, try it out. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. You move on. If you like it, then poggies. You experience something. You experience something new and fun, right? But if not, just move on, right? It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. It's not too complicated. I can definitely understand if it's like a brand new player, like they're like, oh my god, there's so many new classes to try out. But the best way to go about it, instead of relying on like tier lists and whatnot, is to try it out yourself. The most important opinion is not somebody else's opinion, it's your opinion, right? If you think a class is fun, play it. Regardless of meta. Regardless of what people say about it. Play it. I tried it. It was the worst experience on your fingers. Maybe it just didn't click for you, right? And that's okay. If a class does not click for you and you move on, that's okay as well. Now you found out. Like, you gave it a chance, and that's fair, right? But it's the people, for me, what bothers me is the people that, like, they actively discourage people from trying out new classes. They're like, oh, they're like shaming people. You're like, oh, you're playing that trash class? Why are you playing that trash class? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people like that. They're like, they judge you because of the class you play. You know what I mean? And so I always like to believe in, like, if you have any respect for your own autonomy to make your own decisions, I think you should also have the respect for other people's autonomy to make their own decisions, you know? So don't tell people what to play. You can like tell them about the class, right? But don't like dismiss it for somebody who's interested, right? Like, just because people just say, oh, don't play that class, it's trash, right? That's a very common thing that people say in any game, right? Like if it has some sort of meta, right? At least explain to them like what you don't like about it, and then let them find out for themselves, so whether they like it or not, instead of telling them to not try it out, right? That's the important thing. And once you do find that class, June, once you do find class, like anybody in chat, once you do find that class that you really click with, like, I find that those people that find it really enjoy the game and also progress further than anybody who's just trying to follow the meta. They don't get burnt out of the game as often. They enjoy the game. That's what I've found out. And hey, I've been playing a non-meta class. Well, I guess you could say Succession Woosa was meta when she first came out. I mean, a lot of classes are OP when they first come out. And then they toned her down. But for the most part, I've stuck with ADVgg Woosa ever since she came out. Which Awakening Woosa at the start was having a rough time, that's for sure. They've improved her since, but definitely I feel like the initial response to it was a little bit sad. It was a little bit sad. I loved it so much, and then for people to just call it so trash, I was like, Again, they've improved it since, and so I think a lot of people have started getting more positivity towards Awakening Woosa, but definitely in the beginning it felt really bad. Not for like me playing the class, but more so like I feel like the class was like very, very special, and so people just never gave it a chance because of what people said about it. As Dosa, Dosa's a great class. I would say it's probably one of the easiest, straightforward classes to learn. It basically has a elemental rotation that you should be following, and the game like pretty much tells you what to press. So basically there's 5 elements, right? Prodigy Gamer, and the first element, well, you don't have to start with this element, but fire. If you cast a fire spell, there will be like a green icon under it, which means you should use a wood spell. And then under the wood spell is a water element. And so you should cast water. So you know what I mean? So every time you cast something, it like tells you what you should try to press next. So it's like a very easy, straightforward class to play. Performs great and decently in PvE. Additionally, if you want some more resources on it, I recommend checking out ADVgg TV. If you type Dosa combo. It links to his guide of awakening Dosa in PvE, and you can see how the dynamic is with the class. But it's a great class to pick up if it's your first time, or like you're getting back to the game looking for a brand new fancy class to try out and play. Hi Green Cheese, how are you? What's up? Golden Pig Cave just closed. I just got in for the 3rd time, but it closed. Best run, did you get the treasure, Vexer? I didn't get the treasure. I never get the treasure. Two bonds, so sheesh. What's in the treasure? It's 100 Essence of Dawns and a accessory, a TED accessory guaranteed. That's random, so up to 10 bill worth of value. So 100 Essence of Dawns is 10 bill, and then potentially up to 10 more bill from the box. So if you get the treasure, I'm happy for you. Does it draw TED Debo? No, it doesn't have the TED Debo. Otherwise, then it would be up to what? 40 bill in value. The chain, get that chain out of here. I can't believe they still haven't removed that chain. Why is that chain still there? Is there any event or limited stuff I should do right now? Yes, Prodigy Gamer. Press O to open your quest menu and check the new quests tab on the right side, and you should do the Termian Beach quests. Additionally, I would check out some videos for the hidden Termian quest. It gives you free 1,000 crons. There's 2 chests with 500 crons each. So check out the video on the location and how to do that quest. You just have to talk to some NPCs for it. Also, I don't know if it matters, but does playing a remastered affect grinding? Oh yeah, of course it does, right? Because FPS If you're asking like if it affects it a lot, not really. It does affect it because more FPS is like, you know, technically more damage because you're casting your spells like a little bit faster. But I find it so minuscule for me personally that I'm not going to compromise the graphics that I see. That's part of my enjoyment too, is me watching my pretty effects go off. So that's not like worth it to me. But if you want that extra tiny bit of trash because you can get a more FPS, then by all means, but it's not that important for me at least. Is this the unlucky version? No, it's the lucky version, but it just closed. So this is my last run. I only got 3 runs in. And then it closed. I can understand the graphics much more in PvP. That's much more impactful, of course. Like if you have more FPS, like you can react faster, etc., etc. That is much more of a difference. And I understand that one is like, yeah, then I would recommend. I still don't do it because I like to look at the preview effects even in PvP. But I can understand that way more in PvP if you want to improve your FPS for competitive reasons. Bunko. It's got a lot of recovery HP here. Recover. Your graphics look awesome. Can I get your settings? Sure. Let me just kill this boss real quick. I am on a bit of a timer here with this boss. I don't know if you've done Golden Pig before, but it is a 5-minute timer before it despawns. So I just want to make sure that I get it down real quick. Utri spawned. Do I need Utri? Okay. Yeah, so I have my display settings at high, remastered. I do cap my FPS on purpose because I do run a lot of extra things like my OBS, streaming programs, VTuber programs, all that jazz, and it helps to cap my FPS. I do have AMD Fidelity setting on at Ultra, and then it might force you to go TAA, but there's like a little loophole you can do to just run FXAA. which makes things a little bit sharper. I have SSAO, more realistic. This one just adds more shadows, depth of field. I like the blurriness when it's like out of focus or whatnot. Auto frame optimization at 60. I have my effects on warm settings with my gamma at -50 and my contrast at -25. It kind of gives it a little bit of a bloom effect. So it gives a sort of, I don't know, anime bloom, etc., etc. Camera vision range of at 100. Overall camera settings, and I think that should be pretty much it. Should be pretty much it. And you can always like go back to the VOD pie card if you wanted to see my settings again. All right, surely we get something good out of this. Ooh, try sissels. Maybe I'll just melt it for like some Decia's light or something. Magical light stones. Someone recognized me. Playing games. That's blast. Oh. Gildy got to treasure and it was a real Ted Voltara. Of course it was a real one. A Ted Voltara. How much are Ted Voltaras these days? Voltara. 2 bill. Sheesh. Well, not the best Ted accessory, but hey, that's 2.5 bill you didn't have before, right? So. That's 2.5 bill you didn't have before. Why don't we just map over to Nampo? And we're so happy for your guildie, right? Congrats to them, right? Soaphouse? Good for them, right? We're so happy for them. No? Why not? Be happy for your guildie, Sliphouse. It's the plastic beats. What stack should I tap for Pen Blackstar? 249 good? Yeah, I would use a 249 for a Pen Blackstar. I would maybe stop at like 300, but 249 is okay. Good luck, Prodigy. Actually, Prodigy, wait. Before you tap, have you done the deck to Vala stuff? Because that would probably be much better than spending your resources on tapping Teta Pen Blackstar if you can do a deck to Vala. Because deck to Vala is free Pen Blackstar. Well, it's not free, but it's like easier to hit than a Pen Blackstar. The first opponent appears. No one come on over here, one right now. One right now. Bum 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 bum. I don't know if I've done that. Last time I really played, I had 3 hammers. I'm 11 for pity. I see. So it's called... Here, let me find it for you. You should still look into it in the future because you'll need multiple pen black stars to craft your sovereigns. But have your what's it called, graduation cap in your inventory, Prodigy, and look for a quest from the Black Spirit called Leveling Aid Fugar's Aid. Leveling Aid Fugar's Aid under suggested, and you can get something called an Essence of Ascent. This is what it looks like, and then you can use that Essence of Ascent on a Tuvala weapon, and upgrading it to deck is approximately 20 to 30 billion silver worth of materials, and you can exchange it for a pen black star. And it doesn't have to be a specific type of pen black star. You get a box. So whether you enhance a main, awakening, or offhand, it doesn't matter. You will get a box back to choose a pen black star of. Oh, and hold on, let me do this real quick. Stun. I think it's stun knockdown. Yeah. And then let me grab you the link for that. But yeah, keep going on your pity then. Yeah, if you're 11 out of 15, yeah, keep going on your pity. But definitely have the Deck Tuvala on the back of your mind the next time you need another one, because you will need multiple in order to craft the sovereign stuff as well. I would skip the necklace personally. I wouldn't worry about the accessory. I would just focus on the weapon. Don't worry too much about the accessory. To get Deck Tuvala, approximately 20 to 30 billion on average to make one. But you can get really lucky. Like one of my friends, they spent like less than 5 bill to make a Deck Tuvala, which basically they spent less than 5 bill to make a pen black star, because they just kept like one tapping their Tuvala enhancements. And the Tuvala enhancements, they're like very high chance. You know, like if you use like a 250 to 300 stack, it's like a 10-15% chance to get a Deck Tuvala, and the amount of crons you need is like very easy. Can it be any Tuvala weapon? Yes. Whether you enhance a main, awakening, or offhand Tuvala, you get a box back. Ammonial. Do you know how long it takes to complete Land of Money Light? Yes. About 2-3 hours if you like skip through everything. It's a pretty chunky quest line, unspoken. They have sped up the cutscenes though. I did hear that you can like skip or speed up cutscenes, so that should like make it closer to 2 hours. However, if you haven't done too much questing in the game, you might feel a little bit confused on how to do some of the mechanics, because beta questing is very particular. So there's some, I'm sure you've noticed from the Magnus quest line, there's some quests that are like, oh, can you like gather this tree? But you're not really gathering the tree. You're interacting, like you're talking to the tree to get the material, because you just need to, even though it says, oh, gather this material, but you're really talking to this NPC, but that's a tree, to get the wood. Does that make sense? And so you've probably seen that in the Magnus sometimes. right? Unspoken. You probably saw that in the Magnus when you were doing the Magnus. Is that you're not really actually gathering, like life skill gathering it. You're like talking to the stupid thing. So just be mindful of that. There's quite a lot of that happening in the Land of Wind and Light, because it's a beginning quest line too for new players. So they're trying to like teach new players how to do it, but it's like part of the quest line, and it's more confusing than anything. Do you know if I can start enhancing a previous season weapon? Yes, you need a non-seasonal Pentuvala gear. Ammoniel. So have the graduation cap in your inventory and make sure that your quests are all available to see. Pick up leveling aid, Fugar's aid, and then talk to Fugar. And then you need a non-seasonal Pentuvala weapon. Cannot be a seasonal one. It's like supposed to help you after you graduate, so it makes sense that it's a non-seasonal one. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Any Expedition 33 enjoyers? Striker's tapping her gloves again, D-boy. Oh my god, what server? What server? What server? How many taps is she? Didn't she like run out of money? Val 5? Okay. Oh, you got your account back, Brunga? Let's go. The ticket work, right? Yeah, I've always had a really positive experience with just, you know, support in general for videos. So definitely, like, I'm so happy that you are able to recover your account. Are you logged in right now? Did you like how progressed were you? Oh my god. Striker's tapping her gloves again. I think we just do full window.
Song. I just need to know what y'all want to do, and then I'm going to do it. And then we're tapping.
Is it time?
Wait, who's that?
Is it time?
The song, yeah. Wait, who's Rapido? Who's Rapido? Who's that? Who is Rapido? Wait, who is Rapido?
Dang.
Hi, Jay-kun. We are about to tap right now. Yes, Jay. We are on Valanos 5, Jay. I think I got 2 taps in here tonight. That's it. That's you? Hi, Easy Tillo Mix. Hi, Easy. You're here too, Jay. Oh, Jay's here too. Everybody's here.
This is why they call her Mouth Lady.
Wait, what's happening? Wait.
What's it? Did we just touch tips, Garnier? Garnier touched.
Here we go,
my
squad.
tips. Never mind. I'll roll this out. That's
We're gonna
cringe.
just go with this song. Prediction is done. I'm so nervous as hell. Okay, here we go. Hi, Jay. Thank you for being here, Jay. Thank you for being here, everybody. Garnier's shaking a
What is?
All right, here we go. It's time. I have no idea what he's doing. He's Garnier.
He's Garnier.
Here we go, squad.
Oh my god. Here we go.
Hammer
Oh, yeah.
time, baby. Tap number 15, baby. Okay.
Another hammer.
Balls out. Like,
Balls.
seriously? I cannot go above 20.
Balls.
I'm getting nervous now. I'm actually... Balls out. I'm getting nervous.
It's time. Surely.
Can we just please get this? I just gotta get it. Squad, I literally have 2 taps. I have a hammer and 1 tap. Like, I'm not going to be here very long tonight. I have no money. I wasn't able to
Edging
grind
towards 700 gear score. Have you collected all of your stuff from the ball coats, Brunga? Hopefully you have.
All right, squad. Here we go. Come on, baby. 330. That's a good high number, man. We can't lose.
But Children Cross and Harris, let's go. Yeah, you'll catch up quick because they've give away. I don't know how long you were away again, but again, they've given away like free pen black stars. Check your Y menu. You probably have a ton of shit in your Y menu. Check your Y menu right now.
This is perfect. It's the final countdown.
And then check your Black Spirit safe as well. Like press B, open your mailbox, press B, and then like collect all that stuff. You probably have a bunch of stuff in there.
You're in Olin,
unless you're one of those people.
Oh, good, Siraz. We are.
Are you one of those people, Prunga, where you freaking okay? I have a friend who like he says he's so poor all the time, right? He can't tap anything, and he has like 100 billion worth of stuff in his like Y tab and his like mailbox. And I'm like, collect your shit. You're rich. And I'm like, what the frick? Ain't no way. And he's like, I can't. I can't. He's like, I can't. He says he can't take it.
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get the tet. We're gonna get it right now. Cause I'm gonna go crazy if I don't get the tet. I need it right now.
Balls.
I'm gonna let it build. Here we go.
Balls. Is she gonna click?
What? And when it drops, I click yes. And
Surely.
we get the motherfucking wheelie! Here we go! Oh. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
No.
I'm sad. I'm
oh my god, I haven't heard that name in so long. Prunga. I haven't heard that name in so long. Is she still like around? Does she still play BDO? There's no way. There's no way.
Oh my god.
Loser! You're a loser! Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt! You make me sick, you big baby! No! God! No!
Thank y'all for all your BS.
No! No! No!
All right, the answer. Y'all are doing
I saw her on the LSF Reddit a while ago. Apparently, she is running amok on Kick.
Thank you, Fast Tracks and Malfunctions.
On Green Twitch.
All right, we're gonna go again. Thank y'all for being here
On
in game.
Green
And thank you for giving
Twitch.
me all your BSR. Look at all this amazing BSR. Oh shit, squad, we gotta get this shit. That's all I'm saying. Squad, I'm losing it.
Next one
I really only have
for
one more
sure.
tap. I know you think that I have more, but I don't. I don't think I do. All right, new prediction. BSR going crazy out here. BSR going nuts. Look at all this BSR. Starting prediction.
Was that the hippo?
Don't come by my house. We're done.
What is that?
I love that. Oh god.
She has some fun redeems. She has some fun redeems. I need to add some more fun redeems like her.
That alert is so ridiculous. Thank you, Fast Tracks. Thank you guys for the Tangia bits. Here we go. All right, go predict. You have 2 minutes to predict. You better say yes. This is tap 16 on a 330 stack. Tap 16. Holy Lord Mother, I need
I'm going
to get
all
this.
in.
Okay, let's get my crons out.
This is the
Who got
one.
their crons out? Me. Who got their crons out?
Wait, she doesn't have any crons. Where's the
Okay, I just wanted
crons?
to verify that.
What crons? I need to get my crons out. My 285
Alright,
crons.
I need to now buy the rest of my crons with the money I have.
How much money you
I
got?
think I have enough. Here we go. Shop it up.
She needs a 2400. 2415.
So I need like what, 2,500?
2415.
That's enough. That is enough. That is it. One more tap.
Here we go.
I got to do some serious off-stream grinding. We got to do some serious Olins, man. I got to go to Deca. Hi, Pepe. Thank you, Fast Tracks.
I like how she's like moving out of the way for the Pepe.
All right, squad. I need y'all in a perfect
I love
circle.
how she just like.
See, the thing is
That's
this.
so funny.
Like, the circle must be perfect. So I'm going to let y'all adjust. Make a perfect
Wait, who the heck is this
and it
guardian?
will
She's
go
so
tonight.
freaking
It's
buff.
going to go on this tap. Make a perfect circle. Come on. I trust y'all can do this.
Okay.
Let's go, man. Line up, shoulder to shoulder guarding. Line up. Jay, you got to back it up. There we go, Jay. Jay's backing it up a little bit. Okay.
I'm good at backing
let's see
up.
if that
you know?
looks like a wow. That is not perfect circle. Look at my stream. Look at my stream.
Adjust yourselves.
Okay, that's we're getting better. Now, look at that. Okay. Okay, better. Look. Look how pretty that is. It's a perfect circle square. It's
Circle
so good. All right, we're getting it. Let's go.
It goes in the square
I've not
hole.
played this song in ages, and it's a classic.
Here we
Does
go.
anybody know what movie this is from? And if you have not seen this movie, here we go.
I don't
We're getting
recognize it.
It's the best movie ever, and it's the best song ever. And we're going to get this motherfucking tap right now. And I'm gonna close all these other dumb windows. We don't need to see those. We just need to see this window. This one. Here we go. Hi, Choice.
go.
Thank you for the good luck. This is tap number 16.
There we go.
Holy shit. I'm done tapping this shit. If I get this to whaling, it's my last whaling. And I am 801 gear score. Let's go, squad. I want a lot of hype. I want a lot of balls in the chat and a lot of dancing. This is the one. Lost Boys. That's right, Siraz. It's the Lost Boys. If you've not seen the Lost Boys,
I
you're
have
missing
not
out
seen the
on a
Lost
really
Boys. What's
good
the Lost
movie.
Boys about?
This is a really good song. All right, let's go. On the next drop,
You hit pity. Oh,
and I literally cannot go over 20 on this.
it'd be like that sometimes, Prodigy.
I'm
At least the
afraid
pity's
I'm
like
gonna go
really
high if I go over
small
20.
now. It used to be
We gotta
40.
get it.
Now they've reduced it to 15. So
Here we go. On the next drop, we're clicking it. Oh, God. Let's go, squad. Get ready to clip. How you doing tonight, Choice? Okay, let's get prepped. We're getting serious now. Enhance. 330. Okay. Enhance. I'm getting ready. Right here. Almost.
and any second now.
Okay, I missed the drop, I think, so I'm gonna wait for the next drop. And it's actually better. Here it comes. Right here, it's better. Right here! Come on, squad!
Come on. This is it.
Let's go! Go!
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Oh my god.
Oh, shit! Oh, no fucking way! We did it! Yes! No fucking way!
Was a productive damn day.
800 gear score.
We did
Da-da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, dum.
No way! Oh my god! Oh my god! We did it! Thank you guys!
Oh my gosh.
Holy shit! 800 gear score!
She did it!
Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god, squad! It's Crab Rave! Get your crabs out! Yes!
The crabs! Crabs!
I can't believe we got it! Oh my god! All 4 whaling armors! No way! Thank you guys for being here! I'm definitely getting a picture in game, so y'all don't go anywhere. I'm definitely getting a picture. Thank you so much, Enrique. Thank you for the, oh my god. And a giga. And a giga. Thank you guys. Holy cow. I'm in shock. I'm so happy. I am so happy. Oh my god. Let's dance. And then I'm gonna take a picture, guys.
Those feel really good.
Y'all are crazy. We
I
did
remember
it.
I remember when I got my tech.
Let's go, dance. Thank you, Straz, for the clip. Whoop, whoop. I can't believe it. Thank you for the Pedro. Oh my god, incoming hype train. Y'all are crazy. Who did the Pedro? Oh my god, I can't even keep up with what y'all are doing. Fast Tracks, thank you for the Pedro. Thank you so much.
I ran out of things to
801 gear
jab.
score.
There's not much else for me to tap.
Nerf Striker. How you doing, Fox? Thank you guys for all these Tangia bits.
Soon though, yeah, when Sovereign Offhand comes out, we're gonna be tapping that day one.
I can't believe that's real.
3 more
I
weeks.
gotta play my song some more because that gave us this luck. Let's get a picture, squad. Let's get a picture. Thank you, Garnet. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Choice. Thank you, all the squad members, for being here tonight. I am so excited. I want to go grind or Zekia.
Answer opens? No.
All 4 whaling armors.
Not yet, not yet.
Unbelievable.
We gotta save up a bunch of taps for it. I don't want to like do like one tap and then
I said, fuck you.
and like keep going, you know?
That's
With
not
one
nice.
taps. I want to like save up a bunch of taps, you know?
Oh my god, squad. Let's take a picture. Let's get a picture. You know how this is done. Y'all spread out. Thank y'all for being here in game. Unbelievable. With the new Arzekia, I've
Oh my
had
god,
this
this
out
Guardian
forever,
is
and
jacked.
I've never made it. This is the first time I
didn't
actually
realize
made the
Guardian
outfit.
could be this jacked. I'm like,
never made the outfit.
what?
I could have made it like a year ago. Y'all line up.
I can't stop looking at this Guardian.
Oh my
there's
god.
there's too much Guardian in my
so
face.
much.
Just-
I'm so excited. Hype train incoming. If anybody wants a Prime sub, you have a Prime sub, or you want to gift a sub or give 100 bits, whatever, you're going to start a hype train. Thank you guys.
Okay. What's the silver goal? Probably at least 100,000 crons for the offhand to get started with is what my first plan is. And then I don't want to like think about it too much further, Karunga, because I feel like if I think about too many like goals, it's going to be very daunting. So I'm just going to focus on the one thing at a time. And so for now it's 100,000 crons, which we're pretty much almost there. We have our 20,000 crons from the, you know, the ball, right? We got 20,000 crons from the ball, and then we have some crons from events and stuff like that. So we're at about 36,000. And we have about 125 bill. Additionally, we have some costumes we've gotten off the market as well. How many costumes? 11. So we still got all these 11. So that's another 11,000 crons. So like we're making away. So we should have our 100,000 crons by the time, you know, Idania comes out. But yeah, I don't want to think about it further than that. We'll take it one step at a time. So I don't want to prepare for deck. I want to prepare for, like, you know, Nov weapons and then deck and then stacks and so on. So. Costumes give way more comms now. It's about 1,000. I don't know if that's changed since you last played Purunga. It's about 1,000 per costume, and it's 2 bill per costume. Double almost. It's about like the same ratio as before, Purunga. In terms of like silver when you buy it with silver. But yeah, it is much more than before. Because before it was like what, like 500, but you were paying like 900. What was it, like 1.1 bill or something? Now it's like 2 bill for a costume, and it's 1,000 crowns. You just get more. Yeah, you get more in one shot. So basically more pay to win. So if you can afford to spend, you know, for the shop, which, you know, I can't. I'm poor. I just need to grind it in the game. I think she's done taking pictures, so here, we can extract these. Oh yeah, you can also extract the costumes out instead of the like actual costume itself, so you don't like mess up. Whales can go giga, yeah. But I don't mind the whales because that guy was that guy okay? Did you guys see that? The whales help the free-to-play players because they sell the costumes for us free-to-play players, right? Well, I'm not free-to-play, but like people who don't want to spend pearls for costumes, right? We love the whales. It's like a symbiotic relationship. It's not available at this time. What the frick? My dark rifts respawn. Why don't we go do that real quick? Where's my horse? Is that my horse? Okay. Could I get some gear voice? Of course, Pragio. You have a Garmoth link set up. I'm not really doing anything crazy right now, so. Set up your Garmoth. Yeah, Purunga. Set up your Garmoth. Okay, let's take a lookie. Kabua's probably would be your next upgrade. It's a lot of stats. A lot of stats. Even before your armors. This is more stats. And honestly, that will keep you busy for the next little while, right? And then you could afford another Penjatina ring as well for another 3 AP. Yeah. And your armors, I don't think you really have to worry about too much of your armors until you feel like you need a bit more extra DP. So Kabua's into, you know, the other Penjatina. I wouldn't worry about cups until Karazad. So, I mean, from here, you could probably go for your other armors if you want. Or actually, Tedisto. What am I thinking? Yeah. There. Perfect. And so in terms of order, I would probably go Kabua's first, because if you go to Distos first, you might reduce your DP too much. So it's only 5 bill on the market. How much are they right now? Have they increased? They've increased. Yeah, they're about 6 bill, but that's still like way cheaper for all those stats. So Kabua's, Tet Distos, Jatina Crescent, and then that should keep you good for the next little while. Is your silver income from just grinding? Majority of it, yes. The rest of it is like passive income from weekly stuff like dungeon runs, boss splits, etc. But I do not life skill very much for income, if that's what you're asking. Not really life skilling for well, if you count fishing. I do fish overnight, but I feel like fishing doesn't count as a life skill. Well, it's a life skill, but like you're not like actively life skilling, you know what I mean? Fishing is my like AFK activity. Pretty similar position. You can screenshot your gear and I can try to see what direction you could go towards. Not gonna lie, I think training is the hardest and worst life skill in the game. Thoughts? Training? I don't think it's the worst one. I think there's worse options. Like trading probably is worse. Like the sailing stuff, like I really don't like sailing content. They're not like I still think like bartering is like it's kind of meh to me. So I feel like there's worse options. Horse training is definitely not my favorite, that's for sure. I'm just doing horse training just to get like the treasure stuff, but I feel like there are worse options than horse training. Works is still a good spot to grind. It's okay. It's still like a little bit valuable because people still need their cups. And so Serenade Alga grinding will always be relevant due to people needing cups. But if you're looking for a new grind spot to try out, Purunga, try Honglam Base. It's in Land of Warning Light. How far are you on your quest lines? Have you looked into the other quest lines yet? Magnus questline is what you should do first if you haven't done that yet. And the Land of Warning Light, part 1. But yeah, Honglam Base is a really popular spot for lower end players. 270 AP. It's kind of like the new Star's End. The Star's End used to be like that place, but now Honglam Base is like that place. I think training has so much RNG and it's a big headache. Definitely has its nuances, that's for sure. Hi Garnet. Good night. Good night. Training obviously does, yeah, they've mostly moved on from trading. I don't know if they're ever going to revisit it. Are you much of a life skiller, Red Dead? Are you usually the life skiller in BDO, or do you prefer grinding? Prepping all the mats, the investment for trading and AFK process, did the math not worth it? Yeah, there's a lot to manage. That's for sure. For me, the best life skill is like currently is fishing, because it's so low setup. Of course, you can set up for things to improve your fishing overnight, of course, but it's just like a very new player friendly way to get some AFK income going right away. So I personally think fishing is like the best AFK life skill. Just the low setup cost, just so it's like very bare minimum. Training felt better when horses had real value, like appearance and color. Now it's just T8s to make a T9. Streamlining is a double-edged sword. Yeah, they've made it a lot more streamlined, straightforward, right? But that removed a lot of the complexity if you make it straightforward like that. Because there was actually, do you remember somethinglovely.net? Project Gamer, are you an OG? Hey, an OG, do you know somethinglovely.net? It was like the spot for, it was like the website for horse trainers, right? And obviously like node stuff, right? But yeah, there was like this whole like, oh, you can get a pure white horse and, you know, etc, etc. Not OG, but still an OG. I see. It colors open star. Na, 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 na. Same with gear to some extent. I can see that with Karazads, right? Actually, I don't know if you were here earlier for the conversation, but one of my viewers, Fallen, was like does not like the Karazad system and wished that they kept going with, like, you know, Tungrads having BSR, you know, the accuracy accessories being the way they are, DP accessories, evasion accessories, and Karazad's kind of streamlined it in a way where you can just go for Karazad and then you can change your Dawn crystals to be like the substitute for DP accessories or evasion accessories, etc, etc. Hi Tracker, thanks for coming out. Yeah, no worries. Oh my gosh, you're geared now. You're geared now. We got IKEA. Congrats. I was there. Let's go. What's next now? Sovereign offhand? Saving everything for Sovereign offhand? No more tapping? Or are you gonna maybe work on getting the glow on your main hand? Because I noticed your main hand is still not oct. You gotta get that glow. Combine say things, of course. It's always so funny watching you, Striker. I was telling you in my chat about how it's so funny when someone redeems Pepe and you like move backwards. You move back out of your chair to like make way for the Pepes. That's so funny. It's so good. What's a good Caphras card 630 gear score? You might want to try Mansion Forest. It's a very low end spot, and it used to be one of the best Caphras grind spots way back when, back in the vintage days, you know. Back at it. All right, Striker. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Good luck on your next endeavors. What's, you know, probably Sovereign offense is what's next, right? Everybody in Mother is saving for Sovereign offense. Have a great stream. You too. See you later. Bye. You don't like Karazads either, Piggy Van? How would you have liked them to do it? Just kept going with the way, like, you know, how Tungrad accessories are? Like, would you have preferred to see, what do you call it? Power creeped versions of the original accessories? So a power creeped Tungrad, a power creeped accessory, accuracy accessory. Would you have liked them to keep going with the way they had it? Maybe they could have just like had it. Here was like my idea that I was like thinking and cooking up if they didn't go Karazad, is that they would still have Karazad crystals, right? So you would basically use the Karazad's crystal to, let's say you had a pen Tungrad necklace. You could use this to increase the stats of the Tungrad necklace. So you didn't have like a power creeped version of the Tungrad necklace necessarily. You basically like reforged your necklace to be like a super Tungrad necklace, you know? And so I think that might have been the easiest way to go about it. If they were going to keep going with like the way they had it before with accessories, which there's like different categories of accessories, right? With BSR, you know, it would be like the simplest way to go about it. Have a good night, day. Catch you tomorrow. All right, Unspoken. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to see you here again. Yeah, I'm always happy when like, you know, I get people in the game and they're still like invested into the game, because I've met a lot of people who like get into the game, like I help them get into the game and then they never show up again. So I appreciate you being here. This was their way for build diversity that people wanted, but I disagree with how they killed the other access. The other access. Could you elaborate on what you mean by other access? I'm having a bit of trouble understanding what other access means. Oh, other accessories. I was like, access, you know, like access denied, access granted, something like that. Accessory to kill the other accessories. Well, technically they're still very valuable, piggy bank, right? You use them to make the dawn crystals, right? So it's not they didn't kill it, right? You still use Tungrad. You still need like a pen Tungrad or Tet Tungrad to make the dawn crystal essence of dawn, right? These ones. So if you melt down a Tungrad, you get this one. If you melt down an accuracy accessory, you get this one. If you melt down a DR, so it didn't like kill it, but I do know what you mean by like kill it, as in like you don't utilize it anymore. You mostly like melt them for materials. So I mean they're still like relevant in some way, but not as the way we used to use it directly. So I understand what you mean by that. Oh my god, this old school song, guys. You guys remember this? This is vintage right now. As I fell asleep. The open air. Love's everywhere. Stare. To make myself believe. It's the 2000 boy bands, like the way, you know how the way they sing in the 2000s boy bands? I'd like to make myself believe. I love this so much. Like Tebek belt, I made a pen version in Sator's and all the BSR belt. Oh, the Astada belt, Tebek belt, stuff like that. Yeah, you wanted to keep going with that as well? Yeah, I do think that Tebek belts, and well, I still use my, well, I don't use it right now because I don't PvP, but I do have an Asada belt and try Asada for that reason. For Capt Wars. Still use these for Capt Wars because these are still very useful in Capt Wars. So they're like somewhat useful still, but like not really main accessory worthy at the moment. What's your schedule? I feel like Twitch is a bit wrong with it. Oh, do I have my old you're probably looking at my really old Twitch schedule. Incredible, that I made way back when. I need to remove that because I don't stream at those hours anymore. I kind of just stream whenever I get home from work. Incredible. So like after like 1 p.m. or after 2 p.m. at PST is when I start streaming. Incredible. After 1 or 2 p.m. PST, usually afternoon. So I run all my errands in the morning and then I do it in the afternoon, and then I stream until whatever. What's your time zone? I can tell you the local time. This song brings us memories. A high blind shadow. Wait, is this like Blind Shadow, like Blind Shadow? Did you change your name, Blind Shadow? Is this like the Blind Shadow? Because I feel like you changed your name. Did you change your name? Yeah, I think you're OG Blind Shadow, right? You're OG Blind Shadow. I didn't recognize it at first because it looks like you changed your name, right? GMT +3? Okay, hold on. World Time Buddy. Is you? How are you, Blind Shadow? How have you been? It's been a hot minute. TSC. I just believe my planet Earth turns slow. Wait, GMT +3? Green, this one? So I start streaming, yeah, around this time. So like after like 1 or 2 p.m. So which is like here. So, oh my god, how do I use World Time Buddy? 11 p.m. your time. And so right now it's 11 p.m. for me. So it must be 9 a.m. for you, right? Is it 9 a.m.? Is it 9 a.m. for you? Joy's sister. Oh, Hexella. Hexella. You woke up all in? Well, I mean, I was gonna say welcome home, but I was instead of good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What time is it for you? I have the week off. I use the healthiest way possible. I grind Sovereign Offend. Yes, I'm also preparing for Sovereign Offend. Excella. Oh, people don't need their dawn crystals anymore. They're sitting on the market. What? Holy. Before I sleep and watch you later after I wake up, or pull an all-nighter. I won't be on for too much longer because I've been... What's my uptime? Uptime. Stream elements? I mean, I can just look. 8 hours. We've already been going for 8 hours, so... So I won't be on for too much longer. Oh, tomorrow? Oh, I see, I see. I was thinking of maybe taking a break here, and then we wake up a little bit early tomorrow, and then I can start stream earlier. Because again, I can start my errands. If I start my errands earlier, then I get home earlier, and then I can start stream earlier. The Korean face justice for his greed? No, Fallen One Star. So what had happened was the chairman and his son were sentenced to 7 years in prison, and the chairman, June, he got out when he was 72, and he had died a year later. So like there was not really much to do afterwards. And the son was roaming, like he lives in Russia now, and he's free. So nothing ever, like the families did not get the closure they needed, unfortunately. Very sad. Okay. Why don't we take a break here? I do want to give you guys some content since we reached our sub goal for the day. I always feel very happy, very, very happy whenever we reach our sub goal of five subs a day. And we've been reaching it lately. So I want to do something, you know, to show. And in which case, why don't we tap our pen falling god? Why don't we tap a pen falling god with our hammer? You know, there's nothing else for us to tap. So might as well, right? Double taps. We did one the other day. I don't think that'll be too wise to do. We did that the other day. Chaotic Blackstone. Wasting money. Well, the hammers, I can't really use my hammers for anything else. Blind Shadow, so we're not really like wasting money. I mean, technically I could use this for a black star and sell that, but that's no fun. You know, that's no fun. This is way more fun, right? That's way more fun. Like this, like what if we get it, right? 0.8%. Night. Blame it on the boogie. I love this song. This is a good song to tap it on, surely. Let's turn it up. Let's wait for the next drop. A blue light. Blame me on a boogie. Sunshine. Sunshine. All right, here we go. On the boogie. Blame me on the boogie. Oh my god. No, I always forget. Oh my god, we missed the opening. We missed the oh my god. Ain't no way. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. We do it again. We'll get prepared. Okay, we'll get prepared. Okay, here we go. Sunshine, don't blame me on the moonlight. Blame me on the boogie. Ready? Next one. On boogie. Blame on the boogie. Go. 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 Ah. Damn, so close. I say so close, lol. But imagine though, imagine. Damn, almost, yeah, almost. Sunshine. Let's repair it. Blame it on the boogie. Imagine, I mean, I am imagining. I would be a very happy person. I'll be very, very happy if I hit it. Blame it on the moonlight. But for now, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I'll head to bed early here so I can start stream earlier. Maybe like 12 noon or something like that. That would have been the clip of the century. Yeah, surely. Right, surely. All right. Let's see. The beat. I haven't raided Liger in a while. Let's go send you guys over to Liger. He's a warrior main. And let's see what he's doing. I don't know. He's doing something. He's tapping. He's preparing some materials. Oh my god, content. Okay, can you guys spam my raid emote when we head over there? All right, I'll see you guys over there, guys. Have a good night.